Chapter 1 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. What's in a Name? 1. Once upon a time, which, when you come to think of it, is really the only proper way to begin a story, the only way that really smacks of romance and fairyland, all the Harmony members of the Lesley clan had assembled at Cloud of Spruce to celebrate old grandmother's birthday, as usual. Also to name Lorraine's baby. It was a crying shame, as Aunt Nina pathetically said, that the little darling had been in the world 4 whole months without a name. But what could you do, with poor dear Leander dying in that terribly sudden way just 2 weeks before his daughter was born, and poor Lorraine being so desperately ill for weeks and weeks afterwards? Not very strong yet, for that matter. And there was tuberculosis in her family, you know. Aunt Nina was not really an aunt at all. At least, not of any Lesley. She was just a cousin. It was the custom of the Lesley caste to call everyone uncle or aunt as soon as he or she had become too old to be fitly called by a first name among the young fry. There will be no end of these aunts and uncles bobbing in and out of this story, as well as several genuine ones. I shall not stop to explain which kind they were. It doesn't matter. They were all Leslies or married to Leslies. That was all that mattered. You were born to the purple if you were a Lesley. Even the pedigrees of their cats were known. All the Leslies adored Lorraine's baby. They had all agreed in loving Leander, about the only thing they had ever been known to agree on, and it was 30 years since there had been a baby at Cloud of Spruce. Old grandmother had more than once said gloomily that the good old stock was running out. So this small lady's advent would have been hailed with delirious delight if it hadn't been for Leander's death and Lorraine's long illness. Now that old grandmother's birthday had come, the Leslies had an excuse for their long-deferred jollification. As for the name, no Lesley baby was ever named until every relative within get-at-able distance had had his or her say in the matter. The selection of a suitable name was, in their eyes, a much more important thing than the mere christening, and how much more in the case of a fatherless baby whose mother was a sweet soul enough, but, you know, a Winthrop. Cloud of Spruce, the original Lesley homestead, where old grandmother and young grandmother and Mrs. Leander and the baby and Salome Silversides lived, was on the harbor shore, far enough out of Harmony Village to be in the real country. A cream brick house, a nice chubby old house, so covered with vines that it looked more like a heap of ivy than a house that had folded its hands and said, "I will rest." Before it was the beautiful Harmony Harbor, with its purring waves, so close that in autumnal storms the spray dashed over the very footsteps and encrusted the windows. Behind it was an orchard that climbed the slope, and about it always the soft sighing of the big spruce wood on the hill. The birthday dinner was eaten in old grandmother's room, which had been the orchard room until old grandmother, 2 years back, had cheerfully and calmly announced that she was tired of getting up before breakfast and working between meals. "I'm going to spend the rest of my life being waited on," she said. "I've had 90 years of slaving for other people." "And bossing them," the Leslies said in their hearts, but not out loud, for it did really seem at times as if old grandmother's ears could hear for miles. Uncle Ebenezer said something once about old grandmother to himself in his cellar at midnight, when he knew he was the only human being in the house. Next Sunday afternoon, old grandmother cast it up to him. She said Lucifer had told her. Lucifer was her cat, and Uncle Ebenezer suddenly remembered that his cat had been sitting on the edge of the potato bin when he said that. It was safest not to say things about old grandmother. Old grandmother's room was a long, dim green apartment running across the south end of the house, with a glass door opening right into the orchard. Its walls were hung with photographs of Lesley brides for 60 years back, most of them with enormous bouquets and wonderful veils and trains. Clementine's photograph was among them. Clementine, Leander's first wife, who had died 6 years ago with her little unnamed daughter. Old grandmother had it hanging on the wall at the foot of her bed so that she could see it all the time. Old grandmother had been very fond of Clementine. At least, she always gave Lorraine that impression. The picture was good to look at. Clementine Lesley had been very beautiful. She was not dressed as a bride. In fact, the picture had been taken just before her marriage and had a clan fame as Clementine with the Lily. She was posed standing with her beautiful arms resting on a pedestal, and in one slender, perfect hand, Clementine's hands had become a tradition of loveliness, she held a lily, at which she was gazing earnestly. Old grandmother had told Lorraine once that a distinguished guest at Cloud of Spruce, an artist of international fame, had exclaimed on seeing that picture, "Exquisite hands! Hands into which a man might fearlessly put his soul!" Lorraine had sighed and looked at her rather thin little hands. Not beautiful, scarcely even pretty, yet Leander had once kissed their fingertips and said, but Lorraine did not tell old grandmother what Leander had said. Perhaps old grandmother might have liked her better if she had. Old grandmother had her clock in the corner by the bed, a clock that had struck for the funerals and weddings and goings and comings and meetings and partings of 5 generations. The grandfather clock her husband's father had brought out from Scotland 140 years ago. The Lesleys plumed themselves on being Prince Edward Island pioneer stock. It was still keeping excellent time, and old grandmother got out of bed every night to wind it. She would have done that if she had been dying. Her other great treasure was in the opposite corner, a big glass case with Alicia, the famous Skinner doll, in it. Old grandmother's mother had been a Skinner, and the doll had no part in Lesley traditions. But every Lesley child had been brought up in the fear and awe of it, and knew its story. Old grandmother's mother's sister had lost her only little daughter of 3 years, and had never been quite right afterwards. She had had a waxen image of her baby made, and kept it beside her always, and talked to it as if it had been alive. It was dressed in a wonderful embroidered dress that had belonged to the dead baby, and wore one of her slippers. The other slipper was held in one waxen hand, ready for the small bare foot that peeped out under the muslin flounces. The doll was so lifelike that Lorraine always shuddered when she passed it, and Salome Silversides was very doubtful of the propriety of having such a thing in the house at all, especially as she knew that Lazare, the French hired man, thought and told that it was the old lady's saint, and believed she prayed before it regularly. But all the Lesleys had a certain pride in it. No other Prince Edward Island family could boast a doll like that. It conferred a certain distinction upon them, and tourists wrote it up in their local papers when they went back home. Of course, the cats were present at the festivity also, Lucifer and the Witch of Endor, both of black velvet with great round eyes. Cloud of Spruce was noted for its breed of black cats with topaz-hued eyes. Its kittens were not scattered broadcast, but given away with due discrimination. Lucifer was old grandmother's favorite, a remote, subtle cat, an inscrutable cat so full of mystery that it fairly oozed out of him. The Witch of Endor became her name, but compared to Lucifer, she was commonplace. Salome wondered secretly that old grandmother wasn't afraid of a judgment for calling a cat after the old Harry. Salome liked cats in their place, but she was furious when Uncle Clon said to her once, "Salome Silversides, why, you ought to be a cat yourself with a name like that. A sleek, purring, plushy Maltese." "I'm sure I don't look like a cat," said Salome, highly insulted, and Uncle Clon agreed that she did not. Old Grandmother was a gnomish dame of 92 who meant to live to be 100, a tiny, shrunken, wrinkled thing with flashing black eyes. There was a puckish hint of malice in most things she said or did. She ruled the whole Lesley clan and knew everything that was said and done in it. If she had given up slaving, she certainly had not given up bossing. Today she was propped up on crimson cushions with a fresh, frilled white cap tied around her face, eating her dinner heartily and thinking things not lawful to be uttered about her daughters-in-law and her granddaughters-in-law and her great-granddaughters-in-law. 2. Young Grandmother, a mere lass of 65, sat at the head of the long table. A tall, handsome lady, with bright, steel-blue eyes and white hair, whom Old Grandmother thought a somewhat pert young thing. There was nothing of the traditional grandmother of caps and knitting about her. She was like a stately old princess in her purple velvet gown with its wonderful lace collar. The gown had been made 8 years before, but when young Grandmother wore anything, it seemed at once in the height of the fashion. Most of the Lesleys present thought she should not have laid aside her black even for a birthday dinner. But young Grandmother did not care what they thought any more than Old Grandmother did. She had been a Blaisdell, one of the stubborn Blaisdells, and the Blaisdell traditions were as good as the Lesley traditions any day. Lorraine sat on the right of young Grandmother at the table, with the baby in her cradle beside her. Because of the baby she had a certain undeniable importance never before conceded her. All the Lesleys had been more or less opposed to Leander's second choice. Only the fact that she was a minister's daughter appeased them. She was a shy, timid, pretty creature, quite insignificant except for her enormous masses of lustrous, pale gold hair. Her small face was sweet and flower-like, and she had peculiarly soft gray-blue eyes with long lashes. She looked very young and fragile in her black dress, but she was beginning to be a little happy once more. Her arms, that had reached out so emptily in the silence of the night, were filled again. The fields and hills around Cloud of Spruce, that had been so dark and bare and chill when her little baby came, were green and golden now, spilled over with blossoms, and the orchard was an exquisite perfumed world by itself. One could not be altogether unhappy in springtime with such a wonderful, unbelievable baby. The baby lay in the old Hepplewhite cradle where her father and grandfather had lain before her. A quite adorable baby with a saucy little chin, tiny hands as exquisite as the apple blossoms, eyes of fairy blue, and the arrogant, superior smile of babies before they have forgotten all the marvelous things they know at first. Lorraine could hardly eat her dinner for gazing at her baby, and wondering, would this tiny thing ever be a dancing, starry-eyed girl? A white bride? A mother? Lorraine shivered. It did not do to look so far ahead. Aunt Anne got up, brought a shawl, and tenderly put it around Lorraine's shoulders. Lorraine was almost melted, for the June day was hot, but she wore the shawl all through dinner rather than hurt Aunt Anne's feelings. That one fact described Lorraine. On young Grandmother's left sat Uncle Klondike, the one handsome, mysterious, unaccountable member of the Lesley clan, with his straight, heavy eyebrows, his flashing blue eyes, his mane of tawny hair, and the red gold beard which had caused a sentimental harmony lady of uncertain years to say that he made her think of those splendid old Vikings. Uncle Klondike's real name was Horace, but ever since he had come back from the Yukon with gold dropping out of his pockets, he had been known as Klondike Lesley. His deity was the god of all wanderers, and in his service Horace Lesley had spent wild, splendid, adventurous years. When Klondike had been a boy at school, he had a habit of looking at certain places on the map and saying, "I'll go there." Go he did. He had stood on the southernmost border of Ceylon and sat on Buddhist cairns at the edge of Tibet. The Southern Cross was a pal, and he had heard the songs of nightingales in the gardens of the Alhambra. India and the China seas were to him as a tale that is told, and he had walked alone in great Arctic spaces under northern lights. He had lived in many places, but he had never thought of any of them as home. That name had all, unconsciously, been kept sacred to the long, green, seaward-looking glen where he had been born. And finally he had come home, sated, to live the rest of his life a decent, law-abiding clansman, whereof the conclusive sign and token was that he had trimmed his mustache and beard into decency. The mustache had been particularly atrocious. Its ends hung down nearly as far as his beard did. When Aunt Anne asked him despairingly why upon earth he wore a mustache like that, he retorted that he wrapped it round his ears to keep them warm. The clan were horribly afraid he meant to go on wearing them, for Uncle Clon was both Lesley and Blaisdell. He finally had them clipped, though he could never be induced to go the length of a clean-shaven face, fashion or no fashion. But, though he went to bed early at least once a week, he still savored life with gusto, and the clan were always secretly much afraid of him and his satiric winks and cynical speeches. Aunt Nina, in particular, had held him in terror ever since the day she had told him proudly that her husband had never lied to her. "Oh, you poor woman," said Uncle Clon, with real sympathy in his tone. Nina supposed there was a joke somewhere, but she could never find it. She was a WCTU and an IODE and most of the other letters of the alphabet, but somehow she found it hard to get the hang of Klondike's jokes. Klondike Lesley was known to be a woman-hater. He scoffed openly at all love, more especially the supreme absurdity of love at first sight. This did not prevent his clan from trying for years to marry him off. It would be the making of Klondike if he had a good wife who would stand no nonsense. They were very obvious about it, and with the renowned Lesley frankness recommended several excellent brides to him. But Klondike Lesley was notoriously hard to please. Catherine Nichols? But look at the thick ankles of her. Emma Goodfellow? Her mother used to call out meow in church whenever the minister said something she didn't like. Can't risk heredity. Rose Osborne? I can't stand a woman with pudgy hands. Sarah Jennett? An egg without salt. Lottie Parks? I'd like her as a flavoring, not as a dish. Ruth Russell? Triumphantly, as having at last hit on a woman with whom no reasonable man could find fault. Too peculiar. When she has nothing to say, she doesn't talk. That's really too uncanny in a woman, you know. Dorothy Porter? Ornamental by candlelight, but I don't believe she'd look so well at breakfast. Amy Ray? Always purring, blinking, sidling, clawing. Nice small pussycat, but I'm no mouse. Agnes Barr? A woman who says Coe's formula instead of her prayers. Olive Purdy? Tongue, temper, and tears. Go sparingly, thank you. Even old grandmother took a hand and met with no better success. She was wiser than to throw any one girl at his head. The men of the Lesley clan never had married the woman picked out for them, but she had her own way of managing things. He travels the fastest who travels alone, was all she could get out of Klondike. Very clever of you, said old grandmother, if traveling fast is all there is to life. Not clever of me. Don't you know your Kipling, grandmother? What is a Kipling? Said old grandmother. Uncle Klondike did not tell her. He merely said he was doomed to die a bachelor, and could not escape his kismet. Old grandmother was not a stupid woman, even if she didn't know what a Kipling was. You've waited too long. You've lost your appetite, she said shrewdly. The Leslies gave it up. No use trying to fit this exasperating relative with a wife. a bachelor Clon remained, with an awful habit of wiring sincere sympathy when any of his friends got married. Perhaps it was just as well. His nephews and nieces might benefit, especially Lorraine's baby, whom he evidently worshipped. So here he was, unwedded, light-hearted, and content, watching them all with his amused smile. Lucifer had leaped on his knee as soon as he had sat down. Lucifer condescended to very few, but, as he told the Witch of Endor, Klondike Lesley had a way with him. Uncle Clon fed Lucifer with bits from his own plate, and Salome, who ate with the family because she was a fourth cousin of Jane Lyle, who had married the stepbrother of Lesley, thought it ghastly. 3. The baby had to be talked all over again, and Uncle William over the Bay covered himself with indelible disgrace by saying dubiously, "She is not, really a pretty child, do you think?" "All the better for her future looks," said old grandmother tartly. She had been biding her moment, like a watchful cat, to give a timely dig. "You," she added maliciously, "were a very pretty baby, though you did not have any more hair on your head than you have now."
"Beauty is a fatal gift. She will be better without it," sighed Aunt Nina.
"Then why do you cold cream your face every night and eat raw carrots for your complexion and dye your hair?" asked old grandmother. Aunt Nina couldn't imagine how old grandmother knew about the carrots. She had no little cat to tattle to Lucifer.
"We are all as God made us," said Uncle Ebenezer piously.
"Then God botched some of us," snapped old grandmother, looking significantly at Uncle Ebenezer's enormous ears and the frill of white whisker around his throat that made him look oddly like a sheep. But then, reflected old grandmother, whoever might be responsible for the nose, it was hardly fair to blame God for Ebenezer's whiskers.
"She has a peculiarly shaped hand, hasn't she?" persisted Uncle William over the Bay.
Aunt Anne bent over and kissed one of the little hands.
"The hand of an artist," she said.
Lorraine looked at her gratefully and hated Uncle William over the Bay bitterly for 10 minutes under her golden hair.
"Handsome is as handsome does," said Uncle Archibald,
who rarely opened his mouth save to emit a proverb.
"Would you mind telling me, Archibald," said old grandmother pleasantly, "if you really look that solemn when you're asleep?"
No one answered her. Aunt Mary Martha over the Bay, the only one who could have answered, had been dead for 10 years.
"Whether she's pretty or not, she's going to have very long lashes,"
said Aunt Anne, reverting to the baby as a safer subject of conversation. There was no sense in letting old grandmother start a family row for her own amusement so soon after poor Leander's passing away.
"God help the men, then," said Uncle Clon gravely.
Aunt Anne wondered why old grandmother was laughing to herself until the bed shook. Aunt Anne reflected that it would have been just as well if Klondike, with his untimely sense of humor, had not been present in a serious assemblage like this.
"Well, we must give her a pretty name anyhow,"
said Aunt Flora briskly.
"It's simply a shame that it's been left as long as this. No Lesley ever was before. Come, grandmother, you ought to name her. What do you suggest?"
Old grandmother affected the indifferent. She had 3 namesakes already, so she knew Leander's baby wouldn't be named after her. "Call it what you like," she said. "I'm too old to bother about it. Fight it out among yourselves."
"But we'd like your advice, grandmother,"
unfortunately said Aunt Leah, whom old grandmother was just detesting because she had noticed the minute Leah shook hands with her that she had had her nails manicured. "I have no advice to give. I have nothing but a little wisdom, and I cannot give you that. Neither can I help it if a woman has a bargain counter nose."
"Are you referring to my nose?"
inquired Aunt Leah with spirit. She often said she was the only one in the clan who wasn't afraid of old grandmother. "The pig that's bit squeals," retorted old grandmother. She leaned back on her pillows disdainfully and sipped her tea with a vengeance. She had got square with Leah for manicuring her nails. She had insisted on having her dinner first, so that she might watch the others eating theirs. She knew it made them all more or less uncomfortable. Oh, but it was fine to be able to be disagreeable again. She had had to be so good and considerate for 4 months. 4 months was long enough to mourn for anybody. 4 months of not daring to give anybody a wigging. They had seemed like 4 centuries. Lorraine sighed. She knew what she wanted to call her baby, but she knew that she would never have the courage to say it, and if she did, she knew they would never consent to it. When you married into a family like the Lesleys, you had to take the consequences. It was very hard when you couldn't name your own baby, when you were not even asked what you'd like it named. If Lee had only lived, it would have been different. Lee, who was not a bit like the other Lesleys, except Uncle Clon, a little. Lee, who loved wonder and beauty and laughter that had been hushed so suddenly. Surely the jests of heaven must have had more spice since he had joined in them. How he would have howled at this august conclave over the naming of his baby. How he would have brushed them aside. Lorraine felt sure he would have let her call her baby. "I think," said Mrs. David Lesley, throwing her bombshell gravely and sadly, "that it would only be graceful and fitting that she should be called after Leander's first wife." Mrs. David and Clementine had been very intimate friends, but Clementine— Lorraine shivered again and wished she hadn't, for Aunt Anne's eye looked like another shawl. Everybody looked at Clementine's picture. "Poor little Clementine," sighed Aunt Stasia, in a tone that made Lorraine feel that she should never have taken poor little Clementine's place. "Do you remember what lovely jet-black hair she had?" asked Aunt Marcia. "And what lovely hands?" said Great-Aunt Matilda. "She was so young to die," sighed Aunt Josephine. "She was such a sweet girl," said Great-Aunt Elizabeth.
"A sweet girl, all right," agreed Uncle Clon, "but why condemn an innocent child to carry a name like that all her life? That would really be a sin."
The clan, with the exception of Mrs. David, felt grateful to him and looked it, especially young grandmother. The name simply wouldn't have done, no matter how sweet Clementine was. That horrid old song, for instance. "Oh, my darling Clementine," that boys used to howl along the roads at nights. No, not for a Lesley. But Mrs. David was furious, not only because Klondike disagreed with her, but because he was imitating her old lisp, so long outgrown that it really was mean of him to drag it up again like this. "Will you have some more dressing?" inquired young grandmother graciously. "No, thank you." Mrs. David was not going to have any more, by way of signifying displeasure. Later on she took a still more terrible revenge by leaving 2/3 of her pudding uneaten, knowing that young grandmother had concocted it. Young grandmother woke up in the night and wondered if anything could really have been the matter with the pudding. The others might have eaten it out of politeness.
"If Leander's name had been almost anything else, she might have been named for her father," said Uncle Walter. "Roberta, Georgina, Johanna, Andrea, Stephanie, Wilhelmina." "Or David Emma," said Uncle Clon, but Great-Uncle Walter ignored him. "You can't make anything out of a name like Leander. Whatever did you call him that for, Marion?"
"His grandfather named him after him who swam the Hellespont," said young grandmother as rebukingly as if she had not, 35 years before, cried all one night because old grandfather had given her baby such a horrid name.
"She might be called Hero," said Uncle Clon.
"We had a dog called that once," said old grandmother. "Leander didn't tell you before he died that he wanted any special name, did he, Lorraine?" inquired Aunt Nina. "No," faltered Lorraine. He had so little time to tell me anything." The clan frowned at Nina as a unit. They thought she was very tactless. But what could you expect of a woman who wrote poetry and peddled it about the country? Writing it might have been condoned and concealed. After all, the Leslies were not intolerant, and everybody had some shortcomings. But selling it openly?
I should like the baby to be called Gabriella,
persisted Nina.
There has never been such a name among the Leslies, said old grandmother, and that was that.
I think it's time we had some new names,
said the poetess rebelliously, but everyone looked stony, and Nina began to cry. She cried upon the slightest provocation. Lorraine remembered that Leander had always called her Miss Gummidge.
Come, said old grandmother. Surely we can name this baby as well comfortably as uncomfortably. Don't make the mistake, Nina, of thinking that you are helping things along by making a martyr of yourself.
What do you think, Miss Silversides? Inquired Uncle Charlie, who thought Salome was being entirely ignored and didn't like it.
Oh, it doesn't matter what I think. I am of no consequence,
said Salome, ostentatiously helping herself to the pickles. Come now, you're one of the family, coaxed Uncle Charlie, who knew, so he said, how to handle women.
Well,
Salome relaxed because she was really dying to have her say in it.
I've always thought that names that ended in "ine" were so elegant. My choice would be Rosaline.
Or Evangeline, said Great-Uncle Walter.
Or Eglantine,
said Aunt Marcia eagerly. Or Gelatine, said Uncle Clon. There was a pause.
Juno would be such a nice name,
said Cousin Teresa.
But we are Presbyterians, said old grandmother.
Or Robinette, suggested Uncle Charlie.
We are English,
said young grandmother.
I think Yvonne is such a romantic name,
said Aunt Flora. Names have really nothing to do with romance, said Uncle Clon. The most thrilling and tragic love affair I ever knew was between a man named Silas Twingletoe and a woman named Kezia Birtwhistle. It's my opinion children shouldn't be named at all. They should be numbered until they're grown up, then choose their own names.
But then, you are not a mother, my dear Horace, said young grandmother tolerantly. Besides, there's an Yvonne Clubine keeping a lingerie shop in Charlottetown, said Aunt Josephine.
Lingerie? If you mean underclothes, for heaven's sake say so, snapped old grandmother.
Juanita is a rather nice uncommon name, suggested John Eddie Lesley over the bay. Juanita.
Nobody would know how to spell it or pronounce it, said Aunt Marcia.
I think, began Uncle Clon, but Aunt Josephine took the road. I think. Place aux dames, murmured Uncle Clon. Aunt Josephine thought he was swearing, but ignored him.
I think the baby should be called after one of our missionaries. It's a shame that we have 3 foreign missionaries in the connection, and not one of them has a namesake, even if they are only 4th cousins. I suggest we call her Harriet after the oldest one.
But, said Aunt Anne,
that would be slighting Ellen and Louise.
Well, said young grandmother haughtily. Young grandmother was haughty because nobody had suggested naming the baby after her.
Call her the whole 3 names, Harriet, Ellen, Louise, Lesley. Then no 4th cousin need feel slighted.
The suggestion seemed to find favor. Lorraine caught her breath anxiously and looked at Uncle Clon, but rescue came from another quarter.
Have you ever,
said old grandmother with a wicked chuckle,
thought what the initials spell?
They hadn't. They did. Nothing more was said about missionaries. 4. Sylvia is a beautiful name, ventured Uncle Howard, whose first sweetheart had been a Sylvia.
You couldn't call her that, said Aunt Millicent in a shocked tone. Don't you remember Great-Uncle Marshall's Sylvia went insane? She died filling the air with shrieks. I think Bertha would be more suitable. Why, there's a Bertha in John C. Lesley's family over the bay, said young grandmother.
John C. was a distant relative who was at outs with his clan, so Bertha would never do.
"Wouldn't it be nice to name her Adela?" said Aunt Anne. "You know, Adela is the only really distinguished person the connection has ever produced, a famous authoress." "I should like the mystery of her husband's death to be cleared up before any grandchild of mine is called after her," said young grandmother austerely.
"Nonsense, Mother, you surely don't suspect Adela."
"There was arsenic in the porridge," said young grandmother darkly.
"I'll tell you what the child should be called," said Aunt Sibylla, who had been waiting for the psychic moment. "Theodora. It was revealed to me in a vision of the night. I was awakened by a feeling of icy coldness on my face. I came all out in goose flesh, and I heard a voice distinctly pronounce the name, Theodora. I wrote it down in my diary as soon as I rose." John Eddie Lesley over the bay laughed. Sibylla hated him for weeks for it.
"I wish," said sweet old Great-Aunt Matilda, "that she could be called after my little girl who died."
Aunt Matilda's voice trembled. Her little girl had been dead for 50 years, but she was still unforgotten. Lorraine loved Aunt Matilda. She wanted to please her, but she couldn't. She couldn't call her dear babe Emma Linza.
"It's unlucky to call a child after a dead person," said Aunt Anne positively.
"Why not call the baby Jane?" said Uncle Peter briskly. "My mother's name. A good, plain, sensible name that'll wear. Nickname it to suit any age. Jenny, Janny, Janet, Jeanette, Jean, and Jane for the 70s.
"Oh, wait till I'm dead, please," wailed old grandmother. "It would always make me think of Jane Putkamer."
Nobody knew who Jane Putkamer was, or why old grandmother didn't want to think of her. As nobody asked why, the dessert having just been begun, old grandmother told them.
"When my husband died, she sent me a letter of condolence, written in red ink. Jane, indeed.
So the baby escaped being Jane. Lorraine felt really grateful to old grandmother. She had been afraid Jane might carry the day, and how fortunate there was such a thing as red ink in the world.
"Funny about nicknames," said Uncle Clon. "I wonder, did they have nicknames in biblical times? Was Jonathan ever shortened into Joe? Was King David ever called Dave? And fancy Melchizedek's mother always calling him that."
"Melchizedek hadn't a mother,"
said Mrs. David triumphantly, and forgave Uncle Clon, but not young grandmother. The pudding remained uneaten.
20 years ago, Jonathan Lesley gave me a book on the hereafter," said old grandmother reminiscently. "And he's been in the hereafter 18 years, and I am still in the here."
"Anyone would think you expected to live forever," said Uncle Jarvis, speaking for the first time.
He had been sitting in silence, hoping gloomily that Leander's baby was an elect infant. What mattered a name compared to that?
"I do," said old grandmother, chuckling.
That was one for Jarvis, the solemn old ass.
"We're not really getting anywhere about the baby's name, you know," said Uncle Paul desperately. "Why not let Lorraine name her own baby?" said Uncle Clon suddenly. "Have you any name you'd like her called, dear?"
Again Lorraine caught her breath. Oh, hadn't she? She wanted to call her baby Marigold. In her girlhood, she had had a dear friend named Marigold, the only girl friend she ever had. Such a dear, wonderful, bewitching, lovable creature. She had filled Lorraine's starved childhood with beauty and mystery and affection. And she had died. If only she might call her baby Marigold! But she knew the horror of the clan over such a silly, fanciful, outlandish name. Old grandmother, young grandmother. No, they would never consent. She knew it. All her courage exhaled from her in a sigh of surrender. "No," she said in a small, hopeless voice. Oh, if she were only not such a miserable coward! And that terrible old grandmother knew it.
"She's fibbing," she thought. "She has a name, but she's too scared to tell it. Clementine, now, she would have stood on her own feet and told them what was what."
Old grandmother looked at Clementine, forever gazing at her lily, and forgot that the said Clementine's ability to stand on her own feet and tell people, even old grandmother, what was what, had not especially commended her to old grandmother at one time. But old grandmother liked people with a mind of their own, when they were dead. Old grandmother was beginning to feel bored with the whole matter. What a fuss over a name, as if it really mattered what the mite in the cradle with the golden fuzz on her head was called. Old grandmother looked at the tiny sleeping face curiously. Lorraine's hair, but Leander's chin and brow and nose. A fatherless baby with only that foolish Winthrop girl for a mother.
"I must live long enough for her to remember me," thought old grandmother. "It's only a question of keeping on at it. Marion has no imagination, and Lorraine has too much. Somebody must give that child a few hints to live by, whether she's to be Minx or Madonna."
"If it was only a boy, it would be so easy to name it," said Uncle Paul.
Then for 10 minutes they wrangled over what they would have called it if it had been a boy. They were beginning to get quite warm over it when Aunt Myra took a throbbing in the back of her neck. "I'm afraid one of my terrible headaches is coming on," she said faintly.
"What would women do if headaches had never been invented?" asked old grandmother. "It's the most convenient disease in the world. It can come on so suddenly, go so conveniently, and nobody can prove we haven't got it."
"I'm sure no one has ever suffered as I do," sighed Myra.
"We all think that," said old grandmother, seeing a chance to shoot another poisoned arrow. "I'll tell you what's the matter with you. Eye strain. You should really wear glasses at your age, Myra."
"Why can't those headaches be cured?" said Uncle Paul. "Why don't you try a new doctor?"
"Who is there to try now that poor Leander is in his grave?" wailed Myra. "I don't know what we Leslies are ever going to do without him. We'll just have to die. Dr. Morehouse drinks, and Dr. Stackley is an evolutionist, and you wouldn't have me go to that woman doctor, would you?" No, of course not. No Lesley would go to that woman doctor. Dr. M. Woodruff Richards had been practicing in Harmony for 2 years, but no Lesley would have called in a woman doctor if he had been dying. One might as well commit suicide. Besides, a woman doctor was an outrageous portent, not to be tolerated or recognized at all, as great-uncle Robert said indignantly. "The wee men are getting entirely too intelligent." Klondike Lesley was especially sarcastic about her. "An unsexed creature," he called her. Klondike had no use for unfeminine women who aped men. "Neither fish nor flesh nor good red herring," as young grandfather had been wont to say, but they talked of her through their coffee and did not again revert to the subject of the baby's name. They were all feeling a trifle sore over that. It seemed to them all that neither old grandmother nor young grandmother nor Lorraine had backed them up properly, with the result that all the guests went home with the great question yet unsettled.
"Just as I expected. All squawks. Nothing but squawks as usual," said old grandmother.
"We might have known what would happen when we had this on Friday," said Salome as she washed up the dishes. "Well, the great affair is over," said Lucifer to the Witch of Endor as they discussed a plate of chicken bones and Pope's noses on the back veranda. "And that baby hasn't got a name yet. But these celebrations are red-letter days for us. Listen to me purr." End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Sealed of the Tribe. Things were rather edgy in the Lesley clan for a few weeks. As Uncle Charlie said, they had their tails up. Cousin Sibylla was reported to have gone on a hunger strike, which she called a fast, about it. Stasia and Teresa, 2 affectionate sisters, quarreled over it and wouldn't speak to each other. There was a connubial rupture between Uncle Thomas and Aunt Catherine because she wanted to consult Ouija about a name. Obadiah Lesley, who in 30 years had never spoken a cross word to his wife, rated her so bitterly for wanting to call the baby Consuela that she went home to her mother for 3 days. An engagement trembled in the balance. Myra's throbbings in the neck became more frequent than ever. Uncle William over the bay vowed he wouldn't play checkers until the child was named. Aunt Josephine was known to be praying about it at a particular hour every day. Nina cried almost ceaselessly over it and gave up peddling poetry for the time being, which led Uncle Paul to remark that it was an ill wind which blew no good. Young grandmother preserved an offended silence. Old grandmother laughed to herself until the bed shook. Salome and the cats held their peace, though Lucifer carefully kept his tail at half-mast. Everybody was more or less cool to Lorraine because she had not taken his or her choice. It really looked as if Leander's baby was never going to get a name. Then, the shadow fell. One day the little lady of Cloud of Spruce seemed fretful and feverish. The next day, more so. The third day, Dr. Morehouse was called. The first time for years that a Lesley had to call in an outside doctor. For 3 generations there had been a Dr. Lesley at Cloud of Spruce. Now that Leander was gone, they were all at sea. Dr. Morehouse was brisk and cheerful. "Pooh-pooh, no need to worry, not the slightest. The child would be all right in a day or 2. She wasn't. At the end of a week, the Lesley clan were thoroughly alarmed. Dr. Morehouse had ceased to pooh-pooh. He came anxiously twice a day, and day by day, the shadow deepened. The baby was wasting away to skin and bone. Anguished Lorraine hung over the cradle with eyes that nobody could bear to look at. Everybody proposed a different remedy, but nobody was offended if it wasn't used. Things were too serious for that. Only Nina was almost sent to Coventry because she asked Lorraine one day if infantile paralysis began like that, and Aunt Marcia was frozen out because she heard a dog howling one night. Also, when Flora said she had found a diamond-shaped crease in a clean tablecloth, a sure sign of death in the year, Klondike insulted her. But Klondike was forgiven because he was nearly beside himself over the baby's condition. Dr. Morehouse called in Dr. Stackley, who might be an evolutionist but had a reputation of being good with children. After a long consultation, they changed the treatment, but there was no change in the little patient. Klondike brought a specialist from Charlottetown, who looked wise and rubbed his hands and said Dr. Morehouse was doing all that could be done, and that while there was life there was always hope, especially in the case of children. "Whose vitality is sometimes quite extraordinary," he said gravely, as if enunciating some profound discovery of his own. It was at this juncture that Great-Uncle Walter, who hadn't gone to church for 30 years, made a bargain with God that he would go if the child's life was spared, and that Great-Uncle William over the bay recklessly began playing checkers again. Better break a vow before a death than after it. Teresa and Stasia had made up as soon as the baby took ill, but it was only now that the coolness between Thomas and Catherine totally vanished. Thomas told her for goodness sake to try Ouija or any darn thing that might help. Even old cousin James T., who was a black sheep and never called uncle even by the most tolerant, came to Salome one evening. "Do you believe in prayer?" he asked fiercely. "Of course I do," said Salome indignantly. "Then pray. I don't, so it's no use for me to pray, but you pray your darndest." A terrible day came when Dr. Morehouse told Lorraine gently that he could do nothing more. After he had gone, young grandmother looked at old grandmother. "I suppose," she said in a low voice, "we had better take the cradle into the spare room." Lorraine gave a bitter cry. This was equivalent to a death sentence. At Cloud of Spruce, just as with the Murrays down at Blairwater, it was a tradition that dying people must be taken into the spare room. "You'll do one thing before you take her into the spare room," said old grandmother fiercely. "Morehouse and Stackley have given up the case. They've only half a brain between them anyhow. Send for that woman doctor." Young grandmother looked thunderstruck. She turned to Uncle Clon, who was sitting by the baby's cradle, his haggard face buried in his hands. "Do you suppose? I've heard she was very clever. They say she was offered a splendid post in a children's hospital in Montreal, but preferred general practice." "Oh, get her, said Klondike, savage from the bitter business of hoping against hope. "Any port in a storm, she can't do any harm now." "Will you go for her, Horace?" said young grandmother, quite humbly. Klondike Lesley uncoiled himself and went. He had never seen Dr. Richards before, save at a distance or spinning past him in her smart little runabout. She was in her office and came forward to meet him gravely sweet. She had a little square, wide-lipped, straight-browed face like a boy's, not pretty but haunting. Wavy brown hair with one teasing, unruly little curl that would fall down on her forehead, giving her a youthful look in spite of her 35 years. What a dear face! So wide at the cheekbones, so deep gray-eyed, with such a lovely, smiling, generous mouth. Some old text of Sunday school days suddenly flitted through Klondike Lesley's dazed brain. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. For just a second their eyes met and locked. Only a second, but it did the work of years. The irresistible woman had met the immovable man, and the inevitable had happened. She might have had thick ankles, only she hadn't. Her mother might have meowed all over the church. Nothing would have mattered to Klondike Lesley. She made him think of all sorts of lovely things, such as sympathy, kindness, generosity, and women who were not afraid to grow old. He had the most extraordinary feeling that he would like to lay his head on her breast and cry, like a little boy who had got hurt, and have her stroke his head and say, "Never mind, be brave. You'll soon feel better, dear." "Will you come to see my little niece?" he heard himself pleading. "Dr. Morehouse has given her up. We are all very fond of her. Her mother will die if she cannot be saved. Won't you come?" "Of course I will," said Dr. Richards. She came. She said little, but she did some drastic things about diet and sleeping. Old and young grandmothers gasped when she ordered the child's cradle moved out on the veranda. Every day for 2 weeks, her light, steady footsteps came and went about Cloud of Spruce. Lorraine and Salome and young grandmother hung breathlessly on her briefest word. Old grandmother saw her once. She had told Salome to bring the woman doctor in, and they had looked at each other for a few minutes in silence. The steady, sweet, gray eyes had gazed unquailingly into the piercing black ones. "If a son of mine had met you, I would have ordered him to marry you," old grandmother said at last with a chuckle. The little humorous quirk in Dr. Richards' mouth widened to a smile. She looked around her at all the laughing brides of long ago in their billows of tulle. "But I would not have married him unless I wanted to," she said. Old grandmother chuckled again. "Trust you for that." But she never called her the woman doctor again. She spoke with her own dignity of Dr. Richards. For a short time. Klondike brought Dr. Richards to Cloud of Spruce and took her away. Her own car was laid up for repairs, but nobody was paying much attention to Klondike just then. At the end of the 2 weeks, it seemed to Lorraine that the shadow had ceased to deepen on the little wasted face. A few more days. Was it not lightening? Lifting? At the end of 3 more weeks, Dr. Richards told them that the baby was out of danger. Lorraine fainted, and young grandmother shook, and Klondike broke down and cried unashamedly like a schoolboy. A few days later, the clan had another conclave, a smaller and informal one. The aunts and uncles present were all genuine ones, and it was not, as Salome thankfully reflected, on a Friday. "This child must be named at once," said young grandmother authoritatively. "Do you realize that she might have died without a name?" The horror of this kept the Lesleys silent for a few minutes. Besides, everyone dreaded starting up another argument so soon after those dreadful weeks. Who knew but what it had been a judgment on them for quarreling over it. "But what shall we call her?" said Aunt Anne timidly. "There is only one name you can give her," said old grandmother, "and it would be the blackest ingratitude if you didn't. Call her after the woman who has saved her life, of course." The Leslies looked at each other. A simple, graceful, natural solution of the problem. If only... "But Woodruff," sighed Aunt Marcia. "She's got another name, hasn't she?" snapped old grandmother. "Ask Horace there what M stands for. He can tell you, or I'm much mistaken." Everyone looked at Klondike. In the anxiety of the past weeks, everybody in the clan had been blind to Klondike's goings-on, except perhaps old grandmother. Klondike straightened his shoulders and tossed back his mane. It was as good a time as any to tell something that would soon have to be told. "Her full name," he said, "is now Marigold Woodruff Richards, but in a few weeks' time, it will be Marigold Woodruff Lesley." "And that," remarked Lucifer to the Witch of Endor under the milk bench at sunset, with the air of a cat making up his mind to the inevitable, "is that." "What do you think of her?" asked the witch, a little superciliously. "Oh, she has points," conceded Lucifer. "Kissable enough." The Witch of Endor, being wise in her generation, licked her black paws and said no more, but continued to have her own opinion. End of Chapter 2. Read by Cassandra Forty. February 14th, 2025.
Chapter 3 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. April Promise. On the evening of old grandmother's 98th birthday, there was a sound of laughter on the dark staircase, which meant that Marigold Lesley, who had lived 6 years and thought the world a very charming place, was dancing downstairs. You generally heard Marigold before you saw her. She seldom walked. A creature of joy, she ran or danced. The child of the singing heart, Aunt Marigold called her. Her laughter always seemed to go before her. Both young grandmother and mother, to say nothing of Salome and Lazare, thought that golden trill of laughter echoing through the somewhat prim and stately rooms of Cloud of Spruce the loveliest sound in the world. Mother often said this. Young grandmother never said it. That was the difference between young grandmother and mother. Marigold squatted down on the broad, shallow, uneven sandstone steps at the front door and proceeded to think things over, or, as Aunt Marigold, who was a very dear, delightful woman, phrased it, make magic for herself. Marigold was always making magic of some kind. Already, even at 6, Marigold found this an entrancing occupation. Interesting, to use her own pet word. She had picked it up from Aunt Marigold, and from then to the end of life things would be for Marigold interesting or uninteresting. Some people might demand of life that it be happy or untroubled or successful. Marigold Lesley would only ask that it be interesting. Already she was looking with avid eyes on all the exits and entrances of the drama of life. There had been a birthday party for old grandmother that day, and Marigold had enjoyed it, especially that part in the pantry about which nobody, save she and Salome, knew. Young grandmother would have died of horror if she had known how many of the whipped cream tarts Marigold had actually eaten. But she was glad to be alone now and think things over. In young grandmother's opinion, Marigold did entirely too much thinking for so small a creature. Even mother, who generally understood, sometimes thought so too. It couldn't be good for a child to have its mind prowling in all sorts of corners. But everybody was too tired after the party to bother Marigold and her thoughts just now, so she was free to indulge in a long, delightful reverie. Marigold was, she would have solemnly told you, thinking over the past. Surely a most fitting thing to do on a birthday, even if it wasn't your own. Whether all her thoughts would have pleased young grandmother, or even mother, if they had known them, there is no saying. But then they did not know them. Long, long ago, when she was only 5.5, Marigold had horrified her family, at least the grandmotherly part of it, by saying in her nightly prayer, "Thank you, dear God, for arranging it so that nobody knows what I think." Since then, Marigold had learned worldly wisdom and did not say things like that out loud in her prayers. But she continued to think privately that God was very wise and good in making thoughts exclusively your own. Marigold hated to have people barging in, as Uncle Clon would have said, on her little soul. But then, as young grandmother would have said, and did say, Marigold always had ways no orthodox Lesley baby ever thought of having, the Winthrop coming out in her. Young grandmother muttered to herself. All that was good in Marigold was Lesley and Blaisdell. All that was bad or puzzling was Winthrop. For instance, that habit of hers of staring into space with a look of rapture, what did she see? And what right had she to see it? And when you asked her what she was thinking of, she stared at you and said, "Nothing?" Or else propounded some weird, unanswerable problem such as, "Where was I before I was me?" The sky above her was a wonderful, soft, deep violet. A wind that had lately blown over clover meadows came around the ivied shoulder of the house in the little purring puffs that Marigold loved. To her, every wind in the world was a friend, even those wild winter ones that blew so fiercely up the harbor. The row of lightning-rod balls along the top of Mr. Donkin's barn across the road seemed like silver fairy worlds floating in the afterlight against the dark trees behind them. The lights across the harbor were twinkling out along the shadowy shore. Marigold loved to watch the harbor lights. They fed some secret spring of delight in her being. The big spireas that flanked the steps, old grandmother always called them bridal wreaths, with a sniff for meaningless catalog names, were like twin snowdrifts in the dusk. The old thorn hedge back of the apple barn, the roots of which had been brought out from Scotland in some past that was to Marigold of immemorial antiquity, was as white as the spireas, and scented the air all around it. Cloud of Spruce was such a place always inside and out for sweet, wholesome smells. People found out there that there was such a thing as honeysuckle left in the world. There was the entrancing pale gold of lemon lilies in the shadows under the lilac trees, and the proud white iris was blooming all along the old brick walk worn smooth by the passing of many feet. Away far down Marigold knew the misty sea was lapping gladly on the windy sands of the dunes. Mr. Donkin's dear little pasture field, full of blue-eyed grass, with the birches all around it, was such a contented field. She had always envied Mr. Donkin that field. It looked, thought Marigold, as if it just loved being a field and wouldn't be anything else for the world. Right over it was the dearest little gray cloud that was slowly turning to rose like a Quaker lady blushing, and all the trees in sight were whispering in the dusk like old friends, all but the lonely, unsociable Lombardis. Salome was singing lustily in the pantry, where she was washing dishes. Salome couldn't sing, but she always sang, and Marigold liked to hear her, especially at twilight. Shall we gather at the river, the beautiful river? Warbled Salome. And Marigold saw the beautiful river, looking like the harbor below Cloud of Spruce. Lazaire was playing his fiddle behind the copse of young spruces back of the apple barn, the old brown fiddle that his great-great-great-grandfather had brought from Grand Prix. Perhaps Evangeline had danced to it. Aunt Marigold had told Marigold the story of Evangeline. Young grandmother and mother and Aunt Marigold and Uncle Clon were in old grandmother's room talking over clan chit-chat together. A bit of gossip, old grandmother always averred, was an aid to digestion. Everybody Marigold loved was near her. She hugged her brown knees with delight and thought with a vengeance. Marigold had lived her 6 years, knowing no world but Harmony Harbor and Cloud of Spruce. All her clan loved her and petted her, though some of them occasionally squashed her for her own good. And Marigold loved them all, even though she hated she loved as part of her clan. And she loved Cloud of Spruce. How lucky she had happened to be born there. She loved everything and everybody about it. Tonight, everything seemed to drift through her consciousness in a dreamy, jumbled procession of delight, big and little things, past and present, all tangled up together. The pigeons circling over the old apple barn itself, such an odd old barn with a tower and oriel window like a church, and the row of funny little hemlocks beyond it. "Look at those hemlocks," Uncle Clon had said once. "Don't they look like a row of old maid school teachers with their fingers up admonishing a class of naughty little boys?" Marigold always thought of them so after that, and walked past them in real half-delicious fear. What if they should suddenly shake their fingers so at her? She would die of it, she knew, but it would be interesting. The hemlocks were not the only mysterious trees about Cloud of Spruce. That lilac bush behind the well, for example. Sometimes it was just lilac bush, and sometimes, especially in the twilight or early dawn, it was a nodding old woman knitting. It was! And the spruce tree down at the shore, which in twilight or on stormy winter days looked just like a witch leaning out from the bank, her hair streaming wildly behind her. Then there were trees that talked. Marigold heard them. "Come, come." The pines at the right of the orchard were always calling. "We have something to tell you," whispered the maples at the gate. "Isn't it enough to look at us?" crooned the white birches along the roadside of the garden, which young grandmother had planted when she came to Cloud of Spruce as a bride. And those Lombardies that kept such stately watch about the old house. At night the wind wandered through them like a grieving spirit. Elfin laughter and fitful moans sounded in their boughs. You might say what you liked, but Marigold would never believe that those Lombardies were just trees. The old garden that faced the fair blue harbor, with its white gate set midway, where darling flowers grew and kittens ran beautiful brief little pilgrimages before they were given away or vanished mysteriously. It had all the beauty of old gardens where sweet women have aforetime laughed and wept. Some bit of old clan history was bound up with almost every clump and walk in it, and already Marigold knew most of it. The things that young grandmother and mother would not tell her, ShrimpPhish would, and the things that ShrimpPhish would not, Lesley would. The road outside the gate, one of the pleasant red roads of the island, to Marigold a long red road of mystery. On the right hand it ran down to the windy sea, fields at the harbor's mouth, and stopped there, as if, thought Marigold, the sea had bitten it off. On the left it ran through a fern valley up to the shadowy crest of a steep hill with eager little spruce trees running up the side of it, as if trying to catch up with the big ones at the top. And over it to a new world beyond where there was a church and a school and the village of Harmony. Marigold loved that hill road because it was full of rabbits. You could never go up it without seeing some of the darlings. There was room in Marigold's heart for all the rabbits of the world. She had horrible suspicions that Lucifer caught baby rabbits and ate them. Lesley had as good as given that dark secret away in his rage over some ruined cabbages in the kitchen garden. "Dim devil rabbit," he had stormed. "I wish that Lucifer he eat them all." Marigold couldn't feel the same to Lucifer after that, though she kept on loving him, of course. Marigold always kept on loving and hating when she had once begun. "She's got that much Lesley in her, anyhow," said Uncle Clon. The harbor, with its silent, mysterious ships that came and went. Marigold loved it the best of all the outward facts of her life, better, as yet, than even the wonderful green cloud of spruce on the hill eastward that gave her home its name. She loved it when it was covered with little dancing ripples like songs. She loved it when its water was smooth as blue silk. She loved it when summer showers spun shining threads of rain below its western clouds. She loved it when its lights blossomed out in the blue of summer dusks, and the bell of the Anglican church over the bay rang faint and sweet. She loved it when the mist mirages changed it to some strange enchanted haven of fairylands forlorn. She loved it when it was ruffled in rich dark crimson under autumn sunsets. She loved it when silver sails went out of it in the strange white wonder of dawn. But she loved it best on late still afternoons, when it lay like a great gleaming mirror, all faint, prismatic colors like the world in a soap bubble. It was so nice and thrilly to stand down on the wharf and see the trees upside down in the water and a great blue sky underneath you. And what if you couldn't stick on, but fell down into that sky? Would you fall through it? And she loved the purple-hooded hills that cradled it, those long dark hills that laughed to you and beckoned, but always kept some secret they would never tell. "What is over the hills, Mother?" she had asked her mother once. "Many things, wonderful things, heartbreaking things," Mother had answered with a sigh. "I'll go and find them all sometime," Marigold had said confidently. And then Mother had sighed again. But the other side of the harbor, over the bay, continued to hold a lure for Marigold. Everything, she felt sure, would be different over there. Even the people who lived there had a fascinating name, Over the Bayers, which when Marigold had been very young, she thought was Over the Bears. Marigold had been down to the Gulf shore on the other side of the dreamy dunes once with Uncle Clon and Aunt Marigold. They had lingered there until the sunken sun had sucked all the rosy light out of the great blue bowl of the sky and twilight came down over the crash and the white turmoil of the breakers. For the tide was high and the winds were out and the sea was thundering its mighty march of victory. Marigold would have been terrified if she had not had Uncle Clon's lean brown hand to hold. But with him to take the edge off those terrible thrills, it had been all pure rapture. Next to the harbor, Marigold loved the big spruce wood on the hill, though she had been up there only twice in her life. As far back as she could remember, that spruce hill had held an irresistible charm for her. She would sit on the steps of old grandmother's room and look up it by the hour so long and so steadily that young grandmother would wonder uneasily if the child were just right. There had been a half-wit 2 generations back in the Winthrops. The hill was so high. Long ago she had used to think that if she could get up on that hill, she could touch the sky. Even yet she thought if she were there and gave a little spring, she might land right in heaven. Nothing lived there except rabbits and squirrels and perhaps the little green folk of whom Lesley had told her. But beyond it, beyond it, was the hidden land. It seemed to Marigold she had always called it that, always known about it, the beautiful, wonderful hidden land. Oh, to see it, just to climb up that hill to the very top and gaze upon it. And yet when Mother asked her one day if she would like a walk up the hill, Marigold had shrunk back and exclaimed, "Oh, Mother, the hill is so high. If we got to the top, we'd be above everything. I'd rather stay down here with things." Mother had laughed and humored her, but one evening, only 2 months later, Marigold had daringly done it alone. The lure suddenly proved stronger than the dread. Nobody was around to forbid her or call her back. She walked boldly up the long flight of flat sandstone steps that led right up the middle of the orchard, set into the grass. She paused at the first step to kiss a young daffodil good night, for there were daffodils all about that orchard. Away beyond, the loveliest rose-hued clouds were hanging over the spruces. They had caught the reflection of the west, but Marigold thought they shone so because they looked on the hidden land. The land she would see in a moment if her courage only held out. She could be brave so long as it was not dark. She must get up the hill and back before it was dark. The gallant small figure ran up the steps to the old lichen-covered fence and sagging green gate where 7 slim poplars grew. But she did not open it. Somehow she could not go right into the spruce wood. Lesley had told her a story of that spruce wood, or some other spruce wood. Old Fidel, the caulker, had been cutting down a tree there, and his axe was dull, and he swore. "Devil take me," he said, "if I don't throw dis damn axe in the pond," and the devil took him. Lesley was dreadfully in earnest. "Did anyone see it?" asked Marigold, round-eyed. No, but dey see de hoof prints, said Lazare conclusively, all stomp in de ground round de tree. And you listen now, where de Fidel go if de devil didn't take him? Nobody never see him again round these parts. So, no spruce wood for Marigold. In daylight she never really believed the devil had carried off Fidel, but one is not so incredulous after the sun goes down, and Marigold did not really want to see the devil, though she thought to herself that it would be interesting. She ran along the fence to the corner of the orchard where the spruces stopped. How cool and velvety the young grass felt. It felt green, but in the hidden land it would be ever so much greener, living green, as one of Salomè's hymns said. She scrambled through a lucky hole in the fence, ran out into Mr. Donkin's wheat stubble, and looked eagerly, confidently for the hidden land. For a moment she looked. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her lips trembled. She almost cried aloud in bitterness of soul. There was no hidden land. Nothing before her but fields and farmhouses and barns and groves, just the same as along the road to Harmony. Nothing of the wonderful secret land of her dreams. Marigold turned. She must rush home and find Mother, and cry, cry, cry. But she stopped, gazing with a suddenly transfigured face at the sunset over Harmony Harbor. She had never seen the whole harbor at one time before, and the sunset was a rare one even in that island of wonderful sunsets. Marigold plunged her eyes into those lakes of living gold and supernal crimson and heavenly apple green, into those rose-colored waters, those far-off purple seas, and felt as if she were drowning ecstatically in loveliness. Oh, there was the hidden land, there beyond those shining hills, beyond that great headland that cut the radiant sea at the harbor's mouth, there in that dream city of towers and spires whose gates were of pearl. It was not lost to her. How foolish she had been to fancy it just over the hill. Of course it couldn't be there, so near home. But she knew where it was now. The horrible disappointment and the sense of bitter loss that was far worse than the disappointment had all vanished in that moment of sheer ecstasy above the world. She knew. It was growing dark. She could see the lights of cloud of spruce blooming out in the dusk below her, and the night was creeping out of the spruces at her. She looked once timidly in that direction, and there, just over a little bay of bracken at the edge of the wood, beckoning to her from a copse, a little white girl. Marigold waved back before she saw it was only a branch of wild, white plum blossom, wind-shaken. She ran back to the orchard and down the steps to meet Mother at the door of old Grandmother's room. "Oh, Mother, it's so nice to come home at bedtime," she whispered, clutching the dear warm hand. "Where have you been, child?" asked young Grandmother rather sternly. "Up on the hill." "You must not go there alone at this time of night," said young Grandmother. Oh, but she had been there once, and she had seen the hidden land. Then she had gone up the hill with Mother this spring, only a few weeks ago, to pick arbutus. They had had a lovely time and found a spring there, with ferns thick around its untrampled edges, a delicate dim thing, half shadow, all loveliness. Marigold had pulled the ferns aside and peeped into it, had seen her own face looking up at her. No, not her own face. The little girl who lived in the spring, of course, and came out on moonlit nights to dance around it. Marigold knew naught of Grecian myth or Anglo-Saxon folklore, but the heart of childhood has its own lovely interpretation of nature in every age and clime, and Marigold was born knowing those things that are hidden forever from the wise and prudent and skeptical. She and Mother had wandered along dear little paths over gnarled roots. They had found a beautiful smooth-trunked beech or two. They had walked on sheets of green moss, velvety enough for the feet of queens. Later on, Mother told her, there would be June bells and trillums and wild orchids and lady slippers there for the seeking. Later still, strawberries out in the clearings at the back. "When I get big, I'm coming here every day," said Marigold. She thought of the evening so long ago, a whole year, when she had seen for a moment the little white girl. It couldn't have been a plum bough. Perhaps some day she would see her again. Lucifer was prowling about the bed of striped ribbon grass, giving occasional mysterious pounces into it. The Witch of Endor was making some dark magic of her own on the white gate-post. They were both older than Marigold, who felt, therefore, that they were uncannily aged. Lazaire had confided to her his belief that they would live as long as the old lady did. "They tells her everything, Lazaire had said. Haven't I seen them sitting there on her bed, with her tail hanging down and talking to her like they was Christian? And every time they witch she catch a mouse, don't she go for carry it to the old lady to see? You take care what you do for those cats. I wouldn't like to be the chap that would hurt one of them. What them fellers don't know ain't worth knowing." Marigold loved them, but held them in awe. Their unfailing progeny gave her more delight. Little furry creatures were always lying asleep on the sun-warmed grasses or frisking in yard and orchard. Ebon balls of fluff, though not all ebon, alas. The number of spotted and striped kittens around led Uncle Clon to have his serious doubts about the witch's morals, but he had the decency to keep his doubts to himself, and Marigold liked the striped kittens best, undisturbed by any thought of Ben's sinister. Creatures with such sweet little faces could have no dealings with the devil, she felt quite sure, whatever their parents might be up to. Lazaire had given over fiddling and was going home, his little cottage down in the hollow, where he had a black-eyed wife and half a dozen black-eyed children. Marigold watched him crossing the field, carrying something tied up in a red hanky, whistling gaily, as he was always doing when not fiddling. His head and shoulders stooped because he was continually in such a hurry that they were always several inches in advance of his feet. Marigold was very fond of Lazaire, who had been choreman at Cloud of Spruce before she was born, and so was part of the things that always had been and always would be. She liked the quick, cordial twinkle in his black eyes and the gleam of his white teeth in his brown face. He was very different from Fredim Keter, the big blacksmith in the hollow, of whom Marigold went in positive dread. With his fierce black mustaches you could hang your hat on. There was an unproved legend that he ate a baby every other day. But Lazaire wasn't like that. He was kind and gentle and gay. She was sure Lazaire couldn't hurt anything. To be sure, there was that horrible tale of his killing pigs. But Marigold never believed it. She knew Lazaire couldn't kill pigs, at least not pigs he was acquainted with. He could carve wonderful baskets out of plum stones and make fairy horns out of birch bark, and he always knew the right time of the moon to do anything. She loved to talk with him, though if Mother and the grandmothers had known what they talked about sometimes, they would have put a sharp and sudden stop to it. For Lazaire, who firmly believed in fairies and witches and ghosties of all kinds, lived therefore in a world of romance, and made Marigold's flesh creep deliciously with his yarns. She didn't believe them all, but you had to believe what had happened to Lazaire himself. He had seen his grandmother in the middle of the night standing by his bed when she was 40 miles away, and next day word had come that the old lady had gone dead. That night Marigold had cried out in terror when Mother was taking the lamp out of her room. "Oh, Mother, don't let the dark in! Don't let the dark in! Oh, Mother, I'm so afraid of the big dark!" She had never been afraid to go to sleep in the dark before, and Mother and young grandmother could not understand what had got into her. Finally they compromised by leaving the light in Mother's room with the door open. You had to go through Mother's room to get to Marigold's. The dusky, golden half-light was a comfort. If people came and stood by your bed in the middle of the night, people who were 40 miles away, you could at least see them. Sometimes Lazaire played his fiddle in the orchard on moonlit nights, and Marigold danced to it. Nobody could play the fiddle like Lazaire. Even Salome grudgingly admitted that. "It's angelic, ma'am. That's what it is," she said with solemn reluctance as she listened to the bewitching lilts of the unseen musician up in the orchard. "And to think that easy-going French boy can make it. My good, hard-working brother tried all his life to learn to play the fiddle and never could. And this Lazaire can do it without trying. Why, he can almost make me dance." "That would be a miracle indeed," said Uncle Clon. And young grandmother did tell Marigold she spent too much time with Lazaire. But I like him so much, and I want to see as much of him as I can in this world," explained Marigold. "Salome says he can't go to heaven because he's a Frenchman." "Salome is very wicked and foolish to say such a thing," said young grandmother sternly. "Of course Frenchmen go to heaven if they behave themselves," not as if she were any too sure of it herself, however. Salome went through the hall and into the orchard room with a cup of tea for old grandmother. As the door opened, Marigold heard Aunt Marigold say, "We'd better go to the graveyard next Sunday." Marigold hugged herself with delight. One Sunday in every spring the cloud of spruce folks made a special visit to the little burying ground on a western hill with flowers for their graves. Nobody went with them except Uncle Clon and Aunt Marigold. And Marigold loved a visit to the graveyard, and particularly to Father's grave. She had an uneasy conviction that she ought to feel sad, as Mother and young grandmother did, but she never could manage it. It was really such a charming spot. That smooth gray stone between the two dear young firs all greened over with their new spring tips, and the big spirea bush almost hiding the grave and waving 100 white hands to you in the wind that rippled the long grasses. The graveyard was full of spirea. Salome liked this. "Makes it more cheerful-like," she was wont to say. Marigold didn't know whether the graveyard was cheerful or not, but she knew she loved it, especially when Uncle Clon was with her. Marigold was very fond of Uncle Clon. There was such fun in him. His sayings were so interesting. He had such a delightful way of saying, "When I was in Ceylon," or "When I was in Borneo," as another might say, "When I was in Charlottetown," or "When I was over the bay." And he occasionally swore such fascinating oaths, at least Salome said they were oaths, though they didn't sound like it. "By the 3 wise monkeys" was one of them. So mysterious. What were the 3 wise monkeys? Nobody ever talked to her as he did. He told her splendid stories of the brave days of old, and wonderful yarns of his own adventures. For instance, that thrilling tale of the night he was lost on the divide between Gold Run and Sulphur Valleys in the Klondike. And that one about the Ivory Island in the far northern seas, an island covered with walrus tusks heaped like driftwood, as if all the walruses went there to die. He told her jokes. He always made her laugh, even in the graveyard, because he told her such funny stories about the names on the tombstones, and altogether made her feel that these folks were really all alive somewhere. Father and all, just as nice and funny as they were in the world, so why grieve about them? Why sigh as Salome always did when she paused by Mrs. Amos Reeky's grave and said, "Ah, many's a cup of tea I've drunk with her." "Won't you drink lots more with her in heaven?" demanded Marigold once, rather recklessly, after some of Uncle Clon's yarns. "Good gracious, no, child!" Salome was dreadfully shocked, though in her secret soul she thought heaven would be a much more cheerful place if one could have a good cup of tea with an old croonie. "They drink wine there, don't they?" persisted Marigold. "The Bible says so. Don't you think a cup of tea would be more respectable than wine?" Salome did think so, but she would have died the death before she would have corrupted Marigold's youthful mind by saying so. "There are mysteries too deep for us poor mortals to understand," she said solemnly. Uncle Clon was third in Marigold's young affections. Mother, of course, came first, and then Aunt Marigold, with her dear wide mouth quirked up at the corners, so that she always seemed to be laughing even when very sad. These 3 were in the inner sanctum of Marigold's heart, a very exclusive little sanctum out of which were shut many who thought they had a perfect right to be there. Marigold sometimes wondered whom she wanted to be like when she grew up. In some moods she wanted to be like Mother, but Mother was put upon. Generally, she thought she wanted to be like Aunt Marigold, who had a little way of saying things. Nobody else could have said them. Marigold always felt she would recognize one of Aunt Marigold's sayings if she met it in her porridge. And when she said only, "It's a fine day," her voice had a nice confidential tone that made you feel nobody else knew it was a fine day, that it was a lovely secret shared between you. And when you had supper at Aunt Marigold's, she made you take a 3rd helping. Marigold hardly knew where the grandmothers came in. She knew she ought to love them, but did she? Even at 6, Marigold had discovered that you cannot love by rule of thumb. Young grandmother was not so bad. She was old, of course, with that frost-fine, serene old age that is in its way as beautiful as youth. Marigold felt this long before she could define it, and was disposed to admire young grandmother. But old grandmother. To Marigold, old grandmother, so incredibly old, had never seemed like anything human. She could never have been born. It was equally unthinkable that she could ever die. Marigold was thankful she did not have to go into old grandmother's room very often. Old grandmother could not be bothered with children, unspanked nuisances, she called them. But she had to go sometimes. When she had been naughty, she was occasionally sent to sit on a little stool on the floor of old grandmother's room as a punishment, and a very dreadful punishment it was, much worse than mother and young grandmother, who thought they were being lenient, realized. There she sat for what seemed like hours, and old grandmother sat up against her pillows and stared at her unwinkingly, never speaking. That was what made it so ghastly. Though when she did speak, it was not very pleasant either. How contemptuous old grandmother could be. Once when she had made Marigold angry, "Hoity-toity, a little pot is soon hot." Marigold winced under the humiliation of it for days. A little pot indeed. It was no use trying to keep anything from this terrible old lady who saw through everything. Once Marigold had tried to hoodwink her with a small half-fib. "You are not a true Lesley. The Lesleys never lie," said old grandmother. "Oh, don't they?" cried Marigold, who already knew better. Suddenly old grandmother laughed. Old grandmother was surprising sometimes. After Marigold had gone into the spare room one day and tried on the hats of several guests, there was a council in the orchard room that evening. Mother and young grandmother were horrified, but old grandmother would not allow Marigold to be punished. "I did that myself once," she said, "but I wasn't found out." She whispered to Marigold with a chuckle. She chuckled again on the day when young grandmother had asked Marigold a foolish, unanswerable question. "Why are you so bad?" But Marigold had answered it sulkily. "It's more interesting than being good." Old grandmother called her back as she was following outraged young grandmother out of the room, and put a tiny blue-veined hand on her shoulder. "It may be more interesting," she whispered, "but you can't keep it up because you're a Lesley. The Lesleys never could be bad with any comfort to themselves. Too much conscience. No use making yourself miserable just for the sake of being bad." Marigold always went into the orchard room on Sunday mornings to recite her golden text and catechism questions to old grandmother. Woe betide her if she missed a word. And in her nervousness she always did miss, no matter how perfectly she could say them before she went in. And she always was sent in there to take pills. Nobody at Cloud of Spruce could make Marigold take pills except old grandmother. She had no trouble. "Don't screw up your face like that. I hate ugly children. Open your mouth." Marigold opened it. "Pop it in." Popped in it was. "Swallow it." It was swallowed somehow. And then old grandmother would put her hand somewhere about the bed and produce a handful of big, fat, juicy blue raisins. For she was not always unamiable. And sometimes she showed Marigold the big family Bible, a sort of golden book where all the clan names were written and where all sorts of yellowed old clippings were kept. And sometimes she told her stories about the brides on the walls and the hair wreaths where the brown and gold and black locks of innumerable dead and gone Lesleys bloomed in weird, unfading buds and blossoms. Old grandmother was always saying things, too. Queer, odd speeches with a tang in them Marigold somehow liked. They generally shocked young grandmother and mother, but Marigold remembered and pondered over them, though she seldom understood them fully. They did not seem related to anything in her small experience. In afterlife they were to come back to her. In many a crisis some speech of old grandmother's suddenly popped into mind and saved her from making a mistake. But on the whole, Marigold always breathed a sigh of relief when the door of the orchard room closed behind her. Marigold, at 6, had already experienced most of the passions that make life vivid and dreadful and wonderful, none the less vivid and dreadful at 6 than at 16 or 60. Probably she was born knowing that you were born to the purple if you were a Lesley. But pride of race blossomed to full stature in her the day she talked with little May Kemp from the Hollow. "Do you wash your face every day?" asked May incredulously. "Yes," said Marigold. "Whether it needs it or not?" "Of course. Don't you?" "Not me," said May contemptuously. "I just wash mine when it's dirty." Then Marigold realized the difference between the Lesley case and outsiders as all young grandmother's homilies had not been able to make her. Shame? Oh, she had known it to the full, drunk its cup to the dregs. Would she ever forget that terrible supper table when she had slipped red and breathless into her seat, apologizing for being late? An inexcusable thing when there were company to tea, 2 ministers and 2 ministers' wives. "I couldn't help it, Mother. I went to help Kate Blackhair drive Mr. Donkin's cows to water, and we had such a time chasing that bloody heifer." At once Marigold knew she had said something dreadful. The frozen horror on the faces of her family told her that. One minister looked aghast, one hid a grin. What had she said? "Marigold, you may leave the table and go to your room," said Mother, who seemed almost on the point of tears. Marigold obeyed wretchedly, having no idea in the world what it was all about. Later on she found out. "But Kate said it," she wailed. "Kate said she'd like to break every bloody bone in that bloody heifer's body. I never thought bloody was swearing, though it's an ugly word." She had sworn before the minister, before 2 ministers, and their wives. Marigold did not think she could ever live it down. A hot wave of shame ran over her whenever she thought about it. It did not matter that she was never allowed to go with Kate again. She had not cared much for Kate anyhow. But to have disgraced herself and Mother and the Lesley name. She had thought it bad enough when she had asked Mr. Lord of Charlottetown, with awe and reverence, "Please, are you God?" She had been laughed at so for that, and had suffered keen humiliation. But this? And yet she could not understand why bloody was swearing. Even old grandmother, who had laughed herself sick over the incident, couldn't explain that. The spirit of jealousy had claimed her, too. She was secretly jealous of Clementine, the girl who had once been Father's wife, whose grave was beside his on the hill under the spiraeus, jealous for her mother. Father had belonged to Clementine once. Perhaps he belonged to her again now. There were times when Marigold was absolutely possessed with this absurd jealousy. When she went into old grandmother's room and saw Clementine's beautiful picture on the wall, she hated it. She wanted to go up and tear it down and trample on it. Lorraine would have been horrified if she had dreamed of Marigold's feelings in this respect. But Marigold kept her secret fiercely and went on hating Clementine, especially her beautiful hands. Marigold thought her mother quite as beautiful as Clementine. She always felt so sorry for little girls whose mothers were not beautiful. And Mother had the loveliest feet. Uncle Claude had said more than once that Lorraine had the daintiest little foot and ankle he had ever seen in a woman. This did not count for much among the Lesleys. Ankles were better not spoken of, even if the present-day fashions of skirts did show them shamelessly. But Mother's hands weren't pretty. They were too thin, too small, and Marigold felt sometimes she just couldn't bear Clementine's hands. Especially when some of the clan praised them. Old grandmother referred to them constantly. It really did seem as if old grandmother sensed Marigold's jealousy and liked to tease her. "I don't think she was so pretty," Marigold had been tortured into saying once. Old grandmother smiled. "Clementine Lawrence was a beauty, my dear, not an insignificant little thing like her sister up there in Harmony." But Marigold felt sure old grandmother had started to say, "like your mother," and she hated Clementine and her hands and her fadeless white lily more poisonously than ever. Grief? Sorrow? Why, her heart nearly broke when her dear gray kitten had died. She had never known before that anything she loved could die. "Has yesterday gone to heaven, Mother?" she had sobbed the next day. I suppose so, said Mother. Then I don't want to go to heaven, Marigold had cried stormily. I never want to meet that dreadful day again. You'll probably have to meet far harder days than that, had been young grandmother's comforting remark. As for fear, had she not always known it? One of her very earliest memories was of being shut up in the dim-shuttered parlor because she had spilled some of her jam pudding on young grandmother's best tablecloth. How such a little bit of pudding could have spread itself over so much territory she could not understand. But into the parlor she went, a terrible room with its queer streaky lights and shadows. And as she huddled against the door in the gloom, she saw a dreadful thing. To the day of her death, Marigold believed it happened. All the chairs in the room suddenly began dancing around the table in a circle, headed by the big horsehair rocking chair. And every time the rocking chair galloped past her, it bowed to her with awful, exaggerated politeness. Marigold screamed so wildly that they came and took her out, disgusted that she could not endure so easy a punishment. That's the Winthrop coming out in her, said young grandmother nastily. The Lesleys and the Blaisdells had more pluck. Marigold never told what had frightened her. She knew they would not believe her. But it was to be years before she could go into the parlor without a shudder, and she would have died rather than sit in that horsehair rocking chair. She had never been quite so vindictive over anything as over the affair of the Skinner doll. That had happened last August. May Kemp's mother had come up to clean the apple barn, and May had come with her. May and Marigold had played happily for a while in the playhouse in the square of currant bushes, a beautiful playhouse in that you could sit in it and eat ruby-hued fruit off your own walls. And then May had said she would give one of her eyes to see the famous Skinner doll. Marigold had gone bravely into the orchard room to ask old grandmother if May might come in and see it. She found old grandmother asleep, really asleep, not pretending as she sometimes did. Marigold was turning away when her eyes fell on Alicia. Somehow Alicia looked so lovely and appealing, as if she were asking for a little fun. Impulsively, Marigold ran to the glass case, opened the door, and took Alicia out. She even slipped the shoe out of the hand that had held it for years, and put it on the waiting foot. "Ain't you a bold one?" said May admiringly, when Marigold appeared among the red currants with Alicia in her arms. But Marigold did not feel so bold when ShrimpPhish, terrible and regal in her new plum-colored drugget and starched white apron, had appeared before them and hailed her into old grandmother's room. "I should have known she was too quiet," said ShrimpPhish. There was the two of 'em, with her on a chair for a throne, offering her red currants on lettuce leaves and kissing her hands, and a crown of flowers on her head, and both her boots on. You could have knocked me down with a feather, her that's never been out of the glass case since I came to Cloud of Spruce. "Why did you do such a naughty thing?" said old grandmother snappily. She wanted to be loved so much," sobbed Marigold. "Nobody has loved her for so long." "You might wait till I'm dead before meddling with her. She will be yours then to love all you want to." "But you will live forever," cried Marigold. "Lazare says so, and I didn't hurt her one bit." "And you might have broken her to fragments." "Oh, no, no, I couldn't hurt her by loving her." "I'm not so sure of that," muttered old grandmother, who was constantly saying things Marigold was to understand 20 years later. But old grandmother was very angry, and she decreed that Marigold was to have her meals alone in the kitchen for 3 days. Marigold resented this bitterly. There seemed to be something especially degrading about it. This was one of the times when it was just as well God had arranged it so that nobody knew what you thought. That night, when Marigold went to bed, she was determined she would not say all her prayers, not the part about blessing old grandmother. Bless mother, and young grandmother, and ShrimpPhish. Marigold got up then, and got into bed, having carefully placed her 2 shoes close together under the bed so that they wouldn't be lonesome. She did that every night. She couldn't have slept a wink if those shoes had been far apart, missing each other all night. But she couldn't sleep tonight. In vain she tried to. In vain she counted sheep jumping over a wall. They wouldn't jump. They turned back at the wall and made faces at her. A bad girl who wouldn't pray for her old grandmother. Marigold stubbornly fought her Leslie conscience for an hour. Then she got out of bed, knelt down and said, Please bless Mother and young grandmother and Salome and everybody who needs a blessing. Surely that took in old grandmother. Surely she could go to sleep now. But just as surely she couldn't. This time she surrendered after half an hour's fight. Please bless Mother and young grandmother and Salome, and you can bless old grandmother if you like. There now, she wouldn't yield another inch. 15 minutes later, Marigold was out of bed again. Please bless Mother and young grandmother and Salome and old grandmother for Jesus' sake. Amen. The sheep jumped now, faster and faster and faster. They were like a long flowing white stream. Marigold was asleep. The stars were coming out. Marigold loved to watch them, though the first time she had seen stars to realize them she had been terribly frightened. She had wakened up as Mother stepped out of Uncle Clon's car when he had brought them home from a visit in South Harmony. She had looked up through the darkness and shrieked, "Oh, Mother, the sky is burned up and nothing but the sparks are left." How they all had laughed and how ashamed she had been. But now Uncle Clon had taught her things about them, and she knew the names of Beetlejuice and Rigel and Safe and Alnita better than she could pronounce them. Oh, spring was a lovely time when the harbor was a quivering, shimmering reach of blue, and the orchard was sprinkled with violets, and the nights were like a web of starlight. But all the seasons were lovely. Summer, when strawberries were red on the hill field, and the rain was so sweet in the wild rose cups, and the faint sweetness of new-mown hay was everywhere, and the full moon made such pretty dapples under the orchard trees, and the great fields of daisies across the harbor were white as snow. Of all the seasons, Marigold loved autumn best. Then the Gaffer Wind of her favorite fairy tale blew his trumpet over the harbor, and the glossy black crows sat in rows on the fences, and the yellow leaves began to fall from the aspens at the green gate, and there was the silk of frost on the orchard grass in the mornings. In the evenings there was a nice reek of burning leaves from Lazaire's bonfires, and the plowed fields on the hills gleamed redly against the dark spruces. And some night you went to bed in a drab, dull world, and wakened up to see a white, miraculous one. Winter had touched it in the darkness and transformed it. Marigold loved winter, too, with the mysterious silence of its moonlit snowfields and the spell of its stormy skies, and the big black cats creeping mysteriously through the twilit glades where the shadows of the trees were lovelier than the trees themselves, while the haystacks in Mr. Donkin's yard looked like a group of humpy old men with white hair. The pasture fields, which had been green and gold in June, were cold and white, with ghost flowers sticking up above the snow. Marigold always felt so sorry for those dead flower stalks. She wanted to whisper to them, "Spring will come." The winter mornings were interesting because they had breakfast by candlelight. The winter evenings were dear when the wind howled outside, determined to get into Cloud of Spruce. It clawed at the doors, shrieked at the windows, gave Marigold delicious little thrills. But it never got in. It was so nice to sit in the warm, bright room with the cats toasting their furry flanks before the fire and the pleasant purr of Salome's spinning wheel in the kitchen. And then to bed in the little room off Mother's, with sweet, sleepy kisses to snuggle down in soft, creamy blankets and hear the storm outside. Yes, the world was a lovely place to be alive in, even if the devil did occasionally carry off people who swore. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ChrisALMI. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Marigold Goes A-Visiting. Marigold, for the first time in her small life, was going on what she called a real visit. That is, she was going to Uncle Paul's to stay all night, without mother or young grandmother. In this fact, its realness consisted for Marigold. Visiting with grandmother was interesting, and visiting with mother, interesting and pleasant. But to go somewhere on your own, like this, made you feel old and adventurous. Besides, she had never been at Uncle Paul's, and there were things there that she wanted to see. There was a water garden, which was a hobby of Uncle Paul's and much talked of in the clan. Marigold hadn't the least idea what a water garden was. There was a case of stuffed hummingbirds, and, more interesting than all else, there was a skeleton in the closet. She had heard Uncle Paul speak of it, and hoped madly that she might get a glimpse of it. Uncle Paul was not an over-the-bear, so was not invested with such romance as they, who lived so near the hidden land, were. He lived only at the head of the bay, but that was 6 miles away, so it was really traveling to go there. She liked Uncle Paul, though she was a little in awe of Aunt Flora, and she liked Frank. Frank was Uncle Paul's young half-brother. He had curly black hair and romantic gray eyes, so Marigold had heard Aunt Nina say. She didn't know what romantic meant, but she liked Frank's eyes. He had a nice, slow smile and a nice, soft, drawling voice. Marigold had heard he was going to marry Hilda Wright, then that he wasn't, then that he had sold his farm and was going to some mysterious region called the West. Lazare told Salome it was because Hilda had jilted him. Marigold didn't know what jilted was, but whatever it was, she hated Hilda for doing it to Frank. She had never liked Hilda much anyway, even if she were some distant kind of cousin by reason of her great-grandmother being a Blasdell. She was a pale, pretty girl with russet hair and a mouth that never pleased Marigold, a stubborn mouth and a bitter mouth, yet very pleasant when she laughed. Marigold almost liked Hilda when she laughed.
"They're too stubborn, that pair," Lazare told Salome. "Hilda say Frank, he must speak first, and Frank, he say he be damned if he do."
Marigold was sorry Frank was going west, which, as far as she was concerned, was something beyond the bourne of time and space, but she looked forward to this visit with him. He would show her the hummingbirds and the water garden, and she believed she could coax him to let her have a peek at the skeleton. And he would take her on his knee and tell her funny stories. Perhaps he might even take her for a drive in his new buggy behind his little black mare Jenny. Marigold thought this ever so much more fun than riding in a car. Of course, she was sorry to leave Mother, even for a night, and sorry to leave her new kitten. But to go for a real visit, Marigold spent a raptured week looking forward to it and living it in imagination. And it was horrid. Horrid. There was nothing nice about it from the very beginning, except the drive to the head with Uncle Clon and Aunt Marigold, over wood roads spicy with the fern scent of the warm summer afternoon. As soon as they left her there, the horridness began. Marigold did not know she was homesick, but she knew she was unhappy from her head to her toes and that everything was disappointing. What good was a case of hummingbirds if there were no one to talk them over with? Even the water garden did not interest her, and there were no signs of a skeleton anywhere. As for Frank, he was the worst disappointment of all. He hardly took any notice of her at all, and he was so changed, so gruff and smileless, with a horrible little mustache which looked just like a dab of soot on his upper lip. It was the mustache over which he and Hilda had quarreled, though nobody knew about it but themselves. Marigold ate very little supper. She thought every mouthful would choke her. She took only 2 bites of Aunt Flora's nutcake with whipped cream on top, and Aunt Flora, who had made it on purpose for her, never really forgave her. After supper, she went out and leaned forlornly against the gate, looking wistfully up the long red road of mystery that led back home. Oh, if she were only home with Mother! The west wind stirring in the grasses, the robin, vesper calls, the long tree shadows across the field of wheat and gold, all hurt her now because Mother wasn't there. Nothing is ever like what you think it's going to be, she thought dismally. It was after supper at home now, too. Grandmother would be weaving in the garret, and Salome would be giving the cats their milk, and Mother, Marigold, ran into Aunt Flora. "Aunt Flora, I must go home right away. Please, please. Nonsense, child, said Aunt Flora stiffly. Don't take a fit of the fidgets now. Marigold wondered why she had never noticed before what a great beaky nose Aunt Flora had. Oh, please take me home, she begged desperately. You can't go home tonight, said Aunt Flora impatiently. The car isn't working right. Don't get lonesome now. I guess you're tired. You'd better go to bed. Frank'll drive you home tomorrow, if it doesn't rain. Come now. 7's your bedtime at home, isn't it? 7's your bedtime at home. At home, lying in her own bed, with the light shining from Mother's room, with a delicious golden ball of fluff that curled and purred all over your bed and finally went to sleep on your legs. Marigold couldn't bear it. Oh, I want to go home. I want to go home, she sobbed. I can't have any nonsense now, said Aunt Flora firmly. Aunt Flora was noted for her admirable firmness with children. Surely you're not going to be a crybaby. I'll take you up and I'll help you undress. Marigold was lying alone in a huge room in a huge bed that was miles from the floor. She was suddenly half wild with terror and altogether wild with an unendurable homesickness. It was dark, with a darkness that could be felt. She had never gone to bed in the dark before, always that friendly light in Mother's room, and sometimes Mother stayed with her till she went to sleep, though young grandmother disapproved of that. Marigold had been afraid to ask Aunt Flora to leave the light. Aunt Flora had tucked her in and told her to be a good girl. Shut your eyes and go right to sleep, and it will be morning before you know it, and you can go home. Then she had gone out and shut the door. Aunt Flora flattered herself she knew how to deal with children. Marigold couldn't go to sleep in the dark, and it would be years and years before morning came, if it ever did. There's nobody here who loves me, she thought passionately. The black endless hours dragged on. They really were hours, though to Marigold they seemed like centuries. It must surely be nearly morning. How the wind was wailing round the house. Marigold loved the wind at home, especially at this time of year when it made her cozy little bed seem cozier. But was this some terrible wind that Lazaire called the ghost wind? It blows at this time of the year, when the dead people get out of their grave for a little while, he told her. Was this the time of year? And that manhole she had seen in the ceiling before Aunt Flora took the light out? Lazaire told her a dreadful story about seeing a horrible face with long hairy ear looking down at him from a manhole. There was a closet in the room. Was that the closet where the skeleton was? Suppose the door opened and it fell out, or walked out. Suppose its bones rattled. Uncle Paul said they did sometimes. What was it she had heard about Uncle Paul keeping a pet rat in the barn? Suppose he brought it into the house at night. Suppose it wandered about. Wasn't that a rat gnawing somewhere? Would she ever see home again? Suppose Mother died before morning. Suppose it rained for a week, and they wouldn't take her home. She knew how Aunt Flora hated to get mud on the new car, and wasn't that thunder? It was only wagons rumbling across the long bridge over the East River below the house, but Marigold did not know that. She did know she was going to scream. She knew she couldn't live another minute in that strange bed in that dark, haunted room. What was that? Queer scratches on the window. Oh, Lazaire's story of the devil coming to carry off a bad child and scratching on the window to get in, because she hadn't said her prayers. Marigold hadn't said hers. She had been too homesick and miserable to think of them. She couldn't say them now, but she could sit up in bed and scream like a thing demented. And she did. Uncle Paul and Aunt Flora, wakened out of their first sound sleep after a hard day's work, came running in. Marigold stopped screaming when she saw them. "The child is trembling. She must be cold," said Uncle Paul. "I'm not cold," said Marigold through her chattering teeth, "but I must go home." "Now, Marigold,
You must be a reasonable little girl, soothed Aunt Flora firmly. It's 11 o'clock. You can't get home tonight. Would you like some raisins? I want to go home, repeated Marigold. Who's raising the old Harry here? Said Frank, coming in. He had heard Marigold's shrieks when he was getting ready for bed. Here, sis, is a chocolate mouse for you. Eat it and shut your little trap. It was a lovely, brown chocolate mouse with soft, creamy insides, the kind of confection the soul of the normal Marigold loved. But now it only suggested Uncle Paul's mythical rat. I don't want it. I want to go home. Perhaps if you bring her up a kitten, suggested Uncle Paul in desperation. I don't want a kitten, wailed Marigold. I want to go home. I'll give you my colored egg dish if you'll stay quietly till morning, implored Aunt Flora, casting firmness to the winds. I don't want the colored egg dish. I want to go home. Well, go, said Uncle Paul, finally losing his patience with this exasperating child. There's plenty of good road. But Aunt Flora had realized that Marigold was on the verge of hysterics, and to have a hysterical child on her hands was a prospect that made even her firmness quail. She had never approved of Paul's whim of bringing the child here anyhow. This was a Winthrop trick, if ever there was one. I think Frank had better hitch up and take her home. She may cry herself sick. She's a great big baby and I'm ashamed of her, said Uncle Paul crushingly. That speech was to wrangle in Marigold's soul for many a day, but at the moment she was only concerned with the fact that Uncle Paul told Frank to go out and hitch up. Well, this is the limit, said Frank grouchily. Aunt Flora helped the sobbing Marigold to dress. Uncle Paul was so annoyed he wouldn't even say goodbye to her. Aunt Flora said it very stiffly. When Mother had kissed Marigold goodbye, she had whispered, When you come home, be sure to thank Aunt Flora for the lovely time she has given you. But it did not seem just the right thing to say, so Marigold said nothing. Cut out the weeps, ordered Frank, as he lifted her into the buggy. Upon my word, I admire Herod. Frank was abominably cross. He had had a hard day's work in the harvest field, and was in no mood for a 12-mile ride, all for the whim of a silly child. Lord, what nuisances kids were. He was glad he would never have any. Marigold conquered her sobs with an effort. She was going home. Nothing else mattered. Frank sent his black mare spinning along the road and never spoke a word, but Marigold didn't care. She was going home. Halfway home, they turned the corner at the school, and Martin Richards' house was just beyond, a little old-fashioned white house with a tall Lombardy standing sentinel at either corner, and a tangle of rose bushes fringing its short lane. Why, Frank, cried Marigold, what's the matter with the house? Frank looked, shouted, My golly, stopped the mare, sprung out of the buggy, tore into the yard, hammered on the door. A window over the door opened. Marigold saw a girl lean out. It was Hilda Wright, who must have been staying all night with her cousin, Jean Richards. Frank saw her too. The house is on fire, he shouted. Get them up, quick! There's no time to lose. A wild half-hour followed, a most interesting half-hour. Luckily, Frank's mare had been trained to stand without hitching, and Marigold sat there watching greedily. The house suddenly sparked with lights. Men rushed out for buckets and ladders. Gigantic, grotesque shadows went hurling over the barns in the lantern light. Dogs barked their heads off. It was very satisfying while it lasted. The fire was soon put out. The kitchen roof had caught from a spark. But after it was out, Marigold could see Frank and Hilda standing very close together by one of the Lombardis. Marigold sat in the buggy and enjoyed the sudden swoops of wind. It was not a stormy night, after all. It was a windy, starry night. How thick the stars were! Marigold would have liked to count them, but she did not dare. Lazare told her that if you tried to count the stars, you would drop down dead. Suppose, somewhere, a star fell at your feet. Suppose a lot of them did.
Suppose you were chasing stars all over the meadows, over the hills, over the dunes, till you picked up handfuls of them. Frank and Hilda came out to the buggy together. Hilda was carrying a little lantern, and the red silk scarf around her head fluttered about her face like a scarlet flame. The bitterness had gone out of her mouth, and she was smiling. So was Frank. "And you've sat here all this time alone without a word, and Jenny not even hitched. Well, you're a plucky little child after all. I don't wonder you were homesick and scared in that big barn Flora calls a spare room. I'll get you home now in 2 shakes. Night-night, honey." The honey was not for Marigold, but for Hilda, who, after being kissed, leaned forward and squeezed Marigold's hand. "I'm glad you were homesick," she whispered, "but I hope you won't ever be homesick again." "Well, I guess Frank won't go west now," whispered Marigold. "If he does, I'll go with him," whispered Hilda. "I'll go to the ends of the earth with him." "Look here, darling, you'll catch cold," interrupted Frank considerately. "Hop in and finish your beauty sleep. I'll be up tomorrow night. Just now, I've got to get this little puppet home. She saved your uncle's house tonight, where they're monkey dittos, anyway." Frank was so nice and jolly and funny all the rest of the way home that Marigold was almost sorry when they got there. Everyone at Cloud of Spruce was in bed, but Mother was not asleep. She came down at once and hugged Marigold when she heard Frank's story, at least as much as he chose to tell. He said nothing about Hilda, but he gave Marigold a fierce parting hug and put 2 chocolate mice in her hand. "Guess you can eat these fellows now without choking," he said. Marigold, safe in her own dear bed, with her kitten at her feet, ate her mice and fell asleep wondering if Frank were damn because he had, after all, spoken first. End of Chapter 4. Read by ChrisALMI. Grand Rapids, April 4th, 2025.
Chapter 5 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. The Door That Men Call Death. 1. After all, old grandmother did not live out her 100 years, much to the disappointment of the clan, who all wanted to be able to brag that one of them had attained the century mark. The McAllisters over the bay had a centenarian aunt and put on airs about it. It was intolerable that they should go the Leslies one better in anything when they were comparative newcomers, only 3 generations out from Scotland when the Leslies were 5. But death was not concerned about clan rivalry, and somehow even old grandmother's will to live could not carry her so far. She failed rapidly after that 98th birthday party, and nobody expected her to get through the next winter, except Marigold, to whom it had never occurred that old grandmother would not go on living forever. But in the spring, old grandmother rallied amazingly. "Maybe she'll make it yet," said Mrs. Kemp to Salome. Salome shook her head. "No, she's done. It's the last flicker of the candle. I wish she could live out the century. It's disgusting to think of old Christine McAllister, who's been deaf and blind, and with no more mind than a baby for 10 years, living to be 100, and a Lesley with all her faculties dying at only 99. Marigold in the wash-house doorway caught her breath. Was old grandmother going to die? Could such a thing happen? Oh, it couldn't. It couldn't. The bottom seemed to have dropped out of everything for Marigold. Not that she was conscious of any particular love for old grandmother, but she was one of the things that always have been, and when one of the things that always have been disappear, it is a shock. It makes you feel as if nothing could be depended on. She had got a little used to the idea by next Saturday when she went in to say her verses to old grandmother. Old grandmother was propped up on her rosy pillows, knitting furiously on a blue jacket for a new great-grandson at the coast. Her eyes were as bright and boring as ever. "Sit down. I can't hear your verses till I finish counting." Marigold sat down and looked at the brides. She did not want to look at Clementine's picture, but she had to. She couldn't keep her eyes from it. She clenched her small hands and set her teeth. Hateful, hateful Clementine, who had more beautiful hands than mother, and that endless, dreamy smile at the lily, as if nothing else mattered. If she had only had the self-conscious smirk of the other brides, Marigold might not have hated her so much. They cared what people thought about them. Clementine didn't. She was so sure of herself, so sure of having father, so sure of being flawlessly beautiful, she never thought for a moment of anybody's opinion. She knew that people couldn't help looking at her and admiring her, even though they hated her. Marigold wrenched her eyes away and fastened them on the picture of an angel over old grandmother's bed, a radiant being with long white wings and halo of golden curls soaring easily through sunset skies. Was old grandmother going to die? And if she did, would she be like that? Marigold had a daring little imagination, but it faltered before such a conception. "What are you thinking of?" demanded old grandmother so suddenly and sharply that Marigold spoke out the question in her mind before she could prevent herself. "Will you be an angel when you die, ma'am?" Old Granny sighed. "I suppose so. How it will bore me. Who's been telling you I was going to die?" "Nobody," faltered Marigold, alive to what she had done. Only, out with it," ordered old grandmother. "Mrs. Kemp said it was a pity you couldn't live to be the 100 when old Chris McAllister did." "Since when," demanded old grandmother in an awful tone, "have the Lesleys been the rivals of the McAllisters? The McAllisters! And does anybody suppose that Chris McAllister has been living for the last 10 years? Why, she's been deader than I'll be when I've been under the sod for a century. For that matter, she never was alive. As for dying, I'm not going to die till I get good and ready. For one thing, I'm going to finish this jacket first. What else did Mrs. Kemp say? Not that I care. I'm done with curiosity about life. I'm only curious now about death. Still, she was always an amusing old devil." She didn't say much more, only that the Lawson baby couldn't live, and Mrs. Gray over the bay had cancer, and young Sam Ma had appendicitis. "Cheerful little budget. I dreamed last night I went to heaven and saw old Sam Ma there, and it made me so mad I woke up. The idea of old Sam Ma in heaven." Old grandmother shook her knitting needle ferociously at a shrinking little bride who seemed utterly lost in the clouds of tulle and satin that swirled around her. "Why don't you want him in heaven?" asked Marigold. "If it comes to that, I don't know. I never disliked old Sam. It's only he couldn't belong in heaven. No business there at all." Marigold had some difficulty in imagining old grandmother belonging in heaven either. "You wouldn't want him in the other place?" "Of course not. Poor old harmless doddering Sam, always spewing tobacco juice over everything. The only thing he had to be proud of was the way he could spit. There really ought to be a betwixt and between place. Only," added Granny with a grin, "if there were, most of us would be in it." She knitted a round of her jacket sleeve before she spoke again. Marigold put in the time-hating Clementine. "I was sorry when old Sam Ma died, though," said Granny abruptly. "Do you know why? He was the last person alive who could remember me when I was young and handsome." Marigold looked at old grandmother. Could this ugly little old woman ever have been young and pretty? Old grandmother caught the skepticism in her eyes. "You don't believe I ever was? Why, child, my hair was red gold and my arms were the boast of the clan. No Leslie man ever married an ugly woman. Some of us were fools and some shrews, but we never shirked a woman's first duty, to please a man's eyes. To be sure, the Lesley men knew how to pick wives. Come here, let me have a look at you. Marigold went and stood by the bed. Old grandmother put a skinny hand under her chin, tilted up her face, and looked very searchingly at her. The Winthrop hair, too pale a gold, but it may darken. The Lesley blue eyes, the Blaisdell ears, too early to say whose nose you have. My complexion. Well, thank goodness, I don't think you'll be hard to look at. Old grandmother chuckled as she always did when achieving a bit of modern slang. Marigold went out feeling more cheerful. She didn't believe old grandmother had any idea of dying. 2. Granny continued to improve. She sat up in bed and knit. She saw everybody who came and chatted to them. She held long powwows with Lucifer. She wouldn't let young grandmother have her new silk dress made without a high collar. She had Lazar in and hauled him over the coals because he was said to have been drunk and given his wife a black eye. "She won't die these 20 year," said the aggrieved Lazar. "There's only room for one of them down there." Then Aunt Harriet in Charlottetown gave a party in honor of her husband's sister, and young grandmother and mother were going in Uncle Clon's car. They would not be back before 3 o'clock that night, but Salome would be there, and old grandmother was amazingly well and brisk. And then at the last moment, Salome was summoned to the deathbed of an aunt in South Harmony. Young grandmother in her silken magnificence, and mother looking like a slender lily in her green crepe with the blossom of her face atop of it, came to the orchard room. "Of course we can't go now," said young grandmother regretfully. She had wanted to go. The said husband's sister had been a girlhood friend of hers. "Why can't you go?" snapped old grandmother. "I finished my jacket and I'm going to die at 3 o'clock tonight, but that isn't any reason why you shouldn't go to the party, is it? Of course you'll go. Don't dare stay home on my account." Young grandmother was not much worried over old grandmother's prediction. That was just one of her characteristic remarks. "Do you feel any worse?" she asked perfunctorily. "When I'm perfectly well, there's not much the matter with me," said old grandmother cryptically. "There's no earthly sense in your staying home on my account. If I need anything, Marigold can get it for me. I hope you ate a good supper. You won't get much at Harriet's. She thinks starving her guests is living the simple life, and she always fills the cups too full on purpose, so there'll be no room for cream. Harriet can make a pitcher of cream go farther than any woman I know." "We are not going there for what we will get to eat," said young grandmother majestically. Old grandmother chuckled. "Of course not. Anyhow, you'll go. I want to hear all about that party. It'll be amusing. I'd rather be amused than loved now. You take notice whether Grace and Marjorie are speaking to each other yet or not, and whether Kathleen Lesley has had her eyebrows plucked. I heard she was going to when she went to New York. And if Louisa has on that awful pink georgette dress with green worms on it, try to see if you can't spill some coffee over it." "If you think we'd better not go," began young grandmother. "Marion Blaisdell, if you don't get out of this room instantly, I'll throw something at you. There's Clon honking now. You know he doesn't like to wait. Be off, both of you, and send Marigold in. She can sit here and keep me company till her bedtime." Old grandmother watched young grandmother and mother out with a curious expression in her old black eyes. "She hates to think of me dying because she won't be young grandmother any longer. It's a promotion she's not anxious for," she told Marigold, who had come reluctantly in. "Get your picture book and sit down, child. I want to think for a while. Later on, I've got some things to say to you." "Yes, ma'am." Marigold always said yes, ma'am to old grandmother and yes, grandmother to young grandmother. She sat down obediently but unwillingly. It was a lovely spring evening, and Sylvia would be waiting at the green gate. They had planned to make a special new kind of magic by the white fountain that night, and now she would have to spend the whole evening sitting here with old grandmother, who wouldn't even talk but lay there with her eyes closed. Was she asleep? If she were, couldn't she, Marigold, run up through the orchard to the green gate for a moment to tell Sylvia why she couldn't come? Sylvia mightn't understand otherwise. The magic door was open right beside her chair. She could slip through it, be back in a minute. "Are you asleep, ma'am?" she whispered cautiously. "Shut up! Of course I'm asleep," snapped old grandmother. Marigold sighed and resigned herself. Dear knows what Sylvia would do. Never come again, perhaps. Marigold had never broken tryst with her before. She turned her chair softly around so that her back would be toward Clementine, and looked at the other brides in the crinolines and flower-lined poke bonnets of the 60s, the bustles and polonaises of the 80s, the balloon sleeves and bell skirts of the 90s, the hobbles and huge hats of the 10s. Marigold knew nothing of their respective dates, of course. They all belonged to that legendary time before she was born, when people wore all kinds of absurd dresses. The only one who didn't look funny was Clementine, in her lace-shrouded shoulders, her sleek cap of hair, and her fadeless, fashionless lily. She came back to Clementine every time. Somehow she couldn't help it. It was like a sore tooth you had to bite on, but she would not turn round to look at her. She would not. 3. "What are you staring at Clementine like that for?" Old grandmother was sitting erectly up in bed. Handsome, wasn't she? The handsomest of all the Lesley brides. Such colour, such expression, and the charming gestures of her wonderful hands. It was such a pity. Old grandmother stopped abruptly. Marigold felt sure she had meant to say, "It was such a pity she died." Old grandmother threw back the blankets and slipped 2 tiny feet over the edge of the bed. "Get me my clothes and stockings," she ordered. "There, in the top bureau drawer, and the black silk dress hanging in the closet, and the prunella shoes in the blue box. Quick now." "You're not going to get up?" gasped Marigold in amazement. She had never seen old grandmother up in her life. She hadn't supposed old grandmother could get up. "I'm going to get up, and I'm going to take a walk in the orchard," said old grandmother. "You just do as I tell you, and no back talk. I did what I pleased before you were born or thought of, and I'll do what I please tonight. That's why I made them go to the party. Hop." Marigold hopped. She brought the clothes and the black dress and the prunella boots and helped old grandmother put them on. Not that old grandmother required much assistance. She stood up triumphantly, holding to the bedpost. "Bring me my black silk scarf and one of the canes in the old clock. I've walked about this room every night after the rest were in bed, to keep my legs in working order, but I haven't been out of doors for 9 years. Marigold, feeling as if she must be in a dream, brought the cane and followed old grandmother out of the magic door and down the shallow steps. Old grandmother paused and looked around her. The moon was not yet up, though there was a silvery brightness behind the spruces on the hill. To the west there was a little streak of soft, dear gold behind the birches. There was a cold, clear dew on the grass. The Witch of Endor was shrieking insults at somebody out behind the apple barn. Old grandmother sniffed. "Oh, the salt tang of the sea. It's good to smell it again. And the apple blossoms. I had forgotten what spring was like. Is that old stone bench still in the orchard under the cedar tree? Take me there. I want to see one more moon rise over that cloud of spruce." Marigold took hold of old grandmother's hand, and they went into the orchard, a spot Marigold was very fond of. It was such a very delightful and extraordinary old orchard, where apple trees and fir trees and pine trees were deliciously mixed up together. Between the trees in the open spaces were flower beds, thickets of sweet clover, white and fragrant, clumps of Canterbury bells, pink and purple, plots of mint and southernwood, big blush roses. Perfumed winds blew there. Elves dwelt in the currant bushes. Little green folk lived up in the old beech tree. There was a queer sort of expectant hush over the orchard as Marigold and old grandmother went through it to where the great spreading cedar rose out of a drift of blooming spirea bushes. Marigold thought it must be because the flowers were watching for the moon to rise. 4. Old grandmother sank down on the stone bench with a grunt. She sat there silent and motionless for what seemed to Marigold a very long time. The moon rose over the cloud of spruce and the orchard became transfigured. A garden of flowers in moonlight is a strange enchanted thing with a touch of diablerie. And Marigold, sensitive to every influence, felt its charm long years before she could define it. Nothing was the same as in daylight. She had never been out in the orchard so late as this before. The June lilies held up their cups of snow. The moonlight lay silver white on the stone steps. The perfume of the lilacs came in little puffs on the crystal air. Beyond the orchard lay old fields she knew and loved, mysterious misty spaces of moonshine now. Far, far away was the murmur of the sea. And still old grandmother dreamed on. Did she see faces long under the mould bright and vivid again? Were there flying feet, summoning voices that only she could hear in that old moonlit orchard? What voices were calling to her out of the firs? Marigold felt a funny little prickling along her spine. She was perfectly sure that she and old grandmother were not alone in the orchard. "Well, how have you been since we came out here?" demanded old grandmother at last. "Pretty comfortable," said Marigold, rather startled. "Good," said old grandmother. "It's a good test, the test of silence. If you can sit in silence with anyone for half an hour and feel comfortable, you and that person can be friends. If not, friends you'll never be, and you needn't waste time trying. I've brought you out here tonight for 2 reasons, Marigold. The first is to give you some hints about living, which may do you some good and may not. The second was to keep a tryst with the years. We haven't been alone here, child." No, Marigold had known that. She drew a little closer to old grandmother. "Don't be frightened, child. The ghosts that walk here are friendly, homey ghosts. They wouldn't hurt you. They are of your race and blood. Do you know you look strangely like a child who died 70 years before you were born? My husband's niece. Not a living soul remembers that little creature but me, her beauty, her charm, her wonder. But I remember her. You have her eyes and mouth, and that same air of listening to voices only she could hear. Is that a curse or a blessing, I wonder? My children played in this orchard, and then my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren. Such a lot of small ghosts. To think that in a house where there were once 14 children, there is now nobody but you." "That isn't my fault," said Marigold, who felt as if old grandmother were blaming her. "It's nobody's fault, just as it was nobody's fault that your father died of pneumonia before you were born. Cloud of Spruce will be yours some day, Marigold." "Will it?" Marigold was startled. Such a thing had never occurred to her. "And you must always love it. Places know when they're loved, just the same as people. I've seen houses whose hearts were actually broken. This house and I have always been good friends. I've always loved it from the day I came here as a bride. I planted most of those trees. You must marry some day, Marigold, and fill those old rooms again. But not too young, not too young. I married at 17, and I was a grandmother at 36. It was awful. Sometimes it seems to me that I've always been a grandmother. I could have been married at 16, but I was determined I wouldn't be married till I had finished knitting my apple-leaf bedspread. Your great-grandfather went off in such a rage I didn't know if he'd ever come back. But he did. He was only a boy himself. 2 children, that's what we were. 2 young fools. That's what everybody called us. And yet we were wiser then than I am now. We knew things then I don't know now. I've stayed up too late. Don't do that, Marigold. Don't live till there's nothing left of life but the Pope's nose. Nobody will be sorry when I die." Suddenly Marigold gasped. "I will be sorry," she cried, and meant it. Why, it would be terrible. No old grandmother at Cloud of Spruce. How could the world go on at all? "I don't mean that kind of sorriness," said old grandmother. "And even you won't be sorry long. Isn't it strange? I was once afraid of death. He was a foe then. Now he is a lover. Do you know, Marigold, it is 30 years since anyone called me by my name. Do you know what my name is?" "No," admitted Marigold. It was the first time she had ever realized that old grandmother must have a name. "My name is Edith. Do you know, I have an odd fancy I want to hear someone call me that again. Just once. Call me by my name, Marigold." Marigold gasped again. This was terrible. It was sacrilege. Why, one might almost as well be expected to call God by his name to his face. "Say anything with my name in it," said old grandmother impatiently. I don't know what to say, Edith," stammered Marigold. It sounded dreadful when she had said it. Old grandmother sighed. "It's no use. That isn't my name, not as you say it. Of course it couldn't be. I should have known better." Suddenly she laughed. "Marigold, I wish I could be present at my own funeral. Oh, wouldn't it be fun? The whole clan will be here to the last 6th cousin. They'll sit around and say all the usual kind, good, dull things about me, instead of the interesting truth. The only true thing they'll say will be that I had a wonderful constitution. That's always said of any Lesley who lives to be over 80. Marigold," old grandmother's habit of swinging a conversation around by its ears was always startling, "what do you really think about the world?" Marigold, though taken by surprise, knew exactly what she thought about the world. "I think it's very interesting," she said. Old grandmother stared at her, then laughed. "You've hit it. Whether there be tongues, they shall fail. Whether there be prophecies, they shall vanish away. But the pageant of human life goes on. I've never tired watching it. I've lived nearly a century, and when all's said and done, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than I've always found the world and the people in it interesting. Yes, life's been worth living. Marigold, how many little boys are sweet on you?" "Sweet on me?" Marigold didn't understand. "Haven't you any little beau?" explained old grandmother. Marigold was quite shocked. "Of course not. I'm too small." "Oh, are you? I had 2 beaux when I was your age. Can you imagine me being 7 years old and having 2 little boys sweet on me?" Marigold looked at old grandmother's laughter-filled and moonlight-softened black eyes, and for the first time realized that old grandmother had not always been old. Why, she might even have been Edith. "For that matter, I had a beau when I was 6, said old grandmother triumphantly. "Girls were born having beaux in my day. Little Jim somebody, I've forgotten his last name, if I ever knew it, walked 3 miles to buy a stick of candy for me. I was only 6, but I knew what that meant. He has been dead for 80 years. And there was Charlie Snaith. He was 9. We always called him Froggy Face. I'll never forget his huge round eyes staring at me as he asked, 'Can I be your beau?' Or how he looked when I giggled and said no. There were a good many no's before I finally said yes." Old grandmother laughed reminiscently with all the delight of a girl in her teens. "It was great-grandfather you first said yes to, wasn't it?" asked Marigold. Old grandmother nodded. "But I had some narrow escapes. I was crazy about Frank Lister when I was 15. My folks wouldn't let me have him. He wanted me to run away with him. I've always been sorry I didn't. But then if I had, I'd have been sorry for that too. I was very near taking Bob Clancy, and now all I can remember about him was that he got drunk once and varnished his mother's kitchen with maple syrup. Joe Benson was in love with me. I had told him I thought he was magnificent. If you tell a certain kind of man he's magnificent, you can have him, if you really want that kind of a man. Peter March was a nice fellow. He was thought to be dying of consumption, and he pleaded with me to marry him and give him a year of happiness. Just suppose I had. He got better and lived to be 70. Never take a risk like that with a live man, Marigold. He married Hilda Stewart, a pretty girl, but too self-conscious. And every time Hilda spent more than 5 cents a week, Peter took neuralgia. He always sat ahead of me in church, and I was always tormented with the desire to slap a spot on his bald head that looked like a fly. Was great-grandfather a handsome man? Asked Marigold. Handsome? Handsome? Everyone was handsome 100 years ago. I don't know if he was handsome or not. I only know he was my man from the moment I first set eyes on him. It was at a dinner party. He was there with Janet Churchill. She thought she had him hooked. She always hated me. I had gold slippers on that night that were too tight for me. I kicked them off under the table for a bit of ease. Never found one of them again. I knew Janet was responsible for it, but I got even with her. I took her beau. It wasn't hard. She was a black velvet beauty of a girl, far prettier than I was. But she kept all her goods in the show window. Where there is no mystery, there is no romance. Remember that, Marigold. Did you and great-grandfather live here when you were married? Yes. He built Cloud of Spruce and brought me here. We were quite happy. Of course we quarrelled now and then, and once he swore at me. I just swore back at him. It horrified him, so he never set me such a bad example again. The worst quarrel we ever had was when he spilt soup over my purple silk dress. I always believed he did it on purpose because he didn't like the dress. He'd been dead up there in South Harmony graveyard for 40 years, but if he were here now, I'd like to slap his face for that dress. How did you get even with him? Asked Marigold, knowing very well old grandmother had got even. Old grandmother laughed until she had hardly enough breath left to speak. I told him that since he had ruined my dress, I'd go to church next Sunday in my petticoat, and I did. Oh, grandmother! Marigold thought this was going too far. Oh, I wore a long silk coat over it. He never knew till we were in our pew. When I sat down, the coat fell open in front, and he saw the petticoat. A bright paddy green it was. Oh, his face! I can see it yet. Old grandmother rocked herself to and fro on the stone bench in a convulsion of mirth. I pulled the coat together, but I don't think your great-grandfather got much good of that sermon. When it was over, he took me by the arm and marched me down the aisle and out to our buggy. No hanging round to talk gossip that day. He never spoke all the way home, sat there with his mouth primmed up. In fact, he never said a word about it at all. But he never could bear green the rest of his life, and it was my colour. But the next time I got a green dress, he gave our fat old washerwoman a dress off the same piece. So of course I couldn't wear the dress, and I never dared get green again. After all, it took a clever person to get the better of your great-grandfather in the long run. But that was the only serious quarrel we ever had, though we used to squabble for a few years over the bread. He wanted the slices cut thick, and I wanted them thin. It spoiled a lot of meals for us. Why couldn't you have each cut them to suit yourselves? Old grandmother chuckled. No, that would have been giving in on a trifle. It's harder to do that than give in on something big. Of course, we worked it out like that after we had so many children. The question was to get enough bread for the family, thick or thin. But to the end of his life, there were times when he would snort when I cut a lovely, thin, paper-like slice, and sometimes when I honestly couldn't help sniffing when he carved off one an inch thick. I like bread thin, said Marigold, sympathizing with old grandmother. But if you marry a man who likes it thick, and I know that every proper man does, let him have it thick from the start. Don't stick on trifles, Marigold. The slices of bread didn't worry me when your great-grandfather fell in love with his second cousin, Mary Lesley. She always tried to flirt with every male creature in sight. Simply couldn't leave the men alone. She wasn't handsome, but she carried herself like a queen, so people thought she was one. It's a useful trick, Marigold. You might remember it. But don't flirt. Either you hurt yourself or you hurt someone else. Didn't you flirt? Asked Marigold slyly. Yes, that's why I'm telling you not to. For the rest, take what God sends you. That was a bad time while it lasted, but he came back. They generally come back if you have sense enough to keep still and wait, as I had, glory be. The only time I broke loose was the night of Charlie Blaisdell's wedding. Alec sat in a corner and talked to Mary all the evening. I flew out of the house and walked the 6 miles home in a thin evening dress and satin shoes. It was in March. It should have killed me, of course. And here I am at 99, tough and tasty. And Alec never missed me. Thought I'd gone home with Abe Lesley's crowd. Oh, well, he came to his senses when Mary dropped him for something fresher. But I can't say I was ever very fond of Mary Lesley after that. She was a mischief maker anyhow, always blowing old jealousies into a flame for the fun of it. I got on very well with the rest of the clan, though my in-laws were mostly very stupid, poor things. Alec's mother didn't approve of us having such a big family. She said it kept Alec's nose to the grindstone. I had twins twice just to spite her, but we got on very well for all that. And Alec's brother Sam was a terrible bore. Nothing ever happened to him. He never even fell in love. Died when he was 60, in his sleep. It used to make me mad to see anyone wasting life like that. Paul was the black sheep. Always got drunk on every solemn or awful occasion. Got drunk at Ruth Lesley's wedding. She was married from here. And upset 2 stands of bees over there by the apple barn, just as the bridal party came out here to the orchard to be married. That was the liveliest wedding I was ever at. Never shall I forget old Minister Wood flying up those steps pursued by bees. Talk about ghosts. Old grandmother laughed until she had to wipe the tears from her eyes. Poor Ruth! She was so stung up she looked like a bride with the smallpox. Oh, well, she had only about half a brain anyway. She always threw her arms about her husband in public when she wanted to ask him some small favour. How red and furious he got, and he always refused. You'd have thought she'd have learnt sense in time. Some women never do. Be sure you have some sense, Marigold, when it comes to handling the men. Tell me some more stories, grandmother, entreated Marigold. Child, I could tell you stories all night. This orchard is full of them. Up there by the scabby apple trees, Bess Lesley swooned because Alexander Mackay asked her to marry him too suddenly. People swooned in my day, fainted in your grandmother's. Now they don't do either. But what a lot of fun they miss. Alexander thought Bess was dead, that he'd killed her with his abruptness. We found him on his knees by her, tearing his hair and shrieking blue murder. He thought I was a brute because I threw a dipperful of water over her. She came to very quickly. Her curls were only paper ones, and such a looking creature as she was, with them hanging limp about her face, and a complexion like a tallow candle. But she had a wonderful figure. It seems to me the girls look like sticks nowadays. Alexander clasped her in his arms and implored her to forgive him. She forgave him and married him, but she never forgave me. Talking of ghosts, they had a haunted door in their house, always found open no matter how it was shut and locked. Do you really believe that, grandmother? Of course. Always believe things like that. If you don't believe things, you'll never have any fun. The more things you can believe, the more interesting life is, as you say yourself. Too much incredulity makes it a poor thing. As for the ghosts, we had another haunted house in the clan. Garth Lesley's over the bay. It was haunted by a white cat. Why? Nobody knew, but there it was. The Garth Lesleys were rather proud of it. Lots of people saw it. I saw it. At least, I saw a white cat washing its face on the stairs. But was it the ghost cat? Oh, there you go again. I prefer to believe it was. Otherwise, I could never say I'd seen a real ghost. Over there in that corner, where the 3 pines are, Hilary and Kate Lesley agreed to tell each other what they really thought of each other. They thought it would be fun, but they never spoke again. Kate was engaged at one time to her 3rd cousin, Ben Lesley, over the bay. It was broken off, and later she found her photograph in his mother's album adorned with horns and a moustache. There was a terrible family row over that. In the tail of the day, she married Dave Ridley, a harmless creature, only he would eat the icing off his wife's piece of cake whenever they went anywhere to tea. Kate didn't seem to mind. She hated icing. But I always wanted to choke him with gobs of icing until he had enough of it for once. Ben's sister Laura was jilted by Turner Reed. He married Josie Lesley, and when they appeared out in church the first Sunday, Laura Lesley went too, in the dress that was to have been her wedding one, and sat down on the other side of Ben. Alex said she should have been tarred and feathered, but I tell you I liked her spunk. There's a piece of that very dress in my silk log cabin quilt in the green chest in the garret. You are to have it, and my pearl ring. Your great-grandfather found the pearl in an oyster the day we were engaged and had it set for me. It was reckoned worth $500. I've left it to you in my will, so none of the others can raise a rumpus or do you out of it. Edith over the bay has had her eye on it for years. Thinks she should have it because she was my first namesake. She owes me more than her name if she but knew it. She wouldn't exist at all if it hadn't been for me. I made the match between her father and mother. I was quite a matchmaker in my time. They really didn't want to marry each other a bit, but they were just as happy as if they had. All the same, Marigold, don't ever let anyone make a match for you. Old grandmother was silent for a few moments, thinking over maybe more old, forgotten loves of the clan. The wind swayed the trees, and the shadows danced madly. Were they only shadows? Annabel Lesley and I used to sit under the syrup apple tree over there and talk, said old grandmother in a different voice, a gentle, tender voice. I loved Annabel. She was the only one of the Lesley clan I really loved, a sweet woman, the only woman I ever knew who would keep secrets, a woman who would really burn a letter if you asked her to. It was safe to empty your soul out to her. Learn to keep a secret, Marigold. And she was just. Learn to be just, Marigold. The hardest thing in the world is to be just. I never was just. It was so much easier to be generous. I could sit here all night and hear you tell about those people, whispered Marigold. Old grandmother sighed. Once I could have stayed up all night, talking, dancing, and then laugh in the sunrise. But you can't do those things at 99. I must leave my ghosts and go in. After all, they were a pretty decent lot. We've never had a real scandal in the clan, unless that old affair about Adela's husband and the arsenic could be called one. You'll notice when Adela's books are spoken of, she is our cousin. But when the porridge mystery comes up, she's a third cousin. Not that I ever believed she did it. Marigold, will you forgive me for all the pills I've made you take? Oh, they were good for me, protested Marigold. Old grandmother chuckled. Those are the things we have to be forgiven for. But I don't ask you to forgive me for all the Bible verses I made you learn. You'll be grateful to me for them some day. It's amazing what beautiful things there are in the Bible. When all the morning stars sang together. And that speech of Ruth's to Naomi. Only it always enraged me too, because no daughter-in-law of mine would ever have said the like to me. Ah, well, they're all gone now except Marion. It's time. It's high time for me to go too. Marigold felt it was such a pity old grandmother had to die just when she had got really acquainted with her. And besides, Marigold had something on her conscience. Grandmother, she whispered, I've made faces at you when you weren't looking. Old grandmother touched Marigold's little round cheek with the tip of her finger. Are you so sure I didn't see your faces? I did, often. They weren't quite as impish as the ones I made at your age. I'm glad I've lived long enough for you to remember me, little Marigold. I'm leaving off. You're beginning. Live joyously, little child. Never mind the old traditions. Traditions don't matter in a day when queens have their pictures in magazine advertisements. But play the game of life according to the rules. You might as well, because you can't cheat life in the end. And don't think too much about what people will say. For years I wanted to do something, but I was prevented by the thought of what my cousin Evelina would say. At last I did it, and she said, I really didn't think Edith had so much spunk in her. Do anything you want to, Marigold, as long as you can go to your looking-glass afterwards and look yourself in the face. The oracle has spoken. And after all, is it any use? You'll make your own mistakes and learn from them as we all do. Hand me my cane, child. I'm glad I came out. I haven't had a laugh for years till tonight when I thought of poor Minister Wood and the bees. Why, I've heard you laugh often, Grandmother, said Marigold wonderingly. Cackling over the mistakes of poor humanity isn't laughing, said old Grandmother. She rose easily to her feet and walked through the orchard, leaning very lightly on her cane. At the gate she paused and looked back, waving a kiss to the invisible presences behind her. The moonlight made jewels of her eyes. The black scarf wound tightly round her head looked like a cap of sleek black hair. Suddenly the years were bridged. She was Edith, Edith of the gold slippers and the paddy green petticoat. Before she thought, Marigold cried out, "Oh, Edith! I know what you look like now." "That had the right sound," said old Grandmother. "You've given me a moment of youth, Marigold. And now I'm old again and tired, very tired. Help me up the steps." 5. "Can I help you undress?" "No, I'm not going to die in a nightdress." Old Grandmother climbed on the bed and pulled the puff over her. "And I'm going to smash one tradition to bits. I'm not going to die in the spare room. But I'm hungry. I think I'd like an egg fried in butter. But you can't do it. Isn't that pathetic? Me wanting a fried egg on my very deathbed and not able to get it." Old Grandmother chuckled again, her old satiric chuckle. The Edith of the orchard had gone back to the shadows of a lost century. "Go and bring me a glass of milk and a roll, one of Salome's rolls. She makes the best rolls in the world. You can tell her so after I'm gone. I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of telling it as long as I'm alive." Marigold flew to the kitchen, elated with a secret purpose. She was going to fry old Grandmother an egg. She had never fried an egg, but she had watched Salome do it for Lazar 100 times, and she did it beautifully. When she went back to the orchard room, she carried the gold and white circle on old Grandmother's own particular plate with one of Salome's crisp golden brown rolls. "Well, of all the children," said old Grandmother. She sat up against her pillows and ate her egg with a relish. "It's got just the flavour it should have. You have the real Lesley touch. We always know by grace and not by law just how big a pinch to put in. Now bring Lucifer to me. I have things to tell that cat. And you must go to bed. It's 12 o'clock. "Should I leave you, ma'am?" Marigold took no stock in old Grandmother's remarks about dying. That was just old Grandmother's way of talking. Dying people didn't go roaming in orchards or eat eggs fried in butter. But perhaps she ought to stay with her till Mother and young Grandmother came home. "Of course you must leave me. I'm all right, and will be all right. There's no earthly reason why you should stay here. Turn the light low and leave the water on the table here." Marigold brought Lucifer, warm and black from his nest in the woodshed, and filled old Grandmother's glass. "Would you like anything more?" "Nothing you can get me. I'd like a drink of the dandelion wine Alec's sister Eliza used to make. Nobody could make wine like her. Dead these 60 years, but I can taste it yet, like liquid sunlight. Off with you now." Marigold left old Grandmother sipping ghostly dandelion wine of the vintage of the 60s, with Lucifer purring blackly beside her. Young Grandmother and Mother found her there when they came in at 3 o'clock. Lucifer was asleep, but old Grandmother lay very still with a strange, wise little smile on her face, as if she had attained to the ultimate wisdom and was laughing still, but in no unkindly fashion, at all blind suppositions and perplexities. "I shall never forgive myself," cried young Grandmother. Young Grandmother no longer. 6. The blinds were drawn. The doors were purple-bowed. The Leslies came and went decorously. A terrible, abysmal loneliness engulfed Marigold. And then she suddenly ceased to believe old Grandmother was dead. That was not old Grandmother, that little ivory white creature in the big flower-banked casket. That was not the Edith of the old orchard. She was living and laughing still, if not in the orchard, then somewhere else. Even in heaven, which must and would become an entirely different place the moment old Grandmother arrived there. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. The Power of the Dog. 1. Marigold wakened one September morning earlier than her wont, when all the eastern sky was abloom with the sunrise, because she was going to school that day. She did not know whether she was glad or sorry, but she did know she was very much interested, and a little frightened, and she was determined she would not show she was frightened. For one thing, she was sure old grandmother would have scorned her for being frightened, and old grandmother dead had somehow become a more potent influence in Marigold's life than old grandmother living. For another thing, Marigold had always felt that Mother was a little bit disappointed in her that night at Uncle Paul's. Of course, that was ages ago, when she was a mere child of 6. She was 7 now, and it would never do to show you were frightened. She lay happily in her bed, her 2 little silver-golden braids with their curling ends lying over her pillows, looking out of the window beside her. She loved that window because she could see the orchard from it and the cloud of spruce. She could lie in bed and watch the tops of the spruces tossing in the morning wind. Always when she wakened up, there they were dark against the blue. Always when she went to sleep, they were weaving magic with the moonlight or the stars. And she loved the other window of her room because she could see the harbor from it, and across the harbor to a misty blue cloud behind which was her dear hidden land. Marigold was sure nobody in the world had such a dear little room as hers, a room, too, that could only be entered through Mother's. That made her feel so safe always, because night, even when you were 7, was a strange though beautiful thing. Who knew what went on outside in the darkness? Strange, uncanny beasts were abroad, as Marigold had good reason to know, having seen them. Perhaps the trees moved about and talked to one another. That pine, which was always stretching out its arms to the maple, might go across the orchard and put them around her. Those 2 old spruce crones, with the apple barn between them in daytime, got their heads together at night. The little row of birches along Mr. Donkin's line fence danced in and out everywhere. Perhaps that slim little beech in the spruce copse behind the barn, who kept herself to herself and was considered very stuck up by the spruces, escaped from them for a while and forgot her airs and graces in a romp with her own kind. And the hemlock schoolmoms, with a final grim finger-shake at terrified little boys, stalked at large, shaking their fingers at everything. Oh, the things they did were interesting beyond any doubt, but Marigold was just as glad none of them could come walking up the stairs into her room without Mother catching them. The air was tremulous with elfin music. Oh, it was certainly a lovely world, especially that part of it which you entered through the magic door and the green gate. To other people this part of the world was only the orchard and the big spruce bush on the hill. They knew nothing of the wonderful things there. But you could find those wonderful things only if you went through the magic door and the green gate, and said the rhyme. The rhyme was a very important part of the magic, too. Sylvia would not come unless you said the rhyme. Grandmother, who was neither young nor old now, but just grandmother, did not approve of Sylvia. She could not understand why Mother permitted Sylvia at all. It was absurd and outrageous and unchristian. "I could understand such devotion to a flesh-and-blood playmate," said grandmother coldly, "but this nonsensical imaginary creature is beyond me. It's worse than nonsense. It is positively wicked." "Almost all lonely children have these imaginary playmates," pleaded Lorraine. "I had, and Leander had. He often told me about them. He had 3 chums when he was a little boy. He called them Mr. Punk and Mr. Ert and Mr. Jiggles. Mr. Punk lived in the well, and Mr. Ert in the old hollow poplar tree, and Mr. Jiggles just roamed around."
"Leander never told me about them,"
said Grandmother, almost unbelievingly. "I've often heard you tell as a joke that one day when he was 6, he came running in out of breath and exclaimed, 'Oh, Mother, I was chased up the road by a pretending bull, and I ran without hope.'"
"Yes, and I scolded him well for it and sent him to bed without his supper," said Grandmother righteously. "For one thing, he had been told not to run like that on a hot day, and for another, I had no more use for pretendings then than I have now."
"I don't wonder he never told you about Mr. Ponk and Co., thought Lorraine, but she did not say it. One did not say those things to Grandmother.
"It is not so much Sylvia herself I object to," went on Grandmother, "as all the things Marigold tells us about their adventures. She seems actually to believe in them. That dance of fairies they saw. Fairies! That's why she's afraid to sleep in the dark. Mark well my words, Lorraine, it will teach her to lie and deceive. You should put your foot down on this at once, and tell her plainly there is no such a creature as this Sylvia, and that you will not allow this self-deception to go on."
"I can't tell her that," protested Lorraine. "You remember how she fretted when her Sunday school teacher told her that her dead kitten had no soul? Why, she made herself ill for a week."
"I was almost ill for a week after that fright she gave me the morning she slipped out of bed and went off up the hill to play with Sylvia at sunrise when you were in town," said Grandmother severely. "Never shall I forget my feelings when I went into her room in the morning and found her bed empty. And just after that kidnapping case in New Brunswick, too."
"Of course, she shouldn't have done that," admitted Lorraine. "She and Sylvia had made a plan to go across to the big hill and catch the sun when it came up behind it." Grandmother sniffed.
"You talk as if you believed in Sylvia's existence yourself, Lorraine. The whole thing is unnatural. There's something wrong about a child who wants to be alone so much. Really, I think she is bewitched. Remember the day of the Sunday school picnic? Marigold didn't want to go to it. She said she'd rather play with Sylvia. That was unnatural. And the other night, when she said her prayers, she asked God to bless Mother and Grandmother and Sylvia. I was shocked. And that story she came home with last week, how they had seen 3 enormous elephants marching along the spruce hill and drinking by moonlight at the White Fountain, by which I suppose she meant the spring."
"But that may have been true," protested Lorraine timidly. "You know that was the very time the elephants escaped from the circus in Charlottetown and were found in South Harmony."
"If 3 elephants paraded through Harmony, somebody would likely have seen them besides Marigold. No, she made the whole thing up. And the long and short of it is, Lorraine, I tell you plainly that if you let your child go on like this, people will think she is not all there."
This was very terrible, to Mother as well as Grandmother. It was a very disgraceful thing to have a child who was not all there. But still, Mother was unwilling to destroy Marigold's beautiful dream world.
"She told us the other day," continued Grandmother, "that Sylvia told her God was a very nice-looking old gentleman. Fancy your child learning things like that from a playmate."
"You talk now as if you thought Sylvia was real," said Lorraine mischievously, but Grandmother ignored her.
"It is a good thing Marigold will soon be going to school. She will forget this Sylvia riffraff when it opens."
The school was half a mile away, and Grandmother was to drive Marigold there the first day. It seemed to Marigold that they would never get off, but Cloud of Spruce was never in a hurry. At last they really were on the road. Marigold had on her new blue dress, and her lunch was packed in a little basket. Salome had filled it generously with lovely heart-shaped sandwiches and cookies cut in animal shapes, and Mother had slipped in some of her favorite jelly in a little broken-handled cream jug of robin's egg blue, which Marigold had always loved in spite of its broken handle, or because of it. She was sure it felt it. It was September, and the day was true September. Marigold enjoyed the drive, in spite of certain queer feelings born of the suspicion that Mother was crying behind the waxberry bush back at Cloud of Spruce, until she saw the dog. After that she enjoyed it no more. The dog was sitting on the steps of old Mr. Plaxton's little house, and when he saw them he tore down to the gate and along the fields inside the fence, barking madly. He was a fairly large dog, with short, tawny hair, ears that stuck straight up, and a tail with a black spot on the end of it. Marigold was sure he would tear her limb from limb if he could catch her, and she would have to go to school alone in the future. She rather enjoyed the day in school, however, in spite of some alarming, sniggering small boys whom Marigold decidedly did not like. It was quite delightful to be made a fuss over, and the big girls made such a fuss over her. They quarrelled as to whom she would sit with, and finally settled the matter by drawing straws. Lazare called and took her home when school came out, and there was no sign of the dog, so Marigold felt quite happy and thought school was very nice. 2. The next day it was not quite so nice. This time Mother walked to school with her, and at first it was lovely. There was no dog at Mr. Plaxton's gate, but on the other side of the road was the widow Turner's great flock of geese and goslings, with a huge gander who ran to the road and hissed at them through the fence. Marigold would not tell Mother that the geese frightened her, and very soon she forgot about them. After all, a gander was not a dog, and it was delightful to be walking along that beautiful road with Mother. Marigold probably forgot everything she learned in school that day, but she never forgot the tricks of the winding road, the gay companies of goldenrod in the field corners, the way the fir trees hung over the bend, the long waves going over Mr. Donkin's field of wheat, and the white young clouds sailing adventurously over the harbour. The road ran up the red hill, and the rain in the night had washed all the dust from the rounded clumps of spice fern along the edges. Then they crossed a brook, not on the plank bridge, but on a dear little bridge of stones, where they could see the pearl-crested eddies around the dripping grasses. And then came a dear bit of wood, where balsam boughs made music, and all the little violet shadows were stippled with sunlight, and they walked on a fairy path near the fence, over sheets of lovely moss, almost up to the green corner where the white schoolhouse stood. Marigold would have been perfectly happy if she could have forgotten the dog and the gander. No, school wasn't quite so nice that day. The big girls did not take much notice of her. There was another new pupil, with amazing red-gold bobbed curls, and they were all agog over her. The teacher made Marigold sit with a little girl named Sarah Miller, whom she did not know and did not like, and a hateful boy across the aisle chewed gum and grinned at her alternately. When he chewed, his ears waggled, and when he grinned at her his face was that of an unholy imp. He came up to her at recess, and Marigold turned her back upon him. Plainly this Lesley puss must have her claws clipped at once.
"You'd better get your mammy to bring you to school every day," he jeered. "If she don't, old Plaxton's dog will eat you. That dog has at 3 people."
"Et 'em?" In spite of herself, Marigold could not help turning around. The dog had such a terrible fascination for her.
"Body and bones, I'll tell the world. One of them was a little girl about your age. Dogs always know when folks are afraid of them."
Marigold had a queer, sick, cold feeling, but she thought old grandmother would have made short work of this impudent boy.
"Do you suppose," she said cuttingly, "that I am afraid of 1,000 dogs?" "You talk big like all the Lesleys," reported her tormentor, "but just you wait till that dog gets his teeth in your shin, and you'll sing a different tune, Miss High and Mighty."
Marigold did not feel very high and mighty, and when she asked Sarah Miller if geese ever bit, and Sarah said,
"Yes, our old gander flew at me and knocked me down one day and bit me,"
Marigold felt that life was really too difficult. How was she ever to get home? There were no other children going her way. Mr. Donkin had no children, nor Mr. Plaxton, nor Mr. Ross, nor the widow Turner. Lazare's children and Fidim's went to the French school over east, where Marigold had so long ago dreamed the hidden land was. Then Uncle Clon came along and took her home in the car. The gander hissed at them, and the dog flew down to the gate and howled his head off at them. He was really a very noisy dog. Marigold did not say a word of her fears to Uncle Clon. She couldn't bear that he should think her a coward either. She talked the matter over with Lucifer, who had no opinion of dogs at all. "Not that I have ever had anything to do with them," he admitted, "but I've heard that a dog insulted one of my ancestors." When Marigold said her prayers that night, she prayed most earnestly that the dog might not be there the next morning. 3. Mother wanted to take her to school again, but Grandmother said, "There's no use in pampering her like that. She may as well get used to going alone, first as last. There's nothing on the road to hurt her." "There are motor cars." "There are very seldom motor cars on this road so early in the morning. Besides, they'll be there tomorrow just the same as today. Marigold must learn to walk on the side of the road and never cross it." Marigold was not afraid of motor cars. She loved to see them go purring past in the violet dusk, with their great golden moons of eyes, and sometimes turning in at the gate, making strange magic with their shifting light on trees and flowers. Even in daylight they were interesting. But tawny dogs as big as lions and enormous hissing ganders were quite another thing. She had not slept all night for thinking of them. Suppose there wasn't any God? Old Cousin Malcolm over the bay said there wasn't. Suppose the dog should be there? Suppose the gate should be open? Suppose he could jump over the fence? Suppose he ate her up, body and bones? Nobody would ever know what became of her. She remembered a horrible tale Lazar had told her of a dog that flew at someone's throat and tore out the jugular vein. Suppose he tore out her jugular vein? She said her prayers that morning very earnestly, and in spite of her terror she did not forget to put on her green dress, though she didn't like it, because it was its turn and mustn't feel neglected. She tried to eat some breakfast. She went out to the road that had suddenly stretched to miles and miles, all filled with terror for her, with her lunch-basket and her little quaking heart. "You're not frightened to go alone, darling?" said Mother, kissing her good-bye. "Oh, no," lied Marigold gallantly. Mother must not know, must not even suspect. "And I won't be frightened," she whispered defiantly to the world. "I'll make it true. I'm sure God will not let the dog be there. I'm quite sure." "Cheer up," said Lucifer on the gate-post, blinking his topaz eyes at her. "A dog is only a dog. Bristle up your tail and spit at him. Anyone can bark through a fence." There was no delight in the road that day for Marigold, though the fir-trees blew gaily together on the windy hill, and Mr. Donkin's calves stood in a ferny corner and looked at her with elfin mischief in their soft dark eyes. As she drew near Mr. Plaxton's house, she could see the dog sitting on the steps. Marigold grew cold all over, but she came on. Old Grandmother, she was sure, would have gone on. The dog rushed down to the gate and tore along the fence and barked, most furiously. Did he know she was afraid of him? It seemed a year to Marigold before she left him behind. She felt rather sickish all day in school and couldn't eat her lunch, and her spirit was bitter within her. God hadn't answered her prayer. Very likely old Cousin Malcolm was right. Of course he was right. Marigold went home past the dog in a godless world where only terror reigned supreme. 4. For a week Marigold lived in that world and tasted its horror to the full, but she would have died before she admitted her cowardice to Mother or Grandmother. She might have told it to Aunt Marigold, but Aunt Marigold was away. She could not play with Sylvia, and a new batch of kittens left her cold. And every day that dog rushed down to the gate and pursued her beside the fence with barks. Marigold saw everything connected with the dog in capitals. Some day, Marigold knew it, he would jump the fence. One rainy day she felt sure he would not be there, but he was. noisier than ever. "I wish you were dead," Marigold whispered passionately. But she could not pray that he would die, though once she tried to. Even a dog has some rights, she felt. She still prayed, though she did not think it a bit of use. Then, one day, the dog did jump the fence. 5. "The child is getting frightfully thin and pale," worried Mother. "She hardly eats any breakfast. I'm sure that long walk to school is too much for her." "I walked 2.5 miles to school when I was her age," said Grandmother, who was worried too, but wouldn't give in. "How is she to get to school if she doesn't walk? She can't be taken every day."
"She has nightmares, something Marigold never had before," persisted Mother. "Last night she screamed dreadfully that it had caught her. And do you notice how little she laughs?"
"I notice she doesn't go traipsing up the hill after Sylvia any more, and that's much to the good," said Grandmother in a tone of satisfaction. "I'll tell her she mustn't go tearing round with the children at school, tiring herself out. That's what's the matter with her."
There was no need of such a command. Marigold was so quiet at school that the other children thought her stupid, and the teacher thought her a model, though a little dull. She couldn't seem to remember half she was told. How could she when she didn't hear it, being wrapped up in dread of the walk home past the dog? The terrible thing was that it wasn't getting any easier, harder, if anything. Marigold felt that she couldn't go on being brave forever. Some day she would break down and confess everything, and everybody would know what a coward she was. The dog was at the steps as usual, and as usual ran and barked. But Marigold was suddenly confronted with a new terror. The widow Turner's geese were out on the road. They spread all over the road, and as she drew near, the big gander flew at her with huge outstretched wings, hissing furiously. Marigold dropped book and lunchbox and screamed. At that, the dog jumped the fence. He appeared to fly over it without effort, and just when Marigold expected to be devoured at a gulp or feel his teeth at her jugular vein, she saw him hurl himself at the gander. The outraged gander turned tail and ran as never gander ran before, towards the hole in the fence where he had escaped. The dog chivied all the rest of the flock through after him, and then leapt victoriously back to Marigold. His impact nearly knocked her off her feet, but the next moment she knew she was not a bit afraid. The dog was capering around her in an ecstasy of friendliness, stopping every moment or so to yap out his good intentions. Why, he was really only an overgrown pup, and all his barking and tearing had just been sheer neighbourliness. No wonder God hadn't answered her prayer. As Marigold walked on, the dog trotted cockily along beside her, occasionally licking her hand or lifting his adoring dog face with a delighted yelp. He seemed to be the happiest dog in the world just to be with her. He went right to the school with her, and that night when she went home, no longer a bit afraid, she went right up to the gate and kissed him through the bars. "I'm so sorry I hated you, and prayed that you wouldn't be here," she told him.
"What's a little hatred between friends?" said the dog. "That gander shan't give you any more sass. I'll see to that, lovely."
Marigold's laughter rang again through cloud of spruce that evening. The world was once more a nice smiling place where everybody was happy. She ate a hearty supper, and then she was off up the hill to Sylvia, which didn't please Grandmother so well. After that she scurried off to school early in the morning, so that she could have a little time to play with the dog, who, having found he could jump the fence when he had to, jumped it every morning and evening, just to be petted by Marigold, and fed little snacks from her basket. Marigold felt a certain sweetness of victory because she had never told anyone how frightened she was. It seemed to her that she had redeemed herself from some taint of disgrace that had clung to her ever since the night at Uncle Paul's. But now that she was frightened no longer, she told Mother, because she couldn't bear to have secrets from Mother. Lorraine was secretly horror-stricken when she realized what a long drawn-out agony this small creature had been enduring in silence and solitude.
I don't think you are a coward at all, dearest. You were very brave to go right on when you were so afraid, and keep going on." "If I could have picked my mother, I'd have picked you," whispered Marigold. Everything was beautiful again, and every wind of the world was a friend. "Didn't I tell you?" purred Lucifer. "I shall always like cats a little better than dogs," said Marigold, "but Mr. Plaxton's dog is a beautiful dog." "There ain't no such animal." Lucifer had the last word.
End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Diego Sutcliffe. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Lost Laughter. 1. Marigold woke up on a Saturday morning in June with stars of delight in her eyes. She thought it the loveliest thing that Sylvia's birthday should be in June, and they were going to have a birthday picnic in the spruce bush by the little spring with its untrampled edges, in a banquet hall with tall spruces for columns, with little frosted cakes, some with M on them and pink icing and some with S, and one gorgeous big cake with both M and S on it, intertwined, with a drift of coconut over everything. Mother had made it specially for Sylvia's birthday. Mother was such a brick. Grandmother now. But Marigold was not going to think of grandmother in her attitude in regard to Sylvia on this wonderful morning of dawn-rosy meadows and skyey lures, of white young cherry trees and winds dancing over the hills. Spring is such an exciting time, thought Marigold blissfully as she sprang out of bed and began to dress. Grandmother and her mother had already begun breakfast, grandmother very stalely and dignified as usual, with silvery hair and sharp steel blue eyes, was looking displeased. She disapproved of this birthday picnic as much as she disapproved of Sylvia. She had so confidently expected that Marigold would get over this Sylvia nonsense when she went to school, but Marigold had been going to school for a year and seemed more besotted on Sylvia than ever. "We'll have to tell her today that you're going to the sanitarium tomorrow," said grandmother. "Oh, not today," implored Lorraine. "Let her have one more happy day. Not till the morning." Lorraine had taken a bad cold in March, and it hung on. Aunt Marigold said that there was nothing serious as yet, but advised a couple of months in the sanitarium. She frightened grandmother and Lorraine a good deal more than the latter's condition justified, but Aunt Marigold was wise in her day and generation. She knew Lorraine was tired out and run down. She knew she needed a real rest and that she would never get it at Cloud of Spruce or visiting among her relatives. And she knew she would never leave Marigold unless she were thoroughly frightened. So Aunt Marigold did it thoroughly. "You are going in the afternoon tomorrow. That will give her very little time to get used to it." "Oh, but not today," pleaded Mother. Grandmother yielded. You couldn't refuse the request of a woman who was going to the sanitarium the next day, even if you did think it remarkably silly. And then Marigold came running in with her little wild rose face all alight, and began to eat her porridge out of the dear little blue bowl she loved. Real porridge. Grandmother insisted on that. No imaginary porridges called cereals for grandmother. "Isn't it lovely that Sylvia's birthday is in June?" she said. "And she's just 8 years old, too. Isn't that extraordinary? Why, it makes us pretty near twins, doesn't it, Mother? We're going to have such an elegant time today. After the picnic, we're going to find that echo that lives way, way back in the hilly land." "Don't you go so far away that you can't get back in time for dinner," said grandmother. "You were late last Saturday." Marigold looked rather scornfully at grandmother. Didn't grandmother understand that when you went through the magic door, you stepped straight into fairyland where there was no such thing as time? "I think I'll be a little scared to go so far back," said Marigold confidently to Mother. Marigold never minded admitting she was scared since the day of the dog that now, alas, belonged only to the beautiful far-off past. In the winter, Mr. Plaxton had sold him to a man who lived over the bay, and Marigold, who had once wished he was dead, walked past Mr. Plaxton's door every school morning with an aching lump in her throat, hating Mr. Plaxton, and missing woefully that friendly, eager catapult of barks that had always hurled itself over the fence at her. God had answered her prayer after all. Rather late, she thought very bitterly. I see one has to be careful what one prays for, was her opinion. But Sylvia won't be scared. Sylvia isn't afraid of anything. Why, Marigold cast about for some statement to show how very brave Sylvia was. Why, she'd just as soon call the minister John as not, if she wanted to. You see? Telegraphed Grandmother's steel blue eyes, but Mother only laughed. What jam do you want in your tarts, dear? Plum or gooseberry? Marigold liked gooseberry the best, but, oh, plum, Mother. Sylvia likes plum. The lunch basket was made up, and Marigold trotted happily into the orchard room, and trotted back again. Please, where is the key of the orchard door? She said. It's upstairs on my bureau, said Grandmother. Go out of the side door. Marigold looked reproachfully at Grandmother, wondering if when she got to be over 70 years old she would be so stupid. You know I have to go through the orchard door, Grandmother. It's a magic door. None of the others are. Run upstairs and get the key for yourself, dear, said Mother gently. Grandmother sniffed, but looked rather pleased. An idea had just come to her. Marigold, happily unconscious of Grandmother's idea, got the key and went through the magic door into the land where wishes come true, which unimaginative people call the Old Orchard. You went through the orchard and up the stone steps until you came to the green gate, about which grew the 7 slim poplars that always turned into nymphs when she and Sylvia played there. Marigold opened the gate, shut her eyes, said the rhyme, opened them. Yes, there was Sylvia with her floating dark hair and her dreamy eyes, her snow-white hands and feet among the fine, fair shadows of the poplars. Marigold sprang forward with a cry of joy. To think I once thought you were a plum blossom bough, she laughed. 2. Grandmother did not carry out her idea as soon as Mother had gone away. That would have been cruel, and Grandmother was never cruel, intentionally. She must wait until Marigold recovered from the grief of Mother's going. At first, Marigold thought she could never get over it. She was shocked the first day she laughed. She had not expected to be able to laugh again until Mother came home. But Sylvia did say such funny things, and a letter came from Mother every day, such a dear, jolly, understanding letter. Then, Grandmother, please, can I have the key to the magic door? Asked Marigold one morning. Grandmother looked at her with cold eyes. I have locked that door, and it is to remain locked, she said deliberately. I find that I often forget to lock it at night, and that is very dangerous. But, Grandmother, exclaimed Marigold, I must have the key. You know I can't see Sylvia unless I go that way. Then you must get along without seeing her, said Grandmother immovably. Marigold did not plead or coax. She knew quite well that no pleading would avail with Grandmother, who had been one of the stubborn Blaisdells, as Salome said, before she married happily into the Lesley clan. But she went away with eyes that were stripped of laughter. Grandmother gazed after her triumphantly. This would put an end to all nonsense. It did. Marigold made one effort to find Sylvia. She went out through the hall door, up the orchard, and through the green gate. She shut her eyes, said the rhyme, opened them. There was no Sylvia. Marigold crept back to the house, a pathetic, defeated little figure. For a week Marigold moped, so Grandmother termed it. Grandmother was very good to her. She let her help cook, Salome being away on one of her rare vacations. Shell lovely walnuts with kinkly meats, seed raisins, slice citron peel, even, oh bliss of happier days, beat eggs. But Marigold seemed interested in nothing. She sat about a great deal in a big chair on the veranda, looking out on the harbor, with a smileless little face. One night, Grandmother discovered that Marigold had gone to bed without saying her prayers. Horrified, Grandmother made Marigold get right up and say them. But when Marigold got into bed again, she looked at Grandmother with sad, defiant eyes. My soul didn't pray a bit, she said. When another week had passed, Grandmother began to worry about Marigold. All was not well with the child. She was growing thin and pale. It's the heat, said Grandmother. If it would only get cooler, she would be all right. Grandmother would not even let herself look at the idea that Marigold was fretting for Sylvia. It was absurd to suppose that a child would become ill because of the imaginary loss of an imaginary playmate. She went into Harmony and brought Marigold a magnificent doll, almost as big and beautiful as Alicia. Marigold thanked her, played with it a little, then laid it aside. "Why don't you like your doll?" asked Grandmother severely. "It's a very nice doll," said Marigold listlessly. "But it isn't alive. Sylvia was." It was the first time she had spoken of Sylvia. Grandmother's brow grew dark. "You are a very ungrateful little girl," said Grandmother. Marigold sighed. She was sorry Grandmother thought her ungrateful, but she did not really care very much. When you're horribly tired, you can't care very much about anything. There was no joy in waking up any longer. The bluebells in the orchard had no message for her, and she had forgotten the language of the roses. The days seemed endless, and the nights, the lonely, black, dreadful nights when the windows rattled so terribly and the wind sang and sobbed so lonesomely in the treetops around Cloud of Spruce, worse than endless. There was nothing then but a great, empty, aching loneliness. No sweet medicine of mother's kisses, no Sylvia. But one night, Marigold heard distant music. "I think it is Sylvia singing on the hill," she said when Grandmother asked her sharply what she was listening to. Grandmother was vexed with herself that she couldn't help recalling that silly old superstition of Salome's that angels sing to children about to die. But Grandmother was really alarmed by now. The child was going to skin and bone. She hadn't laughed for a month. The house seemed haunted by her sad little face. What was to be done? Lorraine must not be worried. Grandmother got Marigold a lovely new dress of silvery silk and a necklace of beautiful pale green beads. Nobody in the whole Lesley clan had such a beautiful necklace. Marigold put it on and thanked Grandmother dutifully, and went away and sat on her chair on the veranda. Grandmother gave Marigold her own way about everything, except the one thing that really mattered. But Grandmother did not for a moment suppose that mattered at all. And she certainly wasn't going to give in about a thing that didn't matter. Marigold pined and paled more visibly every day. Grandmother was at her wit's end. "If only Horace's wife was home," she said helplessly. But Uncle Clone and Aunt Marigold were far away at the coast, so Dr. Morehouse was called in, very secretly so that no rumor of it might reach Lorraine. And Dr. Morehouse couldn't find anything wrong with the child. A little run down. The weather was hot. Plenty of sleep, food, and fresh air. He left some pills for her. Marigold took them as obediently for Grandmother as for old Grandmother. But she grew no better. "I'll soon be sleeping in the spare room, won't I, Grandmother?" she said one night. Grandmother's old face grew suddenly older. "The spare room?" "Don't be foolish, dear," she said very gently. "You are not going to die. You'll soon be all right." "I don't want to be all right," said Marigold. "When I die, I can go through the magic door without any key." Grandmother could not sleep that night. She recalled what Great Aunt Elizabeth had once said of Marigold. "She is too glad to live. Such gladness is not of earth." But then Aunt Elizabeth had always been an old pessimist, always predicting somebody's death. Of course she hit it once in a while, but not a tenth of her predictions ever came true. There was no need to worry over Marigold. The child had always been perfectly healthy, though not exactly robust, rather too sensitive, like Lorraine. The weather was so hot. As soon as it cooled, her appetite would come back. But still, Grandmother could not sleep. She decided that if Marigold did not soon begin to improve, Lorraine would have to be sent for. 3. Dr. Adam Clow, professor of psychology in a famous university, was talking over family folklore with Grandmother on the veranda of Cloud of Spruce, looking out into a blue dimness that was the harbor, but which to him, just now, was a fair, uncharted land where he might find all his lost Aprils. Only the loveliest of muted sounds were heard, the faint whisper of friendly trees, the half-heard, half-felt moan of the surf, the airest sigh of wind. Down the road, the witching lilt of some invisible musician who was playing a fiddle at Lazaire's, and the purr of black cats humped up on the steps, cats who must have been at Cloud of Spruce forever, and would be there forever. Changeless, ageless creatures that they were. What did the world look like to a cat? Speculated Dr. Clow. Know what he might about psychology, he did not know that. Dr. Clow was a very old friend of grandmother's, and this visit was a great event to her. There was nobody on earth for whose opinion she had such respect as for Adam's. He was one of the few people left to call her Marianne, to remember her as one of the handsome Blaisdell girls. Adam Clow was that rare thing, a handsome old man, having lived a good life so long that he was very full of the beauty of the spirit. His dark eyes were still softly luminous, and his thin, delicately cut, finely wrinkled face rather dreamy and remote. But his smile was vivid and youthful, and his mouth showed strength and tenderness and humor. He came once every year to hear the fir trees whispering on the hills of home, here where all his race and all his friends, save Marianne Blaisdell, had vanished. Here was still home. Here still, on purple evenings and starlit midnights and white dawns, the little waves murmured and sighed on the harbor shore, and all of those who had once listened to them with him was left only Marianne Blaisdell, handsome Marianne, who had a certain queen's loveliness about her still. With her he could talk about charming, vanished households and the laughing girls of long ago, and old summers so sweet they could not wholly die. He shuddered when he thought of a recent evening spent with a former schoolmate who prided herself on keeping up with the times, and talked to him the whole time about eugenics and chromosomes and the growing menace of the feeble-minded. Dr. Adam Clow thanked his stars for a vine-hung veranda and a woman who had grown old gracefully. "Oh, well, I haven't got to wheelchairs and gruel yet," said grandmother complacently. They talked of the old days and the new days, and watched the moon rising over the old fields they knew. And Dr. Clow told her all the jokes he could think of. He was the only person in the world who dared tell jokes to grandmother. And finally, grandmother, proud, reserved grandmother, found herself telling him all about Marigold, who was asleep in her little room with tears still gemming her lashes. She had not taken any interest in Dr. Clow. He was grandmother's meat, and, like grandmother, must long since have forgotten the way to fairyland. Grandmother had to tell somebody. Adam's coming seemed providential. She had always found it easy to tell things to him. Always, until now. To her amazement, she found it incredibly hard to tell Adam Clow that she had locked the magic door. "She doesn't seem to want to get better," she concluded helplessly. "A wounded spirit who can bear," quoted Adam Clow softly. "I don't understand," said grandmother in a hurt tone. I think I've been very kind to Marigold." "And I think," said Adam Clow rather sternly, "that she is dying of a broken heart." Grandmother began to say, "Bosh," and stopped. One didn't say bosh to doctors of psychology. "You don't really mean to say that you think she's gotten so ill because she can't see that Sylvia of hers anymore? Or imagines she can't?" Dr. Clow put his slender fingertips together. "I think I might talk a great deal of wise jargon about a neurosis caused by a suppressed desire for her playmate," he said, "but I won't. I simply advise you to give her the keys of the magic door." "But, Adam," grandmother could not give in so easily, "is it right to encourage her in those pretenses? Those falsehoods?" "They are not falsehoods. They are truths to her. She sees things invisible to us. She is a queen in the lovely kingdom of make-believe. She is not trying to deceive anybody. She has the wonderful gift of creation in an unusual degree. It is such a pity that she will lose it as she grows older, that she will have to forgo its wonder and live like us in the light of common day. Has this never occurred to you, Miriam?" No, it hadn't. But grandmother gave a little sigh of surrender. Dr. Clow stood up. "I must be going. We've sat up terribly late for old folks." "I'm sorry you have to walk to Harmony," said grandmother. "Our horse is too lame to drive just now, and Horace is away, so his car—" "I don't like a car after dark. In a car you can never feel the charm of the soft enfolding night. I want to walk. It keeps me limber. Well, it's goodbye for another year. I must go back tomorrow and begin work. And if I have to slip off this robe of flesh before next summer, I'll save up my jokes to tell you in eternity. After all, there's nothing quite so satisfying as an old friendship, is there, Miriam? As for Marigold, the earth has grown very old for us, Miriam. Let us be thankful it is still young and full of magic for Marigold. 4. The next morning after breakfast, Grandmother silently laid the keys of the orchard door by Marigold's blue bowl. Marigold lifted incredulous eyes. "Oh, Grandmother! May I? May I?" "Yes," said Grandmother curtly. In spite of Adam's fine phrases, she did not relish defeat by this puss of a Marigold, and there was Lucifer cocking an insolent yellow eye at her, as if he were hugely amused over the whole affair. Marigold stood still for a moment, transfigured. Her face was as blithe as the day. It was as if a little shower of joy had rained down upon her out of the sky. She flew through the orchard room, through the magic door, through the blue-eyed grass of the orchard as if there were some Atalanta wizardry in her feet, through the green gate. For another moment she stood, almost afraid. Suppose Sylvia... Then she shut her eyes and said her rhyme. 5. Grandmother stood in the magic door at twilight. There was a pale moon glow behind the cloud of spruce. There was a dance of great plummy boughs in the western wind, and there was a sound not heard in the orchard for a very long time. The sound of Marigold's laughter as she waved good-night to Sylvia over the green gate. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. It. 1. Mother was home, pink-cheeked and rested and well, and Marigold was going to Blue Water Beach to stay from Friday evening to Sunday night. In other words, a weekend, though that expression had not yet penetrated to Cloud of Spruce. And Marigold was delighted for several good reasons. The best reason was that she would see Nancy, fascinating Nancy of the brown eyes and russet hair, and not only see her, but play with her. Play with Nancy's beautiful set of dishes kept in the little square box cupboard in the wall with the glass door, and not only play with her, but sleep with her 2 whole nights in her fascinating little room, where there was a dressing table with a lovely frill of sheer white muslin over a pink lining, and a turquoise blue jug and basin with fluted edges, and peacocks on the wallpaper. They would talk delicious little secrets which nobody in the world but their small selves knew. Aunt Stasia's house was near a railroad, and it was such thrilly fun to watch the lighted trains go by in the night, like great dragons breathing smoke and fire. Then there was to be a party on Saturday afternoon at Lily Johnson's just across the road from Aunt Stasia's, to which Marigold was invited, and she had the loveliest new dress for it. Moreover, Blue Water Beach was in that realm of magic, over the bay, where at sunset there were dim old shores of faded gold and dusk. Who knew but that sometime she might actually get down to Blue Water Point and see what was beyond it, the hidden land, which she had longed all her life to see. She had never dared to ask anyone what was beyond Blue Water Point, for fear she should be told that there were only the same red coves and headlands and blue silk water that there were on this side of it. Surely there must be something more than that if one could only reach that far purple misty outpost of the Fairylands Forlorn Aunt Marigold talked about. As long as Marigold didn't know there wasn't, she could still dream that dear dream. In the third place, she wanted to wipe out the memory of that old disgrace 3 years ago, when she had behaved so terribly at Uncle Paul's. Uncle Paul always ragged her about it every time he saw her, and Aunt Flora had never really forgiven her. To be sure, they had to admit that if Marigold had been the good and proper child she should have been, Martin Richards' house would have burned down, and Frank Lesley and Hilda Wright would probably never have married each other. Still, Marigold knew she had behaved badly, and she burned for a chance to redeem herself. Sitting on the veranda of Cloud of Spruce, Marigold could see 3 houses in a row over the bay. 3 little white dots, only 6 miles away as the crow flew, but nearly 15 when you had to drive around the head of the bay. Though there was a delightful possibility that Uncle Clon, just back from the coast, would have his new motorboat in time to run her over Friday evening. The middle dot was Aunt Stasia's house. An interesting house, an unexpected kind of house, like one of those houses in dreams where you are forever discovering new, fascinating rooms, a house where there was red flannel in the glass lamps, a house with a delightful, uncared-for garden where gnarled old apple trees bent over plots of old-fashioned flowers, thickets of sweet clover, white and fragrant, beds of mint and southernwood, honeysuckles and blush roses, and where there was an old mossy path running up to the ivy-grown front door. Oh, Blue Water Beach was a charming spot, and Marigold couldn't eat or sleep properly for a week because of looking forward to her weekend there. Of course, this world being as it is, there were 1 or 2 small flies in her ointment. Aunt Stasia herself, now. Marigold always felt a little frightened of Aunt Stasia, who wasn't really an aunt, but only a cousin. Aunt Stasia of the tragic wrinkled face, where nothing was left of her traditional beauty but her large dark eyes. Aunt Stasia, who always wore black and a widow's veil, and never smiled. Marigold supposed you couldn't smile if, just a few minutes after you had been married, your husband had been killed by a flash of lightning. But Marigold sometimes wondered, supposing such a thing happened to her, if she wouldn't have to smile now and then, after years and years had passed, of course. There were so many things in the world to smile at. Then, too, Aunt Stasia was fussy. In spite of her romantic and tragic airs, Aunt Stasia was very fussy. A crumb on the carpet unfitted her for the day. A fly on the ceiling sent her to bed with a headache. If you got a spot on the tablecloth, Aunt Stasia looked at you as if you had broken all the 10 at once. Marigold knew she would have to be exceedingly proper and perfect at Blue Water Beach if she did not want to smirch the honor of Cloud of Spruce. She liked gentle, kitteny Cousin Teresa better. Cousin Teresa was Aunt Stasia's sister, but she was never called Aunt. There was nothing auntish about her. When Aunt Stasia wasn't around, Cousin Teresa could be just like a little girl herself. But then, Aunt Stasia mostly was around. Also Beulah. Beulah and Nancy were sisters, Aunt Stasia's nieces, real nieces, the children of her dead sister. But whereas Marigold loved Nancy next to Sylvia, she did not like Beulah at all. Not at all. Not the least little bit. Beulah, she thought in her secret soul, was a mean, spiteful little cat. It was Beulah who had once deliberately pushed her into a bush of stick-tights. Beulah who had told her that Mother was disappointed because she wasn't a boy. Marigold had never dared ask Mother about it, for fear it was the truth, but it rankled bitterly, along with her hatred of Clementine. 2. Marigold was sent from Cloud of Spruce spick and span with her new dress and her best nightgown in her bag. She arrived at Blue Water Beach spick and span, just in time for supper, to which they at once sat down. Aunt Stasia had welcomed her kindly, though with the usual remote, haunting sound of tears in her voice. Cousin Teresa had kissed and purred. Nancy had given her an ecstatic hug. Even Beulah had shaken hands in her superior way and proffered a peck on the cheek. Marigold was hungry, and the supper looked simply gorgeous. There were raspberries in generous blue saucers, and when Aunt Stasia had given her enough cream, Cousin Teresa gave her a little more. Nancy was smiling happily and significantly at her across the table, as if to say, "Just wait till we get to bed. I've heaps to tell you." Altogether, in spite of Beulah and Aunt Stasia and the terrible spotlessness of everything, Marigold was rapturously happy. Too happy. The gods didn't like it. Then it happened. Marigold was sitting just where a burst of evening sunshine shone straight down on her shining pale gold hair with its milk-white parting. Suddenly, Aunt Stasia bent forward and looked with awful intentness at Marigold's head. An expression of profound horror came into her eyes. She gasped and looked again, then looked at Teresa, bent forward, and whispered agitatedly in her ear. "Impossible," said Cousin Teresa. "See for yourself," said Aunt Stasia. Cousin Teresa rose and came around the table to the petrified Marigold, who was just realizing that something perfectly awful must have happened, but couldn't imagine what. She was so agitated that she slopped her tea over in the saucer. That was a terrible break. "Oh, dear me!" wailed Cousin Teresa. "What can we do? What can we do?" Cousin Teresa did something. Marigold felt a light touch on her head. Cousin Teresa dashed out of the room and came back a moment later, looking ready to faint. "Do you suppose there are any more?" demanded Aunt Stasia hollowly. "I don't see any more," said Cousin Teresa. Beulah was snickering. Nancy was wirelessing sympathy. "What is the matter with me?" cried Marigold. No attention was paid to her. "Is there a comb in the house?" asked Cousin Teresa in a low, shamed voice. Aunt Stasia shook her head forcibly. "No, never was. There has never been any need of one here, thank heaven." Marigold was hopelessly bewildered. No comb at Blue Water Beach? Why, there was abundance of them, one in every bedroom and one in the kitchen. "I've a comb of my own in my bag," she said with spirit. Aunt Stasia looked at her. "A comb? Do you mean to say they sent you here knowing?" "It isn't that kind of a comb," whispered Cousin Teresa. "Oh, Stasia, what can we do?" "Do? Well, we must keep her away from Nancy and Beulah at all events. Take her up to the spare room, Teresa, until we have consulted over the matter. Run along with Teresa, child, at once. And mind you don't go near the bed. Sit on the hassock by the window. If you haven't finished your supper, take a piece of cake and a cookie with you." Marigold did not want cake or cookie. She wanted to know what was the matter with her. She dared not ask Aunt Stasia, but she indignantly demanded of Cousin Teresa on the stairs what she had done to be put away like this, with such scorn and contumely. Marigold didn't use those words, but she felt them. "Hush," said Cousin Teresa nervously, as if the walls around had ears. "The less said about it, the better. Of course, I don't suppose it is your fault, but it's simply terrible." 3. Marigold found herself alone in the spare room, humiliated, frightened, and a little angry, for all the Leslies had a bit of temper, and this was no way to treat a visitor. What a hateful grin she had seen on Beulah's face as Cousin Teresa walked her out of the room. She went to the dim mirror and scrutinized her countenance carefully and as much of her sleek head as she could see. Nothing was wrong apparently, yet that look of horror in Aunt Stasia's eyes. She must have some terrible disease. Yes, that must be it. Leprosy was an awful thing. Suppose she had leprosy, or smallpox, or that dreadful thing Uncle Clon flippantly called TB. What was it she had heard ran in the Leslies? Agatha Lesley had died of it. Something about the heart. But this had to do with the head, evidently. She wondered if and how soon it would prove fatal. She thought pathetically that she was very young to die. Oh, she must get home right away if she had anything dreadful. Charming Blue Water Beach was now simply a place to get out of as soon as possible. Poor mother, how terribly she would feel. Marigold was suddenly aware that Aunt Stasia and Cousin Teresa were talking together in the parlor below the spare room. There was a little grating in the floor under the window where a small heat hole penetrated the parlor ceiling. Marigold had been trained not to eavesdrop, but there were, she felt, exceptions to every rule. She must find out what was the matter with her head. Deliberately, she lay down on the rag carpet and laid her ear to the grating. She found she could hear tolerably well, save at such times as Aunt Stasia dropped her voice in a fresh access of horror, leaving tantalizing gaps which might hold who knew what of ghastly revelation. "We can't let her go to the party," said Aunt Stasia. "What if anyone were to see what we saw? I don't believe such a thing has ever happened to a Lesley before." "Oh, yes, once, to Charlotte Lesley when she went to school." Now, Charlotte Lesley was dead. Marigold shuddered. Of course, Charlotte had died of it. "And Dan," continued Cousin Teresa. "Remember Dan?" "A boy is different, and besides, you know how Dan turned out," said Aunt Stasia. How had Dan turned out? Marigold felt as if she would give anything to know. "Such a disgrace," Cousin Teresa was wailing when Marigold could hear again. "Her hair will have to be shingled to the bone. I suppose we could get a comb." "I will not be seen buying a comb," said Aunt Stasia decidedly. "And where is she to sleep?" moaned Cousin Teresa. "We can't take her home tonight. In the spare room?" No, she can't sleep there. I'd never feel sure of the bed again. We must put her in Annabelle's room." "But Annabelle died there," objected Cousin Teresa. "Marigold doesn't know that," said Aunt Stasia. Oh, but Marigold did. Now. Not that it mattered to her how many people had died in Annabelle's room, but she would not be able to sleep with Nancy. This was a far more bitter disappointment than not going to the party. "There was only one," Cousin Teresa was saying hopefully, when their voices became audible again. "There are sure to be more of them," said Aunt Stasia darkly. "Them!" Marigold had a flash of awful illumination. Germs! Of course, those mysterious, terrible things she had heard Aunt Marigold speak of. She was, what was it? Oh, yes, a germ carrier. Germs that perhaps she would never be able to get rid of. She must be an outcast all her life. Horror fell over her small face like a frost. Aunt Stasia and Cousin Teresa were going out of the parlor. Marigold got up and crept pathetically to the window, feeling as if it were years since she had left home that afternoon, so happy and light-hearted, never dreaming of it. Away out beyond the harbor, a little lonely ship was drifting over the edge of the world. The lonely red road wound past Blue Water Beach in the twilight. A lonely black wind was blowing. Marigold always felt that winds had color, and this one was certainly black. Everything was black. No party, no night of soul-satisfying exchange of thought with Nancy. Nothing but germs. 4. Marigold slept, or did not sleep, in Annabelle's room, where there was a manhole in the ceiling with a black, spooky look. But she never thought of being frightened. What were spooks and devils and things generally compared to the horror of it? The rain began to pour down. The fir boughs tapped against the windows. The blankets, which Cousin Teresa had thoughtfully put on because the June night was cold, simply reeked of mothballs. If she were only in her own bed at home between fragrant sheets, Marigold thought the night would never end. In the morning she had her breakfast at a little table by herself in the corner of the kitchen. Once Nancy slipped in and snuggled down beside her. "I don't care if you have got them. I love you just the same," said Nancy loyally. "Nancy Walker, you come right out of there," said Boolah's sharp voice from the door. "Aunt Stasia says you weren't to go near her." Nancy went out, crying. "Oh, I'm so sorry for you," said Bula before she turned away. The malice of Bula's smile was hard to bear, and the pity of Bula bit deep. Marigold went dismally back to Annabel's room, where the bed had already been stripped to the bones. She could see Cousin Teresa busy over tubs in the wash-house. Nancy was carrying a great sheaf of mauve and gold irises across the road to Johnson's to help decorate for the party. Away over the harbor was a soft blur that was Cloud of Spruce. Dear Cloud of Spruce, dear home, if she were only there! But Aunt Stasia had told her they could not take her home until after the party. A fog was creeping up to Blue Water Beach. It crept on and on. It blotted out the harbor. It blotted out the distant shore of Cloud of Spruce. It blotted out the world. She was alone in the universe with her terrible, mysterious shame. Poor Marigold's Lesley spirit failed her at last. She broke down and cried. Aunt Teresa drove her home that evening. Again she was coming home from a visit in disgrace, and when they reached Cloud of Spruce, Mother was away. Thinking Marigold would not be home till Sunday evening, she had gone to South Harmony for a visit. Marigold felt she simply could not bear it. Cousin Teresa whispered mysteriously to Grandmother. "Impossible!" cried Grandmother peevishly. "We've found one," said Cousin Teresa positively. "One what? Oh, if Marigold only knew what!" "Only one!" Grandmother's tone implied that Stasia had made a great deal of fuss over a trifle. Grandmother herself would have made enough fuss about it if she had discovered it. But when Stasia made the fuss, that was a cat of a different stripe. "Have you a comb?" whispered Cousin Teresa. Grandmother nodded haughtily. She took Marigold upstairs to her room and gave her head a merciless combing with an odd little kind of comb such as Marigold had never seen before. Then she brought her down again. "No results," she said crisply. "I believe Stasia simply imagined it." "I saw it myself," said Cousin Teresa, a trifle shrewishly. She drove away, a little offended. Marigold sat down disconsolately on the veranda steps. She dared not ask Grandmother anything. Grandmother was annoyed, and when Grandmother was annoyed, she was very aloof. Moreover, she had contrived to make Marigold feel that she was in some terrible disgrace, that she had done something no Lesley ever should do, and yet what she had done, or how she was responsible, Marigold hadn't the slightest idea. Oh, if Mother were only home! Then Aunt Marigold came, almost as good as Mother, almost as gentle and tender and understanding. She had been talking with Grandmother. "So, you've been and gone and got into a scrape, Marigold," she said, laughing. "Never mind, precious. There seems to have been only one."
"One what?"
demanded Marigold passionately. She simply could not stand this hideous suspense and ignorance any longer.
"Aunt Marigold, please, please do tell me what is the matter with my head!"
Aunt Marigold stared. "Marigold, you dear funny thing, do you mean you don't know?" Marigold nodded, her eyes like wet pansies.
"And I've just got to know!"
she said desperately. Aunt Marigold explained. "It's apt to happen to any child who goes to a public school," she concluded comfortingly.
"Pshaw, is that all?" said Marigold. "I guess I got it when I changed hats with that new girl day before yesterday."
She was so happy she could have cried for joy. Had there then ever been such a starry sky, such a dear misty new moon, such dancing northern lights over the harbor? Down the road, Lazare's dog and Fadime's dog were talking about their feelings at the top of their voices, and Sylvia up in the Cloud of Spruce. It was too late to go to her tonight, but she would be there in the morning. Marigold blew an airy kiss to the hill. No germs, no leprosy. Aunt Stasia had made all this fuss about so small a matter. Marigold thought bitterly of the party, the unworn dress, the lost 2 nights with dear Nancy. Aunt Stasia is, began Aunt Marigold. Then she suddenly snapped her lips together. After all, there was such a thing as clan loyalty, especially in the hearing of the rising generation.
An old fool,
said Marigold, sweetly and distinctly. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. A Lesley Christmas. 1. It was a Lesley tradition to celebrate Christmas by a royal reunion, and this year it was the turn of Cloud of Spruce. This was the first time it had happened in Marigold's memory, and she was full of delighted anticipation. At heart, a thorough clansman, she loved, without knowing she loved, all the old clan customs and beliefs and follies and wisdoms as immutable as law of Mede and Persian. They were all part of that interesting world where she lived and moved and had her being, a world which could never be dull for Marigold, who possessed the talismanic power of flinging something glamorous over the most commonplace facts of life. As Aunt Marigold said, Marigold saw the soul of things, as well as the things themselves. There were weeks of preparation in which Marigold reveled. Grandmother and mother and Salome worked like slaves, cleaning Cloud of Spruce from attic to cellar. The last week was given over to cooking. Such things as were concocted in that house, such weighings and measurings and mixings. Mother thought they were really being too lavish, but for once Grandmother counted no cost. I have seen many things come into fashion and go out of fashion, but a good meal abides, she said oracularly. Marigold thrilled with bliss because she was permitted to help. It was such fun to beat egg whites until you could hold the bowl upside down and dig the kinkly meats out of the walnuts. Grandmother made a big panful of Devonshire clotted cream. Mother made the mince pies that would be taken in with a sprig of holly stuck in them, piping hot, for lukewarm mince pies were an abomination at Cloud of Spruce. And there was a pound cake that required 32 eggs, an extravagance known at Cloud of Spruce only when there was a reunion. Salome baked a whole box of what she called hop-and-go-fetchits. Dear, humpy little cakes, with raisins in them and icing over the tops, and pink candies over that. Marigold knew what the hop-and-go-fetchits were for. Just for pieces for herself and all the children who came. Besides, Marigold had her recitation to learn. It was one of the Christmas reunion customs to have a programme of speeches and songs and recitations in the parlor after dinner, while the hostesses were cleaning up and washing the dishes. Aunt Marigold had found a cute little recitation for Marigold, and Mother had trained her in the appropriate gestures and inflections. It was to be her first performance of the kind, and Marigold was very anxious to do well. She was not in the least afraid that she wouldn't. She knew her piece so perfectly that she could have recited it standing on her head, and every gesture came pat to the word, ending with the graceful little curtsy Mother was at such pains to teach her. Beulah would be there, and Marigold was sure that curtsy would finish her completely. 2. Finally, the great day of the feast came. Outside it was a gray, squally day, filling the little empty nests in the maple trees full of snow and surrounding the sad, black harbor with meadows of white. But inside there was gaiety and Christmas magic in the very air. The banisters were garlanded with greenery, the windows hung with crimson rings. The big sideboard was a delectable mountain of good things.
The cream was whipped for the banana cake. The kitchen range was singing a lyric of beech and maple, and Salome was purring with importance. The spare room bed really looked too beautiful to be slept in. Grandmother's new pillow slips with crocheted lace 6 inches deep were on the pillows, and Mother had sewed little flat bags of lavender inside them. The Christmas tree in the hall was covered with lovely red and gold and blue and silver bubbles, such as fairies must have blown. Every one was dressed up. Mother, in her brown velvet with little amber earrings against her white neck. Grandmother, in her best black silk, with a wonderful crepey blue shawl, which was kept in perfumed tissue paper in the lower drawer of the spare room bureau all the year round, save only for big clan affairs like this. Even Lucifer had a new scarlet silk neck bow, which he considered mere vanity and vexation of spirit. So far, Christmas Day had been flawless for Marigold. She had got lovely presents from everybody. Even Lazare had given her a near silver mouse with a blue velvet pincushion erupting from its back. Marigold secretly thought it rather awful. It looked as if the mouse wasn't healthy, but she wouldn't have hurt Lazare's feelings for the world by letting him suspect this. Again, Marigold was disposed to thank goodness people did not know what you thought. 3. It was such fun to watch the arrivals from the window in Salome's room, where she had her shelf of potted plants. The ivies and petunias fell down in a green screen, behind which Marigold could peep without being seen, or being caught at it by Grandmother, who thought peeking at visitors extremely bad manners. Bad manners it might be, but it was too interesting to give up. The folks getting out of the cars and buggies and cutters, for all 3 were in use today, would have been amazed by the things Marigold, whom they still thought of as a mere baby, knew about them. There was Uncle Peter's Pete, who had poured whiskey into his aunt's dandelion wine and set her drunk. How solemn and stupid he looked, not at all like a boy who would do such a trick, but you could never tell. And Aunt Catherine, who, so Uncle Clon had said, was a witch and turned herself into a gray cat at night. Marigold no longer believed that, but she liked to play with the idea. Aunt Catherine certainly looked like a gray cat in her gray coat trimmed with gray fur, but her rosy, smiling face was not properly witch-like. Only Uncle Clon said they were the worst kind of witches, the kind that didn't look like witches. Uncle Mark and Uncle Jerry were coming up the walk together. At some former Christmas feast they had quarreled, and Uncle Mark had pulled Uncle Jerry's nose. It was years before they spoke, but they seemed on good terms now. Even old Aunt Kitty, who was really only a distant third cousin, was coming with Uncle Jarvis and Aunt Marcia. Aunt Kitty, whose bonnet had fallen off one day when she was sitting in the front pew of the Old Harmony church gallery, peering over the railing to see who was sitting below. Aunt Kitty had nearly pitched after the bonnet herself in her frantic effort to grab it, and had only been saved by old Mr. Peasley catching hold of her skirt. It had been a gay, wild bonnet of ostrich plumes and flowers, and its descent had made something of a sensation, especially since, by some impish trick of chance, it had landed squarely on Elder Beamish's bald head as neatly as if it had been fitted on. The Beamishes and the Kittys, Marigold couldn't remember Aunt Kitty's family name, had never been good friends, and this incident didn't help matters any. Aunt Kitty looked decorous enough now, as she hobbled up the walk leaning on her cane, but she had been a wild old girl at one time, Uncle Clon said. Auntie Chloe was coming too, who really was an aunt of sorts, though Marigold never could get her placed. She did not like Auntie Chloe, and neither did Uncle Clon, who vowed she was certainly very much too ugly to live. "She is really lovable under her skin," Aunt Marigold had said, fresh from a reading of Kipling. "Then for heaven's sake tell her to take her skin off," Uncle Clon had retorted. Uncle Archibald Martin and his wife Jenny, They were a byword for their terrible quarrels, but Aunt Marigold declared they loved each other between times enough to make up for it. Martin had left his car at the gate, and she saw him stop Jenny and kiss her under the Scotch pine. Before dinner was over, they were calling each other awful names across the table and scandalizing the whole clan. But as Marigold listened to the amazing epithets, she thought of that long kiss under the pine, and wondered if a kiss like that wasn't worth a lot of hard names. Aunt Sibylla, who went in for spiritualism. Marigold didn't know what spiritualism was, but had a vague idea that it had to do with liquor. Still, Aunt Sibylla didn't look like that. Uncle Charlie, whose laughter boomed over the whole garden, and Garnet Lesley, who would come to a bad end. So everyone said. It was interesting to speculate concerning that bad end. George Lesley, who was going to be married to Mary Patterson. Marigold liked George.
I wish he would wait till I grow up, she thought. I believe he would like me better than Mary, 'cause there's no fun in her. There's a good deal in me when my conscience doesn't bother me. Gloomy Uncle Jarvis, with his fierce black beard, who never read any book but the Bible, and was always talking religion to everyone within 5 minutes of meeting them. Aunt Honora, who must have had her face screwed up one time when the wind changed, and who had taken a vow never to marry. Quite unnecessarily, Uncle Clon said. Uncle Obadiah, whose great ears stuck out like flaps, Uncle Dan, who had a glass eye and thought nobody knew of it, and last of all, Uncle and Aunt Milton, and Aunt Charlotte, and Aunt Nora. 30 years before, Uncle Milton had jilted Aunt Nora, and when he married Aunt Charlotte, Aunt Nora had decked herself out in widow's weeds and gone to the wedding. And now, here they were, coming up the walk together, chatting amiably about the weather and their rheumatism. It was very interesting, looking down on them like this when they couldn't see her, but Marigold paid for her fun when the time came to go into the parlor and speak to everybody. It was a dreadful ordeal, and she shrank back against Mother. "You must learn to go into a room without thinking everyone is staring at you," said Grandmother. "But they do stare," shuddered Marigold. "They're all looking at me to see how much I've grown since the last time, or who I look like now. And Aunt Josephine will say I'm not as tall for my age as Gwenny. You know she will."
"It won't kill you if she does," said Grandmother.
"You must act like a lady," whispered Mother.
"Don't be a coward," said Old Grandmother from a faraway moonlit orchard. It was Old Grandmother who did the trick. Marigold went through the ordeal of handshaking with her head up and her cheeks so crimson that even Aunt Josephine thought her complexion much better. The big dinner was in the orchard room, and anyone looking at the table would have known that the good old days when nobody bothered about balanced rations had not yet wholly passed at Cloud of Spruce. But Marigold and all the other small fry had theirs in the dining room. Marigold rejoiced over this. She never really enjoyed a meal in the orchard room, because she was so busy hating Clementine. They were catered to by Salome, who saw that they all had plenty of dressing, and a piece of banana cake, besides pudding. Even Uncle Peter's Pete, who had been known to say he wished a feller could eat 2 Christmas dinners at once, was satisfied. So everything was beautiful until dinner was over and the program underway in the parlor. And then Marigold crashed down to defeat, and not even Old Grandmother's shade could help her. She got up to say her recitation, and not one word could she remember of it. She stood there before thousands, more or less, of faces, and could not even recall the title. It was all Uncle Peter Pete's fault, so Marigold always vowed. Just before her name was called, he had whispered into the back of her neck, "You haven't washed behind your ears." Marigold knew that territory had been washed. Salome had seen to that, but it rattled her nevertheless, and now she stood dazed, frantic, coming out with goose-flesh all over her body. If Mother had been there just to say the first line, Marigold knew she could go on if she could just remember the first line. But Mother was out helping with the dishes, and there was Pete grinning, and Beulah gleefully contemptuous, and Nancy squirming in sympathy. Marigold shut her eyes in a desperate effort to forget everyone, and straightway saw the most astounding things. Aunt Emma's big cameo brooch, with Uncle Ned's hair in it, expanded to a gigantic size, and Aunt Emma fastened to it. Uncle Jerry, with a long nose, pulled out like the elephant's child. Uncle Pete's aunt, dancing drunkenly after dandelion wine. Aunt Catherine, a grey cat, riding on a broomstick. Aunt Kitty falling headlong after her bonnet. Auntie Chloe with her skin off. Uncle Obadiah, just a pair of enormous ears, with a tiny mannequin between them. Uncle Dan with just one huge eye winking at her all the time. Dizzy Marigold opened her eyes to come back to reality from that fantastic world into which she had been plunged. But still, she could not get that first line.
"Come, come, have you got a bone in your throat?" said Uncle Paul. "Cat's got her tongue," giggled Uncle Pete. "Bit off more than you can chew, eh?" said Uncle Charlie, good-naturedly. Beulah giggled. Flesh and blood could bear no more. Marigold rushed from the room, flew upstairs, tore through Mother's room, slammed shut her door, and hurled herself on her bed in an agony of shame and humiliation. She huddled there all the rest of the afternoon. Mother and Grandmother and Salome were too busy to think about her. Nancy searched but could not find her. Marigold wept in her pillows and wondered what they were saying about her. I don't know if it would have comforted her any had she known they were not thinking about her at all. What was a tragedy to her was only a passing incident to them. In the rose and purple twilight they went away. Marigold lay and listened to the cars snorting and the sleigh bells jingling, and then to a tired little lonely, motherless wind sobbing itself to sleep in the vines. A wind that has made a fool of itself in the great family of winds, and daren't lift its voice above a whisper. To Marigold came someone who had never lost the knack of looking at the world through a child's eyes.
"Oh, Auntie Marigold, I've disgraced myself and all the Leslies," sobbed Marigold. "Oh, no, darling, there's no disgrace in a little stage fright. We all have it. The first time I tried to recite in public, my tongue clove to the roof of my mouth and I snivelled. Yes, snivelled, and my father had to come up and carry me down from the platform. You got away on your own legs, at least." Marigold could not stop crying all at once, but she sat up and blew her nose. "Oh, Auntie Marigold, really?" "Yes, really. Father said to me, 'I am disappointed in you,' and I said I wouldn't care for that if I wasn't disappointed in myself." "That's how I feel, too," whispered Marigold. "And then Beulah—" "Never mind the Beulahs. You'll find heaps of them in life. The only thing to do is ignore them. Beulah would make an excellent mousetrap, but if she tried for 100 years she couldn't look as sweet and pretty as you did, standing up there with your puzzled blue eyes, and when you screwed them shut—" "Oh, I saw such funny things, Aunt Marigold," cried Marigold, bursting into a peal of laughter. Aunt Marigold's little bit of artful flattery was a pick-me-up. It was true poor Beulah was very plain. Oh, how nice to be with someone who just understood and loved. Nothing seemed so disgraceful any more. A truce to vain regrets. She'd show them another time. And here was Lucifer and Salome with a plate of hop-and-go-fetchits. "I saved 'em for you," said Salome. "Uncle Pete was bound to have them, but I peated him. He'll not try to sneak into my pantry again in a hurry. I suppose I can take off this absurd ribbon now," said Lucifer, his very whiskers vibrating with indignation. "A dog doesn't mind making an ass of himself, but a cat has his feelings." End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise, Jaeschke. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Section 10. The Bobbing of Marigold. "Sylvia has bobbed hair," said Marigold rebelliously. Grandmother sniffed, as grandmother was apt to sniff at the mention of Sylvia, though since the day of Dr. Clow's visit she had never referred to her, and the key of the magic door was always in the lock. But she only said, "Well, you're not going to have yours bobbed, so you can make up your small mind to that. In after years you will thank me for it." Marigold didn't look or feel very thankful just then. Everybody had bobbed hair. Nancy and Beulah, who laughed at her long tails, and all the girls in school, and even Mrs. Donkin's scared-looking little home girl across the road. But she, Marigold Lesley of Cloud of Spruce, had to be hopelessly old-fashioned because grandmother so decreed. Mother would have been willing for the bob, though she might cry in secret about it. Mother had always been so proud of Marigold's silken fleece. But grandmother, Marigold knew it was hopeless. "I don't know if we should do it," said grandmother, not alluding to the bobbed hair. "She has never been left alone before. Suppose something should happen." "Nothing ever happens here," said Marigold pessimistically and untruthfully. Things happened right along, interesting things and beautiful things. But this was Marigold's blue day. She could not go with grandmother and mother and Salome to Great Aunt Jean's golden wedding because Aunt Jean's grandchildren had measles. Marigold did so want to see a golden wedding. "You can get what you like for supper," said grandmother, "but remember you are not to touch the chocolate cake. That is for the missionary tea tomorrow. Nor cut any of my Killarney roses. I want them to decorate my table." "Have a good time, honey child," whispered mother. "Why not ask Sylvia down to tea with you? There are doughnuts in the cellar crock and plenty of hop-and-go-fetchits." But Marigold did not brighten to this. For the first time she felt a vague discontent with Sylvia, her fairy playmate of 3 dream years. "I almost wish I had a real little girl to play with," she said as she stood at the gate, watching grandmother and mother and Salome drive off up the road, all packed tightly into the buggy. Poor mother, as Marigold knew, had to sit on the narrow edge of nothing. Perhaps this was a magic day. Perhaps the dark mind of the Witch of Endor, sitting on the gate-post, brewed up some kind of spell. Who knows? At all events, when Marigold turned to look down the other road, the road that ran along the harbor shore to the big summer hotel by the dunes, there was the wished-for little girl standing by her very elbow and grinning at her. Marigold stared in amazement. She had never seen the girl before, or anyone just like her. The stranger was about her own age, possibly a year older, with ivory outlines, a wide red mouth, long narrow green eyes, and little dark eyebrows like wings, bareheaded with blue-black hair. Beautifully bobbed, as Marigold instantly perceived with a sigh. She wore an odd, smart green dress with touches of scarlet embroidery, and she had wonderful slim white hands, very beautiful and very white. Marigold glanced involuntarily at her own sunburned little paws and felt ashamed. But the stranger had bare knees. Marigold had never seen this fashion before, and she was as much horrified as grandmother herself would have been. Who could this girl be? She had appeared so suddenly, so uncannily. She looked different in every way from the Harmony little girls. "Who are you?" she asked abruptly. before she realized that such a question was probably bad manners. The stranger grinned. "I'm me," she said. Marigold turned haughtily away. A Lesley of Cloud of Spruce was not going to be made fun of by any little nobody from nowhere. But the girl in green whirled about on her tiptoes till she was in front of Marigold once more. "I'm Princess Varvara," she said. "I'm staying at the hotel down there with Aunt Clara. My uncle is the Duke of Cavendish and Governor General of Canada. He is visiting the island, and today they all went down to visit Cavendish because it was called after my uncle's great-great-grandfather. All except Aunt Clara and me. She has a headache, and they wouldn't take me because there are measles in Cavendish. I was so mad I ran away. I wanted to give Aunt Clara the scare of her life. She's mild and gentle as a kitten, but oh, such a darned tyrant. I can't call my soul my own. So when she went to bed with her headache, I just slipped off when Olga was waiting on her. I'm going to do as I like for one day, anyhow. I'm fed up with being looked after." "What's the matter?" "You are telling me a lot of fibs," said Marigold. "You are not a princess. There are no princesses in Prince Edward Island. And you wouldn't be dressed like that if you were a princess." Varvara laughed. There was some trick about her laugh. It made you want to laugh too. Marigold had hard work to keep from laughing, but she wouldn't laugh. You couldn't laugh when anybody was trying to deceive you with such yarns. "She must be one of the Americans down at the hotel," thought Marigold, "and she thinks it fun to fool a silly little Downeaster like me if she can. But she can't. Imagine a princess having bare knees, just like Lazar's kids." "How do you think a princess should be dressed?" demanded Varvara. "In a crown and velvet robe. You're silly. I am a princess. My father was a Russian prince and he was killed in the Terror. Mother is English, a sister of the Duke's. We live in England now, but I came out to Canada with Aunt Clara to visit Uncle." "I'm not a bad hand at making things up myself," said Marigold. She had an impulse to tell this girl all about Sylvia. Varvara shrugged her shoulders. "All right. You needn't believe me if you don't want to. All I want is somebody to play with. You'll do nicely. What is your name?" "Marigold Lesley." "How old are you?" 10. "How old are you?" Marigold was determined that the question should not all be on one side. "Oh, I'm just the right age. Come, ask me in. I want to see where you live. Will your mother let us play together?" "Mother and grandmother have gone to Aunt Jean's golden wedding," explained Marigold. "And Salome was invited too, because her mother was a friend of Aunt Jean's. So I'm all alone." The stranger suddenly threw her arms about Marigold and kissed her rapturously on both cheeks. "How splendid! Let's have a good time. Let's be as bad as we like. Do you know I love you? You are so pretty, prettier than I am, and I'm the prettiest princess of my age in Europe." Marigold was shocked. Little girls shouldn't say things like that. Even if you thought them, sometimes, when you had your blue dress on, you shouldn't say them. But Varvara was talking on. "That sleek parted gold hair makes you look like a saint in a stained glass window. But why don't you have it bobbed?" "Grandmother won't let me." "Cut it off in spite of her." "You don't know grandmother," said Marigold. She couldn't decide whether she really liked this laughing, tantalizing creature or not. But she was interesting. Oh yes, she was interesting. Something had happened with a vengeance. Would she tell her about Sylvia and take her up the hill? No, not yet. Somehow, not yet. There was the nice little playhouse in the currant bushes first. What a darling spot, cried Varvara. But how do you play here all by yourself? I pretend I am the Lady Gloriana Fitzgerald and sit in the parlor and tell my servant what to do. Oh, let me be the servant. I think it must be such fun. Now, you tell me what to do. Shall I sweep the floor? Marigold had no trouble telling Varvara what to do. She would show this young Yankee, who thought her soft enough to believe any old yarn, just what it was to be Marigold Lesley of Cloud of Spruce. They had a very good time for a while. When they got tired of it, they went to see the pigs. Varvara thought them very droll animals, and then they went picking raspberries in the bush behind the pig house. Varvara kept telling wonderful stories. Certainly, thought Marigold, she was a crackerjack at making up. But they suddenly found all their clothes filled with stick-tights, which was decidedly unpleasant. What would you think if I said damn? Demanded Varvara explosively. Marigold didn't say what she would think, but her face said it for her. Well, I won't, said Varvara. I'll just say lamb in the same tone, and that will relieve my feelings just the same. What berries are those? Eat some, and if they don't kill you, I'll take some too. You know, there is a kind of berry. If you eat them, you can see fairies and talk to them. I've been looking for them all my life. Well, these aren't fairy berries. They are poisonous, said Marigold. I did eat some once, and they made me awful sick. The minister prayed for me in church, she concluded importantly. When I was sick, the Archbishop of Canterbury prayed for me, said Varvara. Marigold wished she had made her minister the moderator of the General Assembly at least. Let's go and sit on that seat in the orchard and pick these things out of our clothes, suggested Varvara, and play I see while we do it. The game is which will see the most wonderful things. I see a china cat with diamond whiskers walking over the lawn. I see a bear with wings, said Marigold, who felt she could see things quite as marvelous as any girl from the States trying to pass herself off as a princess. I see 5 angels sitting in that apple tree. I see 3 little gray monkeys on a twisted bough with 4 moons rising behind them. Varvara threw her black brows together in a scowl. She didn't like being outseen. I see the devil squatting over there in your garden with his tail curled up over his back. Marigold was annoyed. She felt she couldn't see anything more amazing than that. You don't, she cried. That person never comes into our garden. Varvara laughed scornfully. It'd be a much more interesting place if he did. Do you know, I pray for the devil every night. Pray for him. For him? Yes, I'm so sorry for him, because he wasn't always a devil, you know. If he had been, I suppose he wouldn't mind it so much. There must be spells when he feels awfully homesick, wishing he could be an angel again. Well, we've got all the stick-tights out. What will we do now? Again, Marigold thought of introducing her to Sylvia, and again, for some occult reason, she postponed it. Let's go and fire potato balls. It's great fun. I don't know how to fire potato balls. What are they? I'll show you. Little tiny things like small green apples. You stick one on the point of a long switch and whirl it. So, and the potato ball flies through the air for miles. I hit Lazar in the face with one last night. My, but he was mad. Who's Lazar? Our French hired boy. How many servants have you got? Just Lazar. Salome isn't really a servant. She is related to us. We had 50 before the terror, said Varvara, and 80 gardeners. Our grounds were a dream. I can just barely remember them. Uncle's are wonderful too, but I like your little garden and that house of currant bushes. Isn't it fun to sit and eat currants off your own walls? Well, where are your potato balls? Over there in Mr. Donkin's field. We must go up the orchard and along by the fence and— Why not cut straight across? Asked Varvara, waving her hand at Mr. Donkin's creamy green oats. There is no path there, said Marigold. We'll make a path, said Varvara, and made it, right through the oats. Marigold followed her, though she knew she shouldn't, praying that Mr. Donkin wouldn't see them. Varvara thought firing potato balls the best sport ever. In her excitement, she fell half a dozen times over the potato plants and got her dress in a fearful state in the wet clay a morning shower had left. And the potato ball juice stained her face and hands till she looked more like a beggar maid than a princess. I never was really dirty in my life before. It's nice, she said complacently. Varvara insisted on helping Marigold to get supper, though Marigold would have preferred being alone. Company did not help to get supper at Cloud of Spruce. But Varvara was out to do as she liked, and she did it. She helped set the table, remarking, "That cup is just like one Aunt Clara used to have. Her husband bit a piece out of it one day when he was in a tantrum." Marigold knew by this alone that Varvara was no princess. Princesses' uncles could never do things like that. Why, Fidame had done that once. Bit a piece right out of his wife's much-prized cut-glass tumbler, the only one she had. A lady she had worked for had given it to her. Varvara even went to the spare room with Marigold to get the fruitcake. Marigold decided that for company she must cut some fruitcake. Grandmother always did, and it was kept in a box under the spare room bed. The sleek, smooth, terrible spare room bed where so many people had died. The fruitcake had always been kept there ever since Grandmother's children were small and the spare room the only place they dared not go to look for it. "Oh," squealed Varvara, "is that a feather bed? A real feather bed?" Yes. Varvara took one wild leap and landed squarely in the middle of it, bounding up and down in ecstasy right on Grandmother's famous spread of filet crochet. "I've always wanted to see what a feather bed was like. I didn't think there were any left in the world." Marigold was horrified. That sacred spare room bed. What would Grandmother say? "Every dead person in our family except old Grandmother has died in that bed," she said. Varvara turned pale and hastily slid off the bed. "Why didn't you tell me that before I jumped on it, you little whelp?" she cried excitedly. "I'm not a little whelp," said Marigold. "Of course you're not." There was another wild hug and kiss. Marigold emerged from it somewhat discomposed. The Lesleys were not so emotional. But when Varvara saw the chocolate cake in the pantry, she must have that for supper. She must. "We can't," said Marigold. "Grandmother said I wasn't to touch it." Varvara stamped her feet. "I don't care what your grandmother said. I will have it. I'm keen on chocolate cake, and they never let me have more than 2 tiny pieces. Just put that cake right on the table, at once." "We are not going to have that cake," said Marigold. There was no one by to see it, but at that instant she looked like a pocket edition of Grandmother. "There is fruit cake and the date loaf and the hop-and-go-fetch-its." "I don't want your hop-and-go-what-do-you-call-ems. Once and for all, are we going to have this cake? Once and for all, we're not." Varvara clenched her hands. If I were my grandmother, I'd order you to be knouted to death. If I were my grandmother, I'd turn you over my knees and spank you, said Marigold intrepidly. Varvara at once grew calm, deadly, stonily calm. If you don't let me have that chocolate cake for my supper, I'll go out and climb what you call the apple barn roof and jump down. You can't scare me with that, said Marigold scornfully. Varvara turned without another word and marched out. Marigold followed her a little uneasily. Of course, she was only bluffing. She wouldn't do that. Why, it would kill her. Even this wild creature couldn't do a thing like that. Varvara was running nimbly up the ladder. In another second she was on the flat top of the gambrel roof. Now will you let me have the chocolate cake? She cried. No, said Marigold resolutely. Varvara jumped. Marigold screamed. She shut her eyes in anguish and opened them, expecting to see Varvara dead and broken on the stones of the path below. What she saw was Varvara hanging, shrieking on the pine tree by the apple barn. Her dress had billowed out and caught on the stub of a lopped branch. Marigold ran to her frantically. Oh, you can have the chocolate cake. You can have anything. How am I to get down? Moaned Varvara, whose temper and determination had evaporated between heaven and earth. I'll bring up the stepladder. I think you can reach it, gasped Marigold. Varvara managed to escape by the grace of the stepladder, though she tore her dress woefully in the process. I always do just what I say I'll do, she remarked coolly. Just look at your dress, shivered Marigold. I am more important than my dress, said Varvara loftily. Marigold was trembling in every limb as she went back to the pantry. Suppose Varvara really had fallen on those stones. Grandmother had said those girls from the States would do anything. Marigold believed it. Just look how beautifully I've decorated the table, said Varvara proudly. Marigold looked. Grandmother's Killarney roses were drooping artistically in the big green basket. Oh yes, artistically. Varvara had the knack. Grandmother told me I wasn't to pick any of those roses, wailed Marigold. Well, you didn't, did you, you darling donkey? Tell her I did it. The real quarrel did not come until after supper. They had had quite a jolly supper. Varvara was so funny and interesting and said such dreadful things about the picture of Queen Victoria on the dining room wall. Doesn't she look like somebody's old cook with a lace curtain on her head? It was really a terrible chromo, originally sent out as a supplement with the Montreal paper and framed in hundreds of houses all over the Loyal Island. It represented the good queen with a broad blue ribbon across her breast and a crown on her head filled with diamonds, the least of which was as big as a walnut. From the crown descended the aforesaid lace curtain around the face and bust of the queen, and what wasn't lace curtain was diamond on ears and throat and breast and hand and arm. Marigold had always had much the same opinion as Varvara about it, and had once expressed it. Only once. Grandmother had looked at her as if she'd committed lèse-majesté and said, "That is Queen Victoria," as if Marigold hadn't known it. But Marigold wasn't going to have girls from the States coming in and making fun of the royal family. "I don't think you have any business to talk like that of our queen," she said haughtily. "Silly, she was Mother's aunt," retorted Varvara. "Mother remembers her well. She wasn't a bit handsome, but I'm sure she never looked like that. If that's where you get your ideas of a princess's dress from, I don't wonder you don't think I'm one. Marigold, this chocolate cake is simply topping." Varvara ate about half of the chocolate cake and paid it a compliment with every piece. Well, reflected Marigold complacently, certainly Cloud of Spruce cookery was good enough for anybody, even if she had been the princess she pretended to be. Varvara certainly was nice. One couldn't help liking her. Marigold decided that after the dishes were washed, she would take Varvara through the magic door and the green gate and introduce her to Sylvia. But when she went out to the garden after washing the dishes, she found Varvara tormenting her toad, her own pet toad who lived under the yellow rose bush and knew her. Marigold was certain he knew her. And here was this abominable girl poking him with a sharp stick that must hurt him terribly. "You stop that!" she cried. "I won't. It's fun," retorted Varvara. "I'm going to kill it. Poke it to death." Marigold darted forward and wrenched the stick out of Varvara's hand. She broke it in 3 pieces and confronted her self-invited guest in a true Leslian anger. "You shall not hurt my toad," she said superbly. "I don't care what you threaten, not one bit. You can jump off the apple barn or down the well or go throw yourself into the harbor. But you shan't kill my toad, Miss Princess." The derision that Marigold contrived to put into that word princess was untransferable to paper. Varvara suddenly was in a most terrible temper. She was almost like an animal in her rage. She bared her teeth and dilated her eyes. Her very hair seemed to bristle. "Pig, louse, flea," she snarled. "Mooncalf, beast." Oh, the venom she contrived to put into her epithets. "You'd make God laugh. Crybaby, sniveling thing." Marigold was crying, but it was with rage. Russian princesses, real or pretended, had no monopoly of temper. "You have the face of a monkey," Marigold cried. "I'll pull your ears out by the roots," said Varvara, with a horrible kind of deliberate devilishness. She hurled herself against Marigold. She pulled Marigold's hair and slapped Marigold's face. Marigold had never been so manhandled in her life. She, Marigold Lesley, she struck out blindly and found Varvara's nose. She gave it a fierce, sudden tweak. Varvara emitted a malignant yowl and tore herself loose. Do you think you can use me like this? Me?" "Haven't I done it?" said Marigold triumphantly. Varvara looked around. On a garden seat lay Grandmother's shears. With a yell like a demon, she pounced on them. Before Marigold could run or stir, there was a sudden fierce click. Another, and Marigold's 2 pale gold braids were dangling limply in Varvara's beautiful hand. "Oh!" shrieked Marigold, clapping her hands to her shorn head. Suddenly Varvara laughed. Her brief insanity had passed. She dropped the shears and the golden tresses and flung her arms around Marigold. "Let's kiss and make up. Mustn't let a little thing like this spoil a whole day. Say you forgive me, darlingest." "Darlingest," said it dazedly. She didn't want to, but she did. This wild girl of laughter and jest had 100 faults and the one great virtue of charm. She would always be forgiven anything. But Marigold, in spite of her shorn tresses, was almost glad to see Grandmother and Mother driving into the yard. "Why, what?" began Grandmother, staring at Marigold's head. "I did it," interposed the ragged, flushed, juice-stained Varvara resolutely. "You are not to blame her for it. It was all my doings. I did it because I was furious, but I'm glad. You'll have to let her have it trimmed decently now. And I ate the chocolate cake and picked the roses and jumped on the feather bed. She is not to be scolded at all for it. Remember that." Grandmother made an involuntary step forward. The Princess Varvara had the narrowest escape of her royal life. "Who are you?" demanded Grandmother. Varvara told her as she had told Marigold, with this difference: she was believed. Grandmother knew all about the vice-regal visit to Prince Edward Island, and she had seen Varvara's picture in the Charlottetown Patriot. Grandmother set her lips together. One couldn't, of course, scold a grandniece of Queen Victoria and the daughter of a Russian prince. One couldn't. But oh, if only she could. An automobile stopped at the gate. A young man and an elderly lady got out of it and came up the walk. A very fine, tall, stately lady with diamonds winking on her fingers. Her hair snow white, her face long, her nose long. She could never have been beautiful, but she was not under any necessity of being beautiful. "There's Aunt Clara and Lord Percy," whispered Varvara to Marigold. "I can see she's mad all over, and there's so much of her to get mad. Won't I get a roasting?" Marigold stiffened in horror. A dreadful conviction came over her that Varvara really was the princess she had claimed to be, and she had pulled her nose. The wonderful great lady walked past Varvara without even looking at her, without looking at anything indeed. Yet one felt she saw everything and took in the whole situation, even to Varvara's muddy, dangling rags and dirty face. "I am sorry," she said to Grandmother, "that my naughty little runaway niece should have given you so much trouble." "She has not been any trouble to us," said Grandmother graciously, as one queen to another. "I am very sorry I was not at home this afternoon," combining truth with courtesy to a remarkable degree. The great lady turned to Varvara. "Come, my dear," she said softly and sweetly. Varvara disregarded her for a moment. She sprang past her and embraced Marigold tempestuously. "If you were sugar, I'd eat you up. Promise me you'll always love me, even if you never see me again. Promise, as long as grass grows and water runs. Promise." "I will, oh, I will," gasped Marigold sincerely. It was very odd, but in spite of everything she felt that she did and would love Varvara devotedly. "I've had such a satisfying time today," said Varvara. "They can't take that from me. I really didn't mean to kill your old toad, and you've got your hair bobbed. You can thank me and God for that." She danced off to the gate, ignoring Lady Clara, but throwing an airy kiss to Grandmother. "Laugh, Marigold, laugh," she called imperiously from the car. "I like to leave people laughing." Marigold managed the ghost of a laugh, after which Varvara deliberately turned a complete double somersault before everybody and hopped into the back seat. Lord Percy smiled at Mother. Mother was a very pretty woman. "An incorrigible little demon," he said. "I think," said Grandmother quietly when she had heard the whole tale, "that princesses are rather too strenuous playmates for you. Perhaps, after all, your imaginary Sylvia is really a better companion." Marigold thought so too. She ran happily through the dreamy peace of the orchard to meet the twilight that was creeping out of the spruce grove. Back to Sylvia, her comrade of starshine and moon mist, who did not pull hair and slap, or provoke pulling and slapping. Sylvia, who was waiting for her in the shadows beyond the green gate. She was very well satisfied with Sylvia again. It was just as Grandmother had said. Princesses were what was it? Too it, anyhow. She was glad she hadn't told her about Sylvia. She was glad she hadn't shown her the dear fat gray kittens in the apple barn. Who knew but Varvara would have held them up by their tails? And though she felt sure she could never forget Princess Varvara, the tang of her, the magic of her mirth and storms, there was a queer, bitter little regret far down in her soul. She had been used to pretend, suppose a princess dropped in to tea, and it had happened, and she hadn't known it. Besides, Varvara wasn't a bit like a princess. The way she had gobbled things down at supper, Marigold was the poorer for a lost illusion. Meanwhile, down in Cloud of Spruce, Mother was putting away Marigold's golden braids and crying over them. Grandmother was girding an apron on with a stern countenance to make another chocolate cake, late as it was. ShrimpPhish was counting the hop-and-go-fetchits and wondering how 2 children could ever have eaten so many in one afternoon. Marigold's appetite was never very extensive. "I'll bet that princess will have stomachache tonight if she never had it before," she thought vindictively. And Lucifer and the Witch of Endor were talking over the general cussedness of things under the milk bench. "Take it from me," Lucifer was saying, "princesses aren't really what they used to be in the good old days." End of section 10. Chapter 11 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Section 11. A Counsel of Perfection. There was really only one creature in the world whom Marigold hated, apart from Clementine, who couldn't be said to be in the world, and that creature was Gwendolyn Vincent Lesley, in the family Bible and on the lips of Aunt Josephine. Everywhere else she was Gwenny, the daughter of Uncle Luther Lesley, who lived away down east at Rush Hill. She was a second cousin of Marigold's, and Marigold had never seen her. Nevertheless, she hated her, in her uprising and her downsitting, by night and by day, Sundays as well as weekdays, and the cause of this hatred was Aunt Josephine. Aunt Josephine, who was really a second cousin, was a tall, severe lady with a pronounced chin and stabbing black eyes which Marigold always felt must see to her very bones. X-ray eyes, Uncle Clon called them. She lived in Charlottetown when she was home, which wasn't often. Aunt Josephine was an old maid, not a bachelor girl or a single woman, but a genuine dyed-in-the-wool old maid. Lazar added that she lived on her relations, by which cannibalish statement he meant that Aunt Josephine was fonder of visiting round than of staying home. She was especially fond of Cloud of Spruce and came as often as she decently could, and every time she came she praised Gwendolyn Vincent Lesley to the skies. But she never praised Marigold. The very first time she had ever seen Marigold, she had said, looking at her scrutinizingly, "Well, you have your father's nose beyond any doubt." Marigold had never known that her father's nose had been his worst point, but she knew Aunt Josephine was not being complimentary. "Gwendolyn Lesley has such a beautiful little nose," continued Aunt Josephine, who had just come from a visit to Luther's. "Purely Grecian. But then everything about her is beautiful. I have never in all my life seen such a lovely child, and her disposition is as charming as her face. She is very clever, too, and led her class of 20 in school last term. She showed me the picture of an angel in her favorite book of Bible stories and said, 'That is my model, Auntie.' Who wouldn't hate Gwendolyn after that? And that was only the beginning. All through that visit and every succeeding visit, Aunt Josephine prated about the inexhaustible perfections of Gwendolen Vincent, in season and out of season. Gwendolen, it appeared, was so conscientious that she wrote down every day all of the time she had spent in idleness and prayed over it. She had never, it seemed, given any one a moment's worry since she was born. She had taken the honor diploma for Sabbath school attendance. Aunt Josephine never said Sunday. Every year since she had begun going. She is such a spiritual child, said Aunt Josephine. Would she jump if you stuck a pin in her? Asked Marigold. Grandmother frowned and Mother looked shocked, with a glint of unlawful, un-Leslian amusement behind the shock, and Aunt Josephine looked coldly at her. Gwendolen is never pert, she rebuked. It also transpired that Gwendolen always repeated hymns to herself before going to sleep. Marigold, who spent her pre-sleep hours in an orgy of wonderful imaginary adventures, felt miserably how far short she fell of Gwendolen Vincent. And Gwendolen always ate just what was put before her and never ate too much. I never saw a child so free from greediness, said Aunt Josephine. Marigold wondered uneasily if Aunt Josephine had noticed her taking that third tart. And with all this, Gwendolen, it appeared, was sensible. Sensible! Marigold knew what that meant. Somebody who would use roses to make soup of if she could. Gwendolen had never had her hair bobbed. And she has such wonderful, luxuriant, thick, long, shining, glossy curls, said Aunt Josephine, who would have added some more adjectives to the curls if she could have thought of them. Grandmother, who did not approve of bobbed hair, looked scornfully at Marigold's sleek, cropped head. Marigold, who had never before known a pang of jealousy in regard to a living creature, was rent with its anguish now. Oh, how she hated this paragon of a Gwendolen Vincent Lesley, this angelic and spiritual being who took honors diplomas and led her class, but who yet, Marigold clutched avidly at the recollection of the note Gwenny had written her at Christmas, did not appear to know that sapphire shouldn't be spelled S-A-F-F-I-R-E. Gwendolen Vincent was tidy. She was brave, not afraid of thunderstorms, said Aunt Josephine, when Marigold cowered in Mother's lap during a terrible one. She always did exactly as she was told. See that, Marigold, said Grandmother. She never slammed doors. Marigold had just slammed one. She was a wonderful cook for her age. She was never late for meals. See that, Marigold, said Mother. She never mislaid anything. She always cleaned her teeth after every meal. She never used slang. She never interrupted. She never made grammatical errors. She had perfect teeth. Marigold's eye teeth were just a wee bit too prominent. She was never tomboyish. Marigold had been swinging on a gate. She was never too curious about anything. Marigold had been asking questions. She always was early to bed and early to rise because she knew it was the way and the only way to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. I don't believe that, said Marigold rudely. Fidame gets up at 5 o'clock every morning of his life, and he's the poorest man in Harmony. And then it appeared that Gwendolen never answered back. Once and once only did Marigold, for a fleeting moment, think she might like Gwendolen in spite of her goodness. It was when Aunt Josephine told how Gwendolen had once got up in the middle of the night and gone downstairs in the dark to let in a poor, cold, miserable pussycat crying on the doorstep. But the next minute Aunt Josephine was describing how careful Gwendolen was to keep her nails clean, looking at Marigold's as she talked. Gwendolen has such lovely white half-moons at the base of her nails. Now, Marigold had no half-moons. In short, though it never really was in short with Aunt Josephine, Gwendolen is a perfect little lady. Somehow that phrase got under Marigold's skin as nothing else had done. I'm fed up with this, she reflected furiously. It was the first time she had ever dared to use this new expression, even in thought. Grandmother and mother merely got rather tired of things. But rather tired was too mild to express her feelings toward the perfect little lady, and under it all that persistent stabbing ache of jealousy. Marigold would have liked as well as anyone else to have a clan reputation of being a perfect lady. And now Gwendolen was coming to Cloud of Spruce for a visit. Luther had written grandmother that he wanted his little girl to visit Harmony and get acquainted with all her relatives. Especially did he want her to know Cloud of Spruce, where he had had such jolly times when a boy. Grandmother screwed up her lips a bit over the reference to jolly times. She remembered some of them, but she wrote back a very cordial invitation. Aunt Josephine, who was just completing a visit, said she hoped, if Gwendolen came up for the mooted visit, Marigold would learn from her how a really nice little girl should behave. If Marigold had not been there, Grandmother would have bristled up and said that Marigold was a pretty well-behaved child on the whole, and her friends reasonably satisfied with her. She would probably have added that Luther Lesley had been a devil of a fellow when he was young, and Annie Vincent was the biggest tomboy on the island before she was married, and that it was curious, to say the least of it, that the pair of them should have produced so saintly an offspring. But Marigold was there, so Grandmother had to look at her sternly and say, "I hope so too." Marigold did not know that when she had taken her wounded spirit to the gay ranks of rosy hollyhocks beside the gray-green apple barn for solace, Grandmother remarked to Mother, "Thank mercy that is over. We won't have another inflection of the old fool for at least 3 months." "Aunt Josephine likes cats in their place," said Lucifer. "I know the breed." And then Gwendolen Vincent Lesley came. Marigold got up early the day she was expected, in order to have everything in perfect readiness for the task of entertaining a thorough lady. She was going to be as proper and angelic and spiritual as Gwendolen if it killed her. It was hard to have Mother say pleadingly, "Now please see if you can behave nicely when Gwenny is here," as if she never behaved nicely when Gwenny wasn't there. For a moment Marigold felt an unholy desire that the very first thing she might do would be to scoop up a handful of mud and throw it at the visitor. But that passed. No, she was going to be good. Not commonly good, not ordinarily good, but fearfully, extraordinarily, angelically good. They met. Gwendolen stiffly put out a slender, immaculate little hand. Marigold glanced apprehensively at her own nails. Thank goodness they were clean, even if they had no half-moons. And oh, Gwendolen was just beautiful, and just as ladylike, and just as faultless as Aunt Josephine had painted her. Not one comforting, consoling defect anywhere. There were the famous nut-brown curls falling around her delicate spiritual face. There were the large, mild, dewy blue eyes and the exquisitely arched brows. There were the pearly teeth and the straight Grecian nose, the rosebud mouth, the shell-pink ears that lay back so nicely against her head, the cherubic expression, the sweet voice, very sweet. Marigold wondered if it was jealousy that made her think it was a little too sweet. Marigold could have forgiven Gwendolen her beauty, but she couldn't forgive her hopeless perfection of conduct and manners. They had a ghastly week of it. They didn't, as Uncle Clon would have expressed it, click worth a cent in spite of the determined spirituality of both. And oh, how good they both were. Grandmother began to think there might be something in a good example after all, and they bored each other nearly to death. Marigold felt forlornly that they might have had such a good time if Gwendolen wasn't so horribly proper and if she hadn't to live up to her. Swinging in the apple barn, housekeeping among the currant bushes, rollicking in the old gray hay barn full of cats, prowling about in the spruce wood, wading in the brook, gathering mussels down by the shore, making nonsense rhymes, talking sleepy little secrets after they went to bed. But there were no secrets to talk over. Nice girls didn't have secrets. And of course, Gwendolen was occupied, presumably, repeating hymns. Once there was a terrible thunderstorm. Marigold was determined she would not show how frightened she was. Gwendolen remarked calmly that the lightning kept her from going to sleep and covered her head with the bedclothes. Marigold wouldn't do that. Gwendolen might think she was doing it because she was terrified. Mother came to the door and said, "Darling, are you frightened?" "No, not a bit," answered Marigold gallantly, hoping that the bedclothes would keep Gwendolen from noticing how her voice was shaking. "Aren't thunderstorms jolly?" asked Gwendolen in the morning. "Aren't they?" answered Marigold most enthusiastically. It was Gwendolen's beautiful table manners that were hardest to emulate. This had always been one of Marigold's weak points. She was always in such a hurry to get through and be at something, but now she liked to linger at the table as long as possible. There would be all the less time to spend in Gwendolen's dull company, cudgeling her brains for some amusement that would be proper and spiritual. Gwendolen ate slowly, using her knife and fork with the strictest propriety, apparently enjoying crusts, said "excuse me" whenever indicated, and asked, "May I have the butter, if you please, Aunt Lorraine?" Where Marigold would have polished it off in 2 words, "Butter, mums!" And oh, but she would have loved Gwendolen if the latter had ever spilled 1 drop of gravy on the tablecloth. One night they went to church with Grandmother to hear a missionary speak. Marigold hadn't wanted to go especially, but Gwendolen was so eager for it that Grandmother took them along, though she did not approve of small girls going out to night meetings. Marigold enjoyed the walk to the church, enjoyed it so much that she had an uneasy feeling that it wasn't spiritual to enjoy things to such an extent. But the white young clouds sailing over the moonlit sky were so dear, the shadow of the spruces on the road so fascinating, the sheep so pearly white in the silver fields, the whole dear, fragrant summer night so friendly and lovesome. But when she said timidly to Gwendolen, "Isn't the world lovely and dark?" Gwendolen only said starchily, "I don't worry so much about the heathen in summer when it's warm, but oh, what do they do in the cold weather?" Marigold had never worried about the heathen at all, though she faithfully put 1/10 of her little allowance every month in a mite box for them. Again she felt bitterly her inferiority to Gwendolen Vincent, and loved her none the better for it. But it was that night she prayed, "Please make me pretty good, but not quite as good as Gwen, because she never seems to have any fun." "Those 2 children get on beautifully," said Grandmother. "They've never had the slightest quarrel. I really never expected that the visit would go off half so well." Mother agreed. It was better to agree with Grandmother. But she had a queer conviction that the children weren't getting on at all, though she couldn't have given the slightest reason for it. Came a morning when Grandmother and Mother had to go into Harmony Village. Grandmother was getting a new black satin made, and Mother had a date with the dentist. They would be away most of the forenoon, and Salome had been summoned away by the illness of a relative, but Gwendolen was so good and Marigold so much improved that they did not feel any special anxiety over leaving them alone. But just before they drove away, Grandmother said to them, Now, mind you, don't either of you stick your head between the bars of the gate. Nobody to this day knows why Grandmother said that. Marigold believes it was simply predestination. Nobody ever had stuck her head between the bars of the gate, and it had been there for 10 years. A substantial gate of slender crisscross iron bars. No flimsy wire gates for cloud of spruce. It had never occurred to Marigold to stick her head between the bars of the gates, nor did it occur to her now. But as soon as Grandmother and Mother had disappeared from sight down the road, Gwendolen the model, who had been strangely silent all morning, said deliberately, "I am going to stick my head through the bars of the gate." Marigold couldn't believe her ears. After what Grandmother had said, the good, so obedient Gwendolen. "I'm not going to be bossed by an old woman any longer." She marched down the steps and down the walk, followed by the suddenly alarmed Marigold. "Oh, don't, please, Gwenny," she begged. "I'm sure it isn't safe. The squares are so small. What if you couldn't get it out again?" For answer, Gwendolen stuck her head through one of the oblong spaces between the bars. Pushed her head through, to be exact, and it was a tight squeeze. "There," she said triumphantly, her mop of curls falling forward over her face and confirming a wild suspicion Marigold had felt at the breakfast table, that Gwendolen had not washed behind her ears that morning. "Oh, take it out, please, Gwenny," begged Marigold. "I'll take it out when I please, Miss Prunes and Prisms. I'm so sick of being good that I'm going to be just as bad as I want to be after this. I don't care how shocked you will be. You just watch the next thing I do." Marigold's world seemed to spin around her. Before it grew steady again, she heard Gwendolen give a frantic little yowl. "Oh, I can't get my head out," she cried. "I can't get my head out." Nor could she. The thick mop of curls falling forward made just the difference of getting in and getting out. Pull, writhe, twist, squirm as she might, she could not free herself. Marigold, in a panic, climbed over the gate and tried to push the head back, with no results save yelps of anguish from Gwendolen, who, if she were hurt as badly as she sounded, was very badly hurt indeed. Gwendolen was certainly uncomfortable. The unnatural position made her back and legs ache frightfully. She declared that the blood was running into her head and she would die. Marigold, shaking in the grip of this new terror, murmured faintly, "Will it do any good to pray?" "Pray! Pray! If you went for the blacksmith, it would do more good than all the prayers in the world, you sickening, pious little cat," said the spiritual Gwendolen. The blacksmith, Fidame Gautier. Marigold went cold all over. She was in a mortal dread of Fidame, who was a dead shot with tobacco juice and not the least particular about his targets. She had never really believed the legend about the baby, but the impression of it was still in possession of her feelings. Fidame was very gruff and quick-tempered, and never stood for any kids hanging around his shop. Marigold felt that she could never have the courage to go to Fidame. "Oh, don't you think if I took you round the waist and pulled hard, I could pull you out?" she gasped. "Yes, and pull my head clean off," snapped Gwendolen. She gave another agonized squirm, but to no effect, except that she nearly scraped one of her ears off. Suddenly she began shrieking like a maniac. "I can't stand this another minute. I can't," she gasped between shrieks. "Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying." Marigold dared hesitate no longer. She tore off down the road like a mad thing. As she went, the wild yowls of Gwendolen Vincent could be heard faintly and more faintly. Was Gwenny dead, or just yelled out? "Hey, left a pie in the oven?" shouted Uncle Jed Clark as she spun by him. Marigold answered not. To reach the blacksmith shop, to gasp out her tale, took all the breath she had. "For the love of all the saints," said Fido. He killed a nail on the floor with a squirt of tobacco juice and hunted out a file very deliberately. Fido had never seen any reason why he should hurry, and Gwenny might be dead. Eventually the file was found, and he started up the road like the grim black ogre of fairy tales. Gwendolen was not dead. She was still shrieking. "Here now, stop that yellin'," said Fido unsympathetically. It took some time to file the bar, and Fido was not overly gentle. But at last it was done, and Gwendolen Vincent was free, considerably rumpled and disheveled, with a head that felt as if it were 3 sizes larger than ordinary. "Don't you go to do that fool thing any more again," said Fido warningly. Gwendolen looked up at him and said spitefully, "Old devil-face." Marigold nearly dropped in her tracks. Ladylike? Spiritual? Not to speak of commonly grateful? "You keep that sassy tongue of yours in your head," said Fido blackly as he turned away. Gwendolen stuck her tongue out at him. Marigold was feeling a bit shrewish after her terror. She looked at Gwendolen and uttered the 4 most unpopular words in the world. "I told you so," said Marigold. "Oh, shut your head." This was indecent. "Shut your mouth" was an old friend. Marigold had often heard the boys at school using it, but "shut your head" was an interloper. "I don't care if you are shocked, Miss Prim," said Gwendolen. "I'm through with trying to be as good as you. Nobody could be. I don't care what Aunt Josephine says." "Aunt Josephine?" "Yes, Aunt Josephine. She does nothing all the time she is at Rush Hill but sing your praises." "Mine?" gasped Marigold. "Yes, she just held you up as a perfect model, always telling me how good you were. I knew I'd hate you, and I didn't want to come here for a visit. I like to go somewhere where something's happening all the time. But Father made me, and I made up my mind I'd be just as ladylike as you. Such a week! Aunt Josephine told me you were a model, a perfect lady. I've been trying to be as good as you," gasped Marigold. They looked at each other for a moment and understood. Gwendolen began to laugh. "I just couldn't stand it a day longer. That's why I stuck my head in the gate. Aunt Josephine told me you said hymns before you went to sleep and took an angel for your model, and I was just stuffing Aunt Josephine. But it was easy to pull her leg. Which was wicked, of course, but in proportion to the wickedness did Marigold's sudden and newborn affection for Gwendolen Vincent increase. She made me so mad praising you. I wanted to show her you weren't the only saint in the world." "Did you really want to hear that missionary?" asked Marigold. "I sure did. Wanted to hear if he'd tell any cannibal yarns so's we could make a game of them when I went back to Rush Hill," said Gwenny promptly, which was wickeder still. But oh, how Marigold loved Gwenny. "We've wasted a week," she said mournfully. "Never mind, we'll make up for it this week," said Gwendolen Vincent ominously. Grandmother can't understand it to this day. She never forgot that second week. "One of your deep ones, that," Salome always said afterwards when anyone mentioned the name of Gwendolen Vincent. "You can't always tell a saint by the cut of his jib," remarked Lucifer, who had never felt that his tale was safe in spite of Gwendolen's saintliness. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Charlotte Rockett. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Marigold Entertains. No more fat for me. I've nearly died eating fat this week, was Gwendolyn's declaration of independence that night at supper. Grandmother, who hadn't noticed the gate yet, ChriSALMI had wired it up rather cleverly, wondered what had happened to her. "You should eat the fat with the lean," she said severely. Gwenny stuck out her tongue at Grandmother. It gave Marigold a shock to realize that anybody could do that and live. Grandmother actually said nothing. What was there to say? But she reflected that Annie Vincent's child possibly ran truer to form than they had supposed, after all. Grandmother would never have admitted it, but she was almost as tired of Gwenny's perfection as Marigold was, so she pretended not to see the grimace. Grandmother had to pretend blindness a good many times in the days that followed, rather than outrage hospitality and incur Annie Vincent's eternal wrath by spanking her offspring or sending her home with a flea in her ear. The feigned serenity of Cloud of Spruce was smashed to smithereens. A day without a thrill was a lost day for Gwenny. Marigold enjoyed it, with reservations. Gwenny cared nothing for storybooks or kittens, and knew nothing whatever about the dryads that lived in the beech clump, or the wind spirits that came up the harbor on stormy nights. Marigold would never have dreamed of telling her about Sylvia, or taking her along the secret paths of her enchanted groves. But Gwenny still was a good little scout. There was always something doing when she was about, and she was funny. She was always taking off someone. She could imitate anyone to perfection. It was very amusing, though you always had a little uneasy feeling that the minute your back was turned, she might be imitating you. Grandmother really was very cross the day Gwenny spilled soup over Mrs. Dr. Emsley's silk dress at the dinner table, because she was taking off the old doctor's way of eating soup and sending poor Marigold into convulsions of unholy mirth. Of course, fun was all right, but Gwenny laughed at so many things Marigold had been taught to hold sacred, and giggled when she should be reverent. It was awful to go to church with her. She said such funny things about everybody, and it was so wicked to laugh in church, even silently. Yet laugh Marigold sometimes had to, till the pews shook and Grandmother glared at her. But Marigold would not allow Gwenny to baptize the kittens. Gwen thought it would be such fun, and had the bowl of water and everything ready. She was to be the minister, and Marigold was to hold the kittens. But Marigold had put her foot down firmly. No kittens were going to be baptized, and that was that. Grandmother wouldn't allow it, said Marigold. I don't care a hang for Grandmother, said Gwenny. I do. You're just afraid of her, said Gwenny contemptuously. Do have some spunk. I've lots of spunk, retorted Marigold. And it isn't because I'm afraid of her that I won't have the kittens baptized. It just isn't right. Do you know, said Gwenny, what I do at home when Father or Mother won't let me do things? I just sit down and yell at the top of my voice till they give in. You couldn't yell Grandmother out, said Marigold proudly. Gwenny sulked all evening, and Marigold felt badly because she really liked Gwenny very much. But there were some things that simply were not done, and baptizing kittens was one of them. Gwenny announced in the morning that she would forgive Marigold. I don't want to be forgiven. I haven't done anything wrong, retorted Marigold. I won't be forgiven. I will forgive you. You can't prevent me, said Gwenny virtuously. And now, let's arrange for something different to happen today. I'm tired of everything we've been doing. Look here, was there ever a day in your life you did everything you wanted to? Marigold reflected. No. Well, let's do everything we want to today. Every single thing. Everything you want or everything I want? Queried Marigold significantly. Everything I want, declared Gwenny. I'm the visitor, so you ought to let me do as I want. Now come on, don't be afraid, Cat. I won't ask you to baptize kittens. We'll leave the holy things out since you're so squeamish. I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm dying to taste some of that blueberry wine. I asked your grandmother yesterday for some, but she said it wasn't good for little girls. That's all in my eye. I'm just going to get a bottle out right now and open it. We'll take a glass apiece and put the bottle back. Nobody'll ever know. Marigold knew quite well this wasn't right, but it was a different kind of wrongness from the kitten project, and she knew that Gwenny would do it whether it was right or not, and Marigold had a secret hankering to see what blueberry wine was like. They would never give her any of it, which she thought very mean. Grandmother's blueberry wine was famous, and when evening callers came they were always treated to blueberry wine with their cake. Grandmother and Mother and Salome were all far up in the orchard picking the August apples. It was a good chance, and, as Gwenny said, likely nobody would miss the 2 glassfuls if they put the bottle away back on the pantry shelf in the dark corner. The dining room was cool and shadowy. It had been newly papered in the spring, and Mother had just put up the new cream net curtains that waved softly in the August breezes. Grandmother's beautiful bluebird centerpiece, which Aunt Dorothy had sent her all the way from Vancouver, was on the table under a bowl of pure delphiniums. Hanging over a chair was Salome's freshly laundered blue and white print dress. Marigold lingered to whisper something to the delphiniums, while Gwenny popped into the pantry and came out with a bottle. "The cork is wired down," she said. "I'll have to run out to the apple barn and get the pliers. You wait here, and if you hear anyone coming, pop the bottle back into the pantry." Nobody came, and Marigold watched the bottle with its beautiful purplish red glow. At last she was going to know what blueberry wine was like. It was really rather jolly to have someone round who dared fly in Grandmother's face. Gwenny saw nobody but Lazar on her trip to the apple barn. Lazar, whose opinion of Gwenny's ancestry was sulphurous, knew something was in the wind. "Dat kid, she always looks special like the angel when she planning some devil work," he muttered, but he said nothing. If 3 women couldn't look after her, it was none of his business. "I've brought a corkscrew, too," said Gwenny, twisting the wire deftly around with the pliers. As it happened, there was no need of the corkscrew, none whatsoever. Gwenny and Marigold hardly knew what had happened. There had been a noise like a gunshot, and they were standing in the middle of the dining room, looking wildly at each other. There was not much blueberry wine left in that bottle. The rest of it was on the ceiling, on the walls, on the new curtains, on Salome's dress, on the bluebird centerpiece, on Gwenny's face, on Marigold's pretty pink linen dress. Gwenny had learned something she had never known before about blueberry wine, and if thrills were what she was after, she had had enough in one moment to last several weeks. For an instant she stood in dismay. Then she seized Marigold's hand. "Come, quick!" she hissed. "Get that dress off! Get something on! Hurry!" Marigold let herself be whisked upstairs. What dreadful thing had happened? Blueberry stains never came out. She had heard Salome say. But Gwenny gave her no time to think. The stained dress was dragged off and thrown into the closet. Marigold's old tan one was thrown over her head. Gwenny wiped the blueberry wine off her face with one of Mother's towels. There were some spots on her dress, too, but that did not matter. "Come," she said imperiously, snatching Marigold's hand. "Where are we going?" gasped Marigold, as they tore down the road. "Anywhere. We've got to vamoose until they get over that dining room. They'd kill us if they saw us when they see it. We'll stay away till evening. Their fit will be over by then, and maybe we'll get off with whole hides. But I'd like to be a fly on the ceiling when Grandmother sees that room." "We can't stay away all day. We've nothing to eat," groaned Marigold. "We'll eat berries and roots and things," said Gwenny. "We'll be gypsies and live in the woods. Come to think of it, it will be fun." "Will you take a drive?" said a voice above them. It was Mr. Abel Jerusha, the weed man, on his double-seated wagon, bareheaded as always, with his dog Buttons beside him. The weed man was one of the few romantic personages the country around the harbor could boast. He lived somewhere up at the head, but was well known all over the surrounding communities. At least people thought they knew him well, whereas perhaps nobody really knew him at all. In his youth Abel Jerusha had gone to college and studied for the ministry. Then that was given up. There was a heresy hunt, and the result was that Abel Jerusha came home, lived at the head with his old maid sister Tabby, and set up his weed wagon. Soon he was known as the Weed Man. In summer he drove all over the island, gathering medicinal plants and herbs, and selling them and the decoctions he made from them. He made only a pittance by it, but he and Tabby had enough to live on, and Abel Jerusha's weed vad was little more than an excuse to live in the open. Marigold thought him very interesting, and often felt it would be a delightful thing to drive about with him on his red wagon. She always felt the strange charm of his personality, though she knew little of his history. just what she had heard Salome say to Mrs. Kemp one day. Abel Jerusha always took things easy, never seemed to worry over trials and disappointments as most folks do. Seems to me that as long as he can wander over the country, hunting weeds and talking to that old red dog of his as if it was a human being, he don't care how the world wags on. Didn't even worry when they put him out of the ministry. Said God was in the woods as well as any church. He favors his mother's people, the Cortelos, sort of shiftless and dreamy, all born with hangnails on their heels. The Jerushas were all ashamed of him. 'Tisn't the way to get on in the world. No, good and worthy Salome, it is not the way to get on in your world, but there may be other worlds where getting on is estimated by different standards, and Abel Jerusha lived in one of these, a world far beyond the ken of the thrifty harbor farmers. Marigold knew that world, though she knew it didn't do to live in it all the time, as Abel did. Though you were happy there, Abel Jerusha was the happiest person she knew. He had a face so short it positively looked square, a long, rippling, silky red beard, and an odd, spiky, truculent mustache that didn't seem to belong to the beard at all. There was no doubt he was ugly, but Marigold had always thought it was a nice kind of ugliness. He had beautiful, clear blue eyes that told he had kept the child heart. The red squirrels would come to him in the woods, and he called all the dogs in the country by their first name. When he came to Cloud of Spruce, which he did not always do, being pernickety in regards to his ports of call, he sat in his red wagon and talked with Lazar and Salome and mother and grandmother by the hour, if they would linger to talk with him, though he would never enter the house. After he had gone, Lazar would shrug his shoulders and say contemptuously, "Dat man, he's crack," whereat Salome would inform Lazar, by way of standing by her race, that Abel Jerusha had forgotten more than he, the said Lazar, ever knew. He had promised once to take Marigold for a drive with him, and Marigold hankered after it, though she knew she would never be let go. And now here she and Gwenny were out to do as they like for a whole day, and here was the Weed Man offering them a drive. "Sure," said Gwenny promptly. But Marigold, in spite of her secret wishes, hung back. "Where are you going?" "Anywhere, anywhere," said Abel easily. "I'm just poking along today. Just poking along, thinking how I'd have made the world if I had made it. And if you two small ski-sicks want to come along, why, just come." "They wouldn't know what had happened to us at home," said Marigold doubtfully. "They'll know what has happened to the dining room," giggled Gwen. "Come on now, Marigold, be a sport." "Marigold's right," said the Weed Man. "Doesn't do to worry folks who worry. I never worry, myself. Here's Jim Donkin coming along. I'll ask him to drop over to Cloud of Spruce and tell the folks you've come for a day with me. We'll get our dinners somewhere along the road, and we'll go home to my place for supper. And I'll bring you back in the evening. How's that?" Nobody but the Weed Man would have proposed such a plan, but Abel didn't see any reason if the girls wanted a drive why they shouldn't have it on a day God had made specially for people who wanted to be out. Gwenny had quite made up her mind to go, and Marigold couldn't help thinking it would be very interesting. So Jim Donkin was asked to take the word to Cloud of Spruce, and Marigold and Gwenny were in the back seat of the red wagon amid fragrant bundles of Abel's harvest, howling along the road, quite delighted with themselves. Marigold resolved to forget the catastrophe of the blueberry wine. It had been Gwen's doing anyway. They wouldn't kill Gwen because she was a visitor, and meanwhile here was a whole golden day with the very air seeming alive, flung into their laps as a gift. Perhaps Marigold had a spice of Uncle Clon's wanderlust in her. At any rate, the prospect of driving about with the Weed Man filled her with secret delight. She had always known she would like the Weed Man. "What road are you going to take?" demanded Gwen. "Whatever road pleases me," said the Weed Man, looking disdainfully at a car that passed. "Look at that critter, insulting the daylight. I've no use at all for them, nor your aeroplanes. If God had meant us to fly, he'd have given us wings." "Did God mean you to drive this poor old horse when he gave you 2 legs?" said Gwen pertly. "Yes, when he gave him 4 legs to my 2, was the retort. Abel was so well pleased with himself that he chuckled for a mile. Then he turned into a red side road, narrow and woodsy, with daisies blowing by the longer fences, little pole gates under the spruces, stone dikes overgrown with things he loved to rifle, looping brooks and grassy fields girdled by woods. It was all very dear and remote and lovely, and the weed man told them tales of every kink and turn, talking sometimes like the educated man he really was, and sometimes lapsing into the vernacular of his childhood. There was one lovely, gruesome tale of a hollow where a murdered woman's body had been found, and at a certain corner of the road a go preacher had been stoned. "What did they stone him for?" asked Gwen. "For preaching the truth, or what he believed the truth, anyhow. They always do that if you preach the truth, stone you or crucify you." "You meant to be a preacher once yourself, didn't you?" Gwen was possessed of a questioning devil. "The preaching was Tabby's idea. I never wanted to myself. Not enough to tell lies for it, anyhow. See that house in the hollow? There was a man lived there who used to say his prayers every morning and then get up and kick his wife." "Why did he kick her?" "Ah, that's the point now. Nobody ever knew. Mebbe 'twas just his way of saying amen." "He wouldn't have kicked me twice," said Gwen. "I believe you." The weed man grinned at her over his shoulder. "Here's the old Malloy place. Used to be a leprechaun living there. The Malloys brought him out from Ireland among their bits of furniture, 'twas said. Guess 'twas true. Never heard of any native leprechauns in Prince Edward Island." "What's a leprechaun?" asked Marigold, who had a thrill at the name. "A little dwarf fairy, dressed in red, with a peaky cap. If you could see him and keep on seeing him, he'd lead you to a pot of buried gold. Jimmy Malloy saw him once, but he took his eyes off him for a second, and the little fellow vanished. Howsomever, Jimmy could always wiggle his ears after that. He got that much out of it." "What good did wiggling his ears do him?" "Very few can do it. I can. Look." "Oh, will you show me how to do that?" cried Gwenny.
"'Tisn't an accomplishment. It's a gift," said the weed man solemnly. "Tom Squirely lives over there, always bragging he doesn't owe a cent. Good reason why. Nobody would lend him one."
"I heard Lazar say the same thing about you," said Gwen impudently. "If you live in glass houses, you shouldn't throw stones."
"Why not, now? Somebody'll be sure to throw a stone at your house, whether or no, so you might as well have your fun, too. C.C. Vesey lives on that hill. Not a bad feller, not so mean as his dad. When old Vesey's wife died, she was buried with a little gold brooch, unbeknown to him. When he found it out, he went one night to the graveyard and opened up the grave and casket to get that brooch. Here, wait you a minute. I've got to run in and see Captain Simons for a second. He wanted me to bring him a southwest wind today. I have to tell him I couldn't bring it today, but I'll send him one tomorrow."
"Do you suppose he really sells the winds?" whispered Marigold. "No," scornfully. "I see through your weed man. His head isn't screwed on very tight, but he's good fun and his stories are great. I don't believe that leprechaun yarn, though."
"Don't you now?" said the weed man, returning creepily from behind, though they never had seen him leave the house, and looking at Gwenny compassionately. "What a lot you're going to miss if you don't believe things. Now, I just drive round believing everything, and such fun as I have."
"Lazar says you're lazy," commented Gwen.
No, not lazy, just contented. I'm the biggest toad in my own puddle, so it don't worry me none if there's bigger toads in other puddles. I'm king of myself. Now look-a-here. Suppose we call and see old Granny Finn. I haven't seen her for a long while, and maybe she'll let Lily give us a bite of dinner." Gwen and Marigold surveyed rather dubiously the little house before which the weed man was stopping. It was a tumble-down little place with too many brown paper window panes.
The gate hung by one hinge, the yard was overgrown with Scotch thistle and tansy, and even at a distance the old woman who sat on the crazy veranda did not seem attractive. "I don't like the look of this place much," whispered Gwen. "I hope we don't catch the itch." "What is that?" "Marigold, don't you know anything?" Marigold thought gloatingly of certain things she did know. Lovely things. Things Gwenny never would or could know. But she only said, "I don't know what that is." "Then pray heaven you never do know," said Gwen importantly. "I know. Caught it from a kid going to school who lived in just such a place as this. Ugh! Lard and sulphur till you could die." "Come on now, and don't you be whispering to each other," said the weed man. "Granny Finn won't like that. You don't want to get on the rough side of her tongue. She's 87 years old, but she's every inch alive." Physically, Granny Finn was hardly every inch alive, for she could not walk alone, having, as she told her visitors later, paralytics of the hips. But mentally her strength had not abated. She was of striking appearance, with snow-white hair and elf locks around her dead-white face and flashing greenish-blue eyes. She still possessed all her teeth, but they were discolored and fang-like, and when she drew back her lips in a smile, she was certainly a rather wolf-like old dame. She wore a frilled widow's cap tied tightly under her chin, a red calico blouse, and a voluminous skirt of red and black checked homespun, and was evidently addicted to bare feet. She liked to sit on the veranda where she could scream maledictions and shake her long black stick at any person or objects that incurred her dislike or displeasure. Marigold had heard of Granny Finn, but she had never expected to see her. Curiosity mingled with her trepidation as she followed the weed man up the path. What a difference there was in old women, she thought, comparing old grandmother and grandmother to this crone. "Well, this is a treat," said Granny Finn. "It's a warm day, Mistress Finn," said the weed man. "Ye'll be in a warmer place ere long, no doubt," retorted Granny, "and I'll sit in my high seat in heaven and laugh at yees. If ye forgot the last time ye was here, that dog o' yourn bit me." "Yes, and the poor little brute has been ill almost ever since," said the weed man rather sternly. "He's only just got well. Don't let me see you letting him bite you again." "The devil himself can't get the better of your tongue," chuckled Granny admiringly. "Well, come up, come up. Lucky for you I'm in a good humor today. I've had such fun watching old Doc Ramsey's funeral go past. 10 years ago today he told me I'd only a year to live. Introduce your family, please." "Miss Marigold Lesley of Cloud of Spruce, Miss Gwenny Lesley of Rush Hill." "Cloud of Spruce folk, eh? I worked at Cloud of Spruce in my young days. The old lady was a biggity one. Your Aunt Adela was there that summer. She looked like an angel, but they do be saying she poisoned her man." "She isn't our Aunt Adela. She's only a third cousin," said Gwen. "And she didn't poison her husband." "Well, well, take it easy. Half the husbands in the world ought to be poisoned anyhow. I had 4, so I ought to know something of the breed. Sit down, all of yous, on the floor of the veranda, and let your feet hang down till dinner's ready. That's what you've come for, I reckon. Lily! Lily!" In response to Granny's yells, a tall, thin, slatternly woman with a sullen face showed herself for a moment in the doorway. "Company for dinner, Lily. Quality folks from Cloud of Spruce. Put on a tablecloth and bring out the frog pie. And mind ye brew some ski-whittle tea, and send T.B. out to talk to the girls. Lily's peeved today," grinned Granny as Lily disappeared without a word. "I boxed her ears this morning 'cause she left the soap in the water. And her past 60. "Come, come," protested the weed man. "I believe ye. You'd think she could 'a' larned sense in 60 years," said Granny, choosing to misunderstand him. But some folks never learn sense. Yourself now, ye was a young fool once, and now ye're an old one. Sad that. T.B., come here and entertain the young ladies." T.B. came rather sulkily and squatted down by Gwenny. He was a shock-headed urchin with his grandmother's wicked green eyes. Marigold took little notice of him. She was absorbed in awful visions of frog pie. And what was ski-whittle tea? It sounded worse than frog pie because she hadn't the least idea what it was. But Gwenny, who had a flair for all kinds of boys, was soon quite at home, bandying slang with Timothy Benjamin Finn, T.B. for short. T.B. soon learned that there were no flies on her, even if she were one of those biggity Leslies, and also no great need to be over-fussy as to what he said. When a plain damn slipped out, Gwen only giggled. "Oh, T.B., aren't you afraid you'll go to the bad place if you say such words?" "Nix on that," contemptuously. "I don't believe there's any heaven or hell. When you die, there's an end of you." "Wouldn't you like to go on living?" "Nope, there's no fun in it," said the youthful misanthrope. "And heaven's a dull place from all the accounts I've heard." "You've never been there or you wouldn't call it dull," said Marigold suddenly. "Have you been there?" Marigold thought of the hidden land, and the spruce hill, and Sylvia. "Yes," she said. T.B. looked at her. This Marigold girl was not as pretty as the Gwen one, and there wasn't as much go in her, but there was something that made T.B. rather cautious. So instead of saying what he would have said to Gwen, he merely remarked politely, "You're lying." "Mind your manners," Granny suddenly shot at T.B. from her conversation with the weed man. "Don't let me catch ye calling ladies liars." "Oh, give your face a rest," retorted T.B. "No shrimp sauce, if ye please," said Granny. T.B. shrugged his shoulders and turned to Gwen. "She was picking on Aunt Lily all day 'cause Aunt Lily left the soap in the washpan. She used to smack her, but I stopped that. I wasn't going to have Granny abuse Aunt Lily." "How did you stop her?" queried Gwen. "The last time she smacked Aunt Lily, I went up to her and bit her," said T.B. coolly. "You ought to bite her oftener if that will stop her," giggled Gwen. "There ain't nothing else worth standing up to her for," grinned T.B. "Granny's tough bitin'. No, I let her alone, and she lets me alone, mostly. She gave me a jaw last week when I got drunk." "Apple sauce, you never!" scoffed Gwen. T.B. had. As a sort of experiment, it appeared. "Just wanted to see what it was like, and it was awful disappointing. I just went to sleep. Could do that without getting drunk. No fear of my getting jagged again. No kicking it. Nothing is ever like what you expect it to be in this world. It's a dull hole." "'Tisn't," interjected Granny again. "It's an interestin' world. Violent interestin'." Marigold felt there was one thing she had in common with Granny at least. In a sense, Marigold was enjoying herself. All this was a glimpse into a kind of life she had never known existed, but it was interesting. Violent interesting, as Granny said. Granny and the weed man appeared to be enjoying themselves too, in spite of an occasional passage at arms. "Goin' to the Baptist church, are ye's?" snarled Granny. "Well, if ye do, your dog'll go to heaven afore ye do. Catch me goin' to a Baptist church. I'm an Episcopalian. Always was, and always will be, world without end, amen." "I don't believe you ever saw the inside of an Episcopalian church in your life," taunted the weed man. "Yeah, I'd tweak your nose for that if I could reach it," retorted Granny. "Go to your Baptist church. Go to your Baptist church, ye son of a monkey-faced rabbit, and I'll sit here and imagine ye's all being fried." She suddenly turned to Marigold. "If this weed man was as rich as he's poor, he'd be riding over the heads of all of us. I tell you the real pride of this man is ridiculous." "Dinner's ready," Aunt Lily called sulkily from inside. "Come and help me in," said Granny, reaching briskly for her black stick. "All that keeps me alive is the little bite I eat." Before the weed man could go gallantly to her assistance, a shiny new car filled with gaily dressed people suddenly swung in at the gate and stopped in front of the veranda. The driver bent from the car to make some request, but Granny, crouched like an old tigress, did not allow him to utter a word. She caught up the nearest missile, which happened to be a plate filled with gravy and bacon scraps, from the bench beside her, and hurled it at him. It missed his face by a hair's breadth and landed squarely, gravy and all, in a fashionable lady's silken lap. Granny Finn followed this up by a series of fearsome yells and maledictions, of which the mildest were, "May all your potatoes be rotten!" and "May ye always be looking for something and never finding it!" and finally, "May ye all have the 7-year itch! I'll pray for it, that I will!" The half-dazed driver backed his car out of the gate and broke all speed limits down the road. Gwen was squealing with delight, the weed man was grinning, and Marigold was trying hard to feel shocked. Granny was in high good humor. "My, but that did me good! I can hold up my end of a row yet. Ye could tell by the look of that fellow his grandfather hanged himself in the horse stable. Come to dinner, all of yees. If we'd known ye were coming, we'd 'a' killed the old rooster. It's time he was used anyway, but there's always frog pie, eh? Now for the frog pie." To Marigold's relief and Gwen's disappointment, there was no frog pie. Indeed, there wasn't much of anything, but fried ham and potatoes with some blueberry jam, which suggested rather dismal recollections to Marigold. The dinner was a dull affair, for Aunt Lily was still sulky, Granny was busy gobbling, and the weed man was silent. It was one of his peculiarities that he seldom talked inside any house. "Can't think or talk with walls round me, never could," he had told Salome once. After dinner the weed man paid for their meal with a bottle of liniment for Granny's paralytics, and Granny bade them a friendly goodbye. "It's sorry I am that you're going instead of coming," she said graciously. She pulled Marigold so close to her that Marigold had a horrible idea that Granny Finn was going to kiss her. If that happened, Marigold knew she would never be the same girl again. But Granny only whispered, "She's a bit purtier than you, but I like you best. Ye look like a bit of spring," which was a nicer compliment than one would have expected old Granny Finn to pay. Their afternoon drive led along the winding shore of a little river running into the head of the bay. Far down was the blue, beckoning harbor, and beyond it the sunny dunes and the misty gulf. The weed man shook his whip at it mournfully. "One poetry has vanished from the gulf forever," he said, more to himself than to the girls. "When I was a boy, that gulf there would be dotted with white sails on a day like this. Now there's nothing but gasoline boats, and they're not on speaking terms with romance at all. Romance is vanishing. Romance is vanishing out of our world." He shook his head gloomily, but Marigold, looking on the world with the eyes of youth, saw romance everywhere. As for Gwenny, she was not concerned with romance, or the lack of it, but only with her stomach. "Gee, I'm hungry," she said. "I didn't get half enough at the Finns. Where'll we have supper?" "Down at my place," said the weed man. "We're going there now. Tabby'll have a bite for us. After supper I'll take you home, if the weather keeps good-humored. Those weather gauze aren't out for nothing. It'll rain cats and dogs tomorrow." Marigold wondered what weather gauze were, and then forgot in thinking how interesting it would be if it really rained cats and dogs. Little silk-eared kittens everywhere by the basketful, loads of darling, pudgy puppies. The weed man's place was at the end of a wood road, far down by the Red Harbor shore. He did not like to have his fellow mortals too close to him. The little whitewashed house seemed to be cuddled down among shrubs and blossoms. There were trees everywhere. The weed man would never have any cut down, and 4 blinking topaz-eyed kittens in a row on the window-sill, all looking as if they had been cut out of black velvet by the same pattern. "Cloud of spruce breed," said the weed man as he lifted the girls down. "Your old grandmother gave me the great-grandmother of them. You are very welcome to my poor house, young ladies. Here, Tabby, we've company for supper. Bring along a glass of water apiece. Goodness, aren't we going to have anything for supper but a glass of water?" whispered Gwen. But Marigold was taken up with Tabby Jerusha, about whom she had heard her elders talking. She was not, as Salome said, all there. She was reported to go able one better in the matter of heresy, for she didn't believe in God at all. She laughed a great deal and seldom went from home. Tabby was very stout and wore a dress of bright red and white striped material. Her face was round and blank, but her red hair was abundant and beautiful, and she had her brother's kind, childlike blue eyes. She laughed pleasantly at the girls as she brought them water. "Down with it! Every drop," ordered the weed man. "Everyone who comes into my house has to drink a full glass of water first thing. People never drink half enough water. If they did, they wouldn't have to pay as many doctor's bills. Drink, I say." Marigold was not in the least thirsty, and she found the second half of the generous tumbler hard to down. Gwenny drank half of hers. "Finish," said the weed man sternly. "There, there," said Gwenny, and threw the rest of her water in the weed man's face. "Oh, Gwenny!" cried Marigold reproachfully. Miss Tabby laughed. The weed man stood quite still, looking comical enough with the water dripping from his whiskers. "That'll save me washing my face," he said. And it was all he did say. "How does Gwenny do such things and get away with it?" wondered Marigold. "Is it because she's so pretty?" She was ashamed of Gwenny's manners. Perhaps Gwen was a little ashamed of herself, if shame were possible to her, for she behaved beautifully at the table, making only one break when she asked Tabby curiously if it were true she didn't believe in God. "As long as I can laugh at things, I can get along without God," said Tabby mysteriously. "When I can't laugh, I'll have to believe in him." They had a good supper, with plenty of Tabby's apple cake and cinnamon buns and raisin bread, and the weed man's stories in between. But when he came in after supper and said the rain was very near and they must wait till morning to go home, it was not so very pleasant. "Oh, we must go home!" cried Marigold. "Please, please take us home, Mr. Jerusha." "I can't drive you home and then drive back 14 miles in a rainstorm. I am content with my allotted portion, but I am poor. I can't afford a buggy, and my umbrella's full of holes. You're all right here. Your folks know where you are and won't worry. They know we're clean. Your grandmother was reined in here one night herself 7 years ago. You go right to bed and sleep, and morning'll be here 'fore you know it." "I know I won't sleep a wink in this horrid place," said Gwen snappily, looking scornfully around the tiny bedroom and seeing only the bare, uneven floor with its round, braided rug, the cheap little bureau with its cracked mirror, the chipped pitcher and bowl, the stained and cracked ceiling, the old-fashioned knitted lace that trimmed the pillow slips. Marigold saw these things too, but she saw something else, the view of the harbor through the little window, splendid in the savage sunset of approaching storm. Marigold was tired and rather inclined to think that doing everything you wanted wasn't such fun after all. But under the spell of an outlook like that, the sense of romance and adventure persisted. Why couldn't Gwen make the best of things? She had been grumbling ever since supper. She wasn't such a sport after all. If the wind changes, your face will always look like that. "Oh, don't try to be smart," snapped Gwen. "Old Abel should have taken us home. He promised to. I'm scared to death to sleep in the same house with Tabby Jerusha. Anyone can see she's cracked. She might come in and smother us with a pillow." Marigold was a little frightened of Tabby herself, now that it was dark, but all she said was, "I do hope Salome won't forget to give the cats their strippings." "I do hope there aren't any bed bugs in this bed," said Gwen, looking at it with disfavor. "It looks like it." "Oh, no, I'm sure there isn't. Everything is so clean," said Marigold. "Let's just say our prayers and get into bed." "I wonder you aren't afraid to say your prayers after that lie you told T.B. today about having been in heaven," said Gwen, who was tired and out of sorts and determined to wreak it on somebody. "It wasn't a lie. It wasn't. Oh, "You don't understand," cried Marigold. "It was Sylvia." She stopped short. She had never told Gwenny about Sylvia. Gwen had somehow gotten an inkling that Marigold had some secret connected with the spruce wood, and teased her to tell it at intervals. She pounced on Marigold's inadvertent sentence. "Sylvia! You've some secret about Sylvia, whoever she is. You're mean and dirty not to tell me. Friends always tell each other secrets." "Not some kind of secrets. I'm not going to tell you about Sylvia, and you needn't coax. I guess I have a right to my own secrets." Gwen threw one of her boots at the wall. "All right, then. Keep it to yourself. Do you think I want to know your horrid secrets? I do know one of them, anyhow. You're jealous of Clementine Lawrence." Marigold colored hotly. How on earth had Gwenny found that out? She had never mentioned Clementine to her. "Oh!" Gwenny chuckled maliciously. She had to torment somebody as an outlet to her nerves, and Marigold was the only one handy. "You didn't think I knew that. You can't hide things from me. Gee, how sour you looked when I praised her picture. Fancy being jealous of a dead woman you never saw. It is the funniest thing I ever heard of." Marigold writhed. The worst of it was true. She seemed to hate Clementine more bitterly every day of her life. She wished she could stop it. It was a torture when she thought of it, and it was a torture to think that Gwenny had stumbled on it. "Of course," went on Gwen, "the first Mrs. Leander was ever so much handsomer than your mother. Of course your father would love her best. Ma says widowers just marry the second time for a housekeeper. I could just stand and look at Clementine's picture for hours. When I grow up I'm going to have mine taken just like that, looking at a lily, with my hair done in the same way. I'm never going to have my hair bobbed. It's common." "The Princess Varvara had hers bobbed," retorted Marigold. "Russian princesses don't count. She is a grandniece of Queen Victoria. So she said. You needn't put on any airs with me, Marigold Lesley, because you had a princess visiting you. I'm a Democrat. You're not. It's only in the States there are Democrats." "Well, it's something that doesn't take stock in kings and queens, anyway. I forget the right word. And as for politics, do you know I'm going to be a Tory after this? Sir John Carter is ever so much better looking than our Liberal man." "You can't be a Conservative!" cried Marigold, outraged at this topsy-turvy idea. Why, you were born a Grit. You'll see if I can't. Well," Gwen had got her clothes off and wriggled into one of the rather skimpy little cotton nightgowns Tabby had unearthed from somewhere for them. "Now for prayers. I'm awful tired of saying the same old prayer. I'm going to invent a new one of my own." "Do you think it's safe?" asked Marigold dubiously. "When you were a stranger in a strange land, wouldn't it be best to stick to the tried and tested in prayers as well as politics?" "Why not? But I know what I'll do. I'm going to say your prayer, the one your Aunt Marigold made up for you." "You shan't!" cried Marigold. "That's my very own special prayer." "Selfish pig!" said Gwenny. Marigold said no more. Perhaps it was selfish. And anyway, Gwenny would say it if she wanted to. She knew her Gwenny. But she also knew her own dear prayer would be spoiled for her forever if that imp from Rush Hill said it. Gwenny knelt down with one eye on Marigold, and at the last moment she relented. Gwen wasn't such a bad sort after all. But having said that she was going to invent a new prayer, it was up to her to invent one. She wouldn't back down altogether, but Gwen suddenly discovered that it was not such an easy thing to invent a prayer. "Dear God," she said slowly, "please, please, oh please, never let me have moles like Tabby Darusha's, and never mind about the daily bread. I'm sure to have lots of that. But please give me lots of pudding and cake and jam. And please bless all the folks who deserve it. There, that's done. she announced, hopping into bed. I'm sure God will think that a funny prayer, said Marigold. Well, don't you suppose he wants a little amusement sometimes? Demanded Gwenny. Anyway, it's my own prayer. It isn't one somebody else made up for me. Gee, Marigold, what if there should be a nest of mice in this bed? There's a chafed tick. What gruesome things Gwenny did think of. They had blown out their lamp, and it was very dark. They were 14 miles from home. The raindrops began to thud against the little windows. Was Tabby Darusha cracked? Abel sent in some apples for you. Gwenny, to use her own expression, let out a yelp. Tabby was standing by their bed. How could she have got there without their hearing her? Certainly it was eerie, and when she had gone out again, they did not dare eat the apples for fear there were worms in them. What's that snuffing at the door? Whispered Gwen. Do you suppose it's old Abel Darusha turned into a wolf? It's only Buttons, scoffed Marigold, but she was glad when a sudden snore proclaimed that Gwen had fallen asleep. Before she went to sleep herself, Tabitha Darusha came in again. Silently as a shadow, with a little candle this time, she bent over the bed. Marigold, cold with sudden terror, kept her eyes shut and held her breath. Were they going to be killed? Smothered with pillows? Dear little children, said Tabby Darusha, lifting one of Gwen's lovely curls gently. Hair soft as silk, sweet little faces, pretty little dears. There was a touch soft as a rose leaf on Marigold's cheek. Tabby gloated over them for a few minutes longer. Then she was gone, as noiselessly as she had come. But Marigold was no longer afraid. She felt as safe and as much at home as if she were in her own blue room at Cloud of Spruce. After all, it had been an interesting day, and Gwen was all right. She hadn't stolen her prayer. Marigold said it over again under her breath. The beautiful little prayer she loved because it was so beautiful, and because Aunt Marigold had made it up for her, and went to sleep. I didn't sleep a wink the whole night, vowed Gwen. Never mind, here's a new morning. Such a lovely new morning, said Marigold. The rain was over. The southwest wind the Weed Man had promised Captain Simons was blowing. The clouds were racing before it. Down on the beach the water was purring in little blue ripples. The sky in the east was all rosy silver. The grass was green and wet on the high red cliffs. Over the harbor hung a milky mist. Then the rising sun rent it apart and made a rainbow of it. A vessel came sailing through it over a glistening path. Never thought Marigold had the world seemed so lovely. What are you doing? Said Gwen, struggling impatiently into her clothes, much annoyed because Buttons had got in after all and slept on her dress. I think I'm praying, said Marigold dreamily. Uncle Clon came for them in his car before breakfast was over. Are they very mad at Cloud of Spruce? Asked Gwenny, rather soberly for her. She did not like Uncle Clon. He was always too many for her. There's special providence for children and idiots, said Uncle Clon gently. Jim Donkin forgot to give the message till late last night, and they were so relieved to find out where you had gone that the dining room rather sank into the background. You'd better not look again on blueberry wine when it is purple, Miss Gwen. It's a good thing we're too big to be spanked, whispered Gwen, when she saw Grandmother's face. I believe you, said Lucifer. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Eden Holloway. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. A Ghost is Laid. 1. That affair of the blueberry wine was certainly a bad business. There was some secret talk at Cloud of Spruce of sending Gwynny home after it. But nothing came of it, and Gwynny never even knew it had been looted. It would never do to offend Luther and Annie, Grandmother concluded, though, for her part, she couldn't understand Josephine. But the real reason was that they all liked Gwynnie in spite of, or maybe because of, her deviltries. An amusing compound of mischief and precocity, said Uncle Clon, who liked to be amused. A darn little minx, said Lazar, but he ran his legs off for her. A child of Beelzebub, said Salome, but kept the old stone cookie jar full of hop-and-go-fetchits for Gwynnie. Gwynnie might be saintly or devilish as the humor took her, but she was not a bit stuck up about her looks, and she had Annie Vincent's kind, ungrudging heart, and Luther Leslie's utter inability to hold any spite. As for Marigold, she and Gwynnie had some terrible spats, but they had so much fun between that the fights didn't greatly matter. Though Gwynnie had a poisonous little tongue when she got mad, and said some things that rankled, especially about Clementine. Clementine's picture had been left on the orchard room wall when most of old grandmother's faded brides had been packed away in the oblivion of the garret. There she hung in the green gloom, with her ivory white face, her sleek braided flow of hair, her pale, beautiful hands, and her long-lashed eyes forever entreating the lily. Marigold felt she would not have hated Clementine so much if she had looked squarely and a little arrogantly at you like the other brides. If you could have met her eyes and defied them, but that averted, indifferent gaze, as if you didn't matter at all, as if what you felt or thought didn't matter at all. Oh, for the others, Clementine Lesley might be dead, but for Marigold, she was torturingly alive, and she knew father had only married mother for a housekeeper. All his love belonged to that disdainful lady of the lily, and Gwynnie, suspecting the secret wound in Marigold's soul, turned the barbnet occasionally by singing the praises of Clementine's picture. The only faint comfort Marigold had was a hope that if Clementine had lived to be old, she might have become enormously fat like her mother up at Harmony Village. A good many Lawrences lived in or about Harmony, and none of them, it was whispered, cared very much for Lorraine, though they were always painfully polite to her. Marigold knew this, as she knew so many things older folks never dreamed of her knowing, and always felt whenever old Mrs. Lawrence's eyes rested on her that she had no right to exist. If she could only have believed thoroughly that Clementine would have looked like her mother when she grew old, she would not have been jealous of her. For old Mrs. Lawrence was a funny old dame, and one is never jealous of funny people. Mrs. Lawrence was very proud of her resemblance to Queen Victoria, and dressed up to it. She had 3 chins, a bosom like a sheep, and a harmless, if irritating, habit of shedding hairpins wherever she went. Her favorite adjective was Christian, and she had a very decided dislike to being reminded that she was either fat or old. She constantly wore a brooch with Clementine's hair in it, and when she talked of her daughter, as she did very often, she snuffled. In spite of this, Mrs. Lawrence had many good qualities, and was a decent old soul enough, as Uncle Clon said. But Marigold saw only her defects and foibles, because that was all she wanted to see in Clementine's mother, and it rejoiced her when Uncle Clon poked fun at Mrs. Lawrence's pet peculiarity of saving all her children's boots. It was said she had a room full of them, every boot or shoe that her family of 4 had ever worn, from their first little slipper up, which did nobody any harm and need not have given Marigold such fierce pleasure. But when was jealousy ever reasonable? 2. Uncle Peter's son Royal had married and brought his bride home to Harmony. She was said to be unusually pretty, and even Aunt Josephine had said she was the most exquisite bride she had ever seen. There had been the usual clan jollifications in her honor, and now Uncle Clon and Aunt Marigold were giving a party for her, a fancy dress dance, where all the young fry were to be masked. It sounded very interesting to Marigold, and very provocative to Gwynnie, as they listened to Mother and Grandmother talking it over at the supper table. Both wished intensely that they could see that party, but both knew that they must go right to bed as soon as Mother and Grandmother had gone. "And be good little girls," said Grandmother warningly. There's no fun in being a good little girl, said Gwenny with a pout at Grandmother. I don't see why we can't go to that party too. You were not invited, said Mother. You are not old enough to go to parties, said Grandmother. Your day is coming, comforted Salome. Uncle Clon came out from Harmony for them in his car, already dressed in his fancy costume, a great flowered velvet coat that had belonged to some great across the sea, a real sword, and a powdered wig, with lace ruffles at wrist and breast. Mother and Grandmother were not wearing fancy dress, but Grandmother was very splendid in velvet, and Mother very pretty in brown brocade and pearls. And Marigold felt delightfully that it was just like a bit out of a story, and she wished she could go up the hill and tell Sylvia about it. She had never even seen Sylvia since Gwenny came, and there were times when she was consumed with longing for her, but she never went up the hill. Gwenny simply must not find out about Sylvia. Run on in, kidlets, and go to bed now, said Uncle Clon, grinning rather maliciously, because he knew perfectly well how they hated it. Don't call me kidlet, flashed Gwen. After the car had purred off in the twilight, she sat down on the veranda steps and would not say a word. Such a visitation of silence was rare with Gwenny, but Marigold rather welcomed it. She was glad to sit and dream in the lovely twilight, while Lucifer skulked like a black demon among the flower beds. It was not the Lucifer of old Grandmother's days. That Lucifer had gone where good cats go. But there had been another Lucifer to step into his 4 shoes, looking so exactly like him that in a few weeks it seemed just the same old Lucifer. There had been a procession of Lucifers and witches for generations at Cloud of Spruce, all looking so much alike that Fadim and Lazar thought they were one and the same, and concluded they were the old lady's devils. Salome, after milking, came along. I'm going to bed, she said. I've got a headache, and it's time you went too. There's lemonade and cookies for you in the pantry. Lemonade and cookies, said Gwenny scornfully after Salome had gone in, leaving a couple of minxes at large in Cloud of Spruce. Lemonade and cookies! And they are having all kinds of ices and salads and cakes at the party. There's no use thinking about that, said Marigold with a sigh. It's 9 o'clock. We might as well go to bed. Bed? I'm going to the party. Marigold stared. The party? But you can't. Maybe I can't, but I will. I've been thinking it all out. We'll just go. It's only a mile in. We can easily walk it. We must be dressed up ourselves so that if anyone sees us, they'll think we belong to the party. There's heaps of things in those chests in the garret, and I'll make masks. We won't go in the house. Just peep in at the windows and see all the dresses and the fun. So far had evil communications corrupted good manners that Marigold felt no qualms of conscience at all. It would certainly be interesting, and she was quite wild to see that exquisite bride and all the wonderful costumes. Uncle Peter's Pete, she had heard, was going as a devil. The only thing that gave her to think was whether they could really get away with it. What if Grandmother catches us? She said. A fig for your grandmother. She won't. And if she does, what then? She can't kill us. Have some gizzard. Marigold had lots of gizzard, and in 10 minutes they were in the garret tiptoeing cautiously, lest Salome hear them in the retreat of her kitchen chamber. The garret was rather a spooky place by candlelight, and Marigold had never been there after dark before. Great bunches of dried herbs hung from the nails in the rafters, together with bundles of goose wings, hanks of yarns, and various discarded coats. Grandmother's big loom, where she still wove homespun blankets, was before the window. An old piano was in one corner, and there was some legend of a ghostly lady who played on it by times. And there was a chest under the eaves filled with silken dresses, in which gay girls had danced years ago. Marigold had never seen the contents of that chest, but Gwynnie seemed to know all about them. She must have been rummaging, Marigold thought. Gwynnie had, one rainy day when nobody knew where she was, and she knew what was in the big chest, but she did not know, and neither did Marigold, that the little gown of misty green crepe with tiny daisies sprinkled over it and a satin girdle with a rhinestone buckle in it, which was lying in a box on the top of the contents of the chest, had been a dress of Clementine's. Marigold knew that Clementine had been buried in her wedding dress, and that old Mrs. Lawrence had taken away the rest of her pretty gowns. But this one had been overlooked. Perhaps Mrs. Lawrence did not know it still existed. The first Mrs. Leander had her own reasons for keeping it, and it had remained in the box in which she had placed it all those years. "Here's the very thing for you," said Gwyn. "I'm going as a fortune-teller, with this scarlet cloak and hood and the pack of cards. They're all here together. Somebody must have worn them once to a fancy ball." Marigold fingered the emerald satin of the girdle lovingly. She adored satin. "But I can't wear this," she objected. "It's miles too big for me." "Put it on," ordered Gwyn. "I can fix it for you. I'm a crackerjack at that. Ma says I'm a born dressmaker. Let's go down to our room. Salome'll hear us creaking about up here." Marigold put on the daisy dress, with its pretty, short sleeves of lace and its round, low neck. Oh, it was pretty, even if it were old-fashioned and wrinkled. Marigold was tall for her 10 years, and Clementine had been small and slight. Still, the dress was too long and loose. But resourceful Gwynnie, with the paper of safety pins, worked marvels. The skirt was looped up at intervals all around, and the pins hidden under clusters of daisies. Gwyn got off an old hat, and which matched the daisies in the dress admirably. "Now get your good slippers and pink silk stockings," commanded Gwyn, sprinkling her own cloak and the green dress lavishly with Mother's violet water. "I've got to make our masks." Which she proceeded to do, slashing ruthlessly into old grandmother's widow fall of stiff black crepe. Then she put on her own red stockings and fixed up a wand for herself out of an old umbrella handle with a silvery Christmas tree ball at the end and a Japanese snake of scarlet paper wreathed around the handle. Nobody could deny that Gwyn was past mistress in her own particular brand of magic, and Marigold was lost in admiration of her cleverness. A few minutes later, 2 black-faced figures, one in green and one in red, slipped silently out of Cloud of Spruce and fled along the dark Harmony Road, while Salome slept the sleep of the just in the kitchen chamber, and Lucifer told the Witch of Endor that he'd be condemned if he ever let that young demon from Rush Hill walk him about the yard on his hind legs again. 3. Marigold, who was never frightened in the dark if she had anyone with her, enjoyed the walk to the village. It was a fairy night, with eerie pixie voices in the bracken. Why were the clouds racing across the moonlit sky in such a hurry? To what mysterious sky tryst were they hastening? An occasional rabbit frisked across the moonlit road. Marigold was half sorry when they reached the village. Luckily, Uncle Clon's house was in the outskirts, so they had no need of traversing the streets. They slipped up the side lane, squirmed through a gap in the privet hedge, boldly walked across the lawn, and found themselves at the window of the big room where the dancing was going on. It was open and the blind was up, and they had a full view of the inside. Marigold caught her breath with delight. Oh, it was fairyland. It was like a little glimpse into another world. For the second time in her life, Marigold thought it might be really quite nice to be grown up. She remembered the first time. Long ago, when she had been only 6, curled up on the ottoman in the spare room, watching an 18-year-old cousin dressing for a dance. When would she be like that? Not for 12 years. She groaned aloud. "What's the matter, Sugar Pie? Sick?" "No, it's only—" "It takes so long to grow up," sighed Marigold. "Not so long as you think," remarked Grandmother, passing through the hall. and now again. For a moment, Marigold felt that it really took too long to grow up. The room was rosily lighted by a gay, enormous Chinese lantern hung from the ceiling. The floor was filled with dancers in the most wonderful dresses. There was gaiety in the very air. Lovely low laughter was everywhere, drifting out over the lawn in front and the flower garden behind. Aunt Marigold's dog was howling heartbrokenly to the music in his kennel. Such flowers, such lights, such music, such dresses. Most of the younger guests were masked, but few of the older ones were, and Marigold liked best to watch them because she knew them. There was Aunt Anne in gray lace over amber silk. Marigold had never seen Aunt Anne so magnificent before. Cousin Jin with a diamond wreath in her hair, and Cousin Barbara, who always had runs in her stockings, and Cousin Madge, who was the best dancer in the Lesley clan. Her very slippers would have danced by themselves the night through. Aunt Emma, who still wore her hair pompadour, and old Uncle Percy, whose wife had her hair bobbed 3 months before he ever noticed it. Old Uncle Nathaniel with his great shock of gray hair reaching to his shoulders, and looking, so Uncle Clon was wont to say, like a lion that had eaten a Christian who disagreed with him. And, sitting maskless, by Aunt Marigold in the palm corner, a creature so lovely, in her gown of pale pink chiffon embroidered with silver, with her hair folded about her head like a golden hood, the Marigold felt at once that this was the exquisite bride. Exquisite was the word. Marigold could hardly drag her eyes from her. It had been worth it all, just to see her. Mother was dancing, actually dancing, and Grandmother was sitting by the wall, looking as if she didn't think much of foxtrots and tangos. Beside her, a stately old dowager in mauve satin with hair arranged a la Victoria, and a cameo brooch with Clementine's hair in it. The sight of Mrs. Lawrence spoiled things for Marigold. She was quite ready to turn away when Gwyn said, "We've seen all we can see here. Let's take a sneak around to the dining room and have a look at the supper." But the dining room blinds were down, and they could see nothing. "We'll go right in and see it," said Gwyn. "Oh, do you think it's safe?" "Of course it's safe. Look at all the rigs here. We'll never be noticed. I'm going to see all that's to be seen, you bet." In they went. As Gwyn said, nobody noticed them. The supper table proved such a dream that they hung over it breathlessly. Never in her life had Marigold seen such pretty eats, such dainty cakes and cakelets, such wonderful striped sandwiches, such beautiful dishes. Cloud of Spruce could put up a solid banquet, but this alluring daintiness was something new. Gwyn perceived sourly that there was no chance of swiping anything. There were too many waitresses around, so, after they had looked their fill, she pulled Marigold grumpily away. "Let's take a peep at the other room again and get out." Hitherto, all had gone well. They were reckless with success. Boldly, they crossed the hall, and boldly they stood in the doorway of the dancing room. The floor was not so crowded now. The August night was warm, and many of the dancers had gone out to the moonlit lawn. More of the old folks were sitting around the room. Mrs. Lawrence was more Queen Victorian than ever, as she languidly plied a huge ostrich fan of the vintage of the 90s. Old Uncle Percy was down at the end of the hall telephoning, and shouting at the top of his voice as usual. Marigold thought of the clan story about him and snickered. "What is that racket?" a caller in Uncle Percy's office had once asked. "Oh, that's only old Mr. Lesley talking to his wife down in Montauk," the junior partner had replied. "Well, why doesn't he phone her instead of yelling across the island like that?" said the caller. Gwyn turned to see why Marigold was shaking with laughter. Then, the end of the world came. Gwyn stepped on a small ball that somehow happened to be lying under the fringe of the portiere, shot wildly into the room, and fell with a curdling scream. As she felt herself shooting, she grabbed Marigold, who did not fall, but went staggering across the room on the slippery floor, and there sat neatly down at the very feet of old Mrs. Lawrence, who had just begun to tell grandmother how many times she had the flu. The next moment, Mrs. Lawrence was all but in hysterics, and the room was full. Marigold had scrambled to her feet and was standing there dazedly, but Gwyn was still sprawled on the floor. It was Uncle Clon who picked her up and stripped the mask from her face. "I knew it was you." He stood her beside Marigold, from whose face someone else had removed the mask. "Oh, Marigold," cried Mother in horror. But old Mrs. Lawrence was still the center of attraction. Until she could be revived and calmed, nobody had any time to spare for Gwyn and Marigold. "Clementine's dress! Clementine's dress!" Mrs. Lawrence was shrieking and sobbing. "The dress she wore when she came in to tell me she had just promised to marry Leander Lesley. I didn't think you'd let your daughter insult me so, Lorraine." "Oh, I had nothing to do with it. Truly I hadn't," almost sobbed Mother. "My heart broke when Clementine died, and now to have it brought up like this, here," people made out between Mrs. Lawrence's yoops. "Oh, I shouldn't have come. I had a presentiment. One of my dark forebodings came to me." "Calm yourself, Mrs. Lawrence. Here, try a sip of water," said Aunt Marigold. "Calm myself? It's enough to kill me. We all die. Sudden, unexpected death. Oh, Lorraine, Lorraine, you took her place, but your daughter might have left her dress, her sacred little dress alone." "Oh, I didn't know," cried Marigold. She wanted to cry, but cry she would not before all those people. Had not old grandmother once said that a Lesley should never cry before the world? Yet it was plain to be seen she had involved Mother in some terrible disgrace. All the sense of mystery and romance had fled. She felt that she and Gwynnie were only naughty, silly children who had been ignominiously found out. Mrs. Lawrence yooped more wildly than ever. "You'd better have her carried upstairs," said Aunt Marigold. "She really has a weak heart, I'm afraid." "Oh, Clementine, Clementine," wailed Mrs. Lawrence. "To think of the dress you wore being here. That dreadful child, Lorraine, how could you?" Gwyn, who had hitherto been rather dazed and sobered by the suddenness of the catastrophe, now wrenched her shoulder from Uncle Clon's restraining hand and sprang forward. "Shut your face, you old screech-owl," she said furiously. "You've been told Aunt Lorraine had nothing to do with it. Neither had Marigold. It was me found that moldy old dress and made Marigold put it on. Now get that through your dippy old head and stop making a fuss over nothing. Oh, glare, glare. You'd like to boil me in oil and pick my bones, but I don't care that for you, you fat old cow." And Gwyn snapped her fingers under outraged Queen Victoria's very nose. Mrs. Lawrence, finding someone else could make more noise than she could, ceased yooping. She got on her feet, scattering a shower of hairpins on the floor, with the noted Carberry temper sticking out of every kink and curve of her abundant figure, and, assisted by Aunt Marigold and Uncle Percy, moved slowly to the stairs. "One must make allowances, of course," she sobbed, "for the things children will do. I am glad it wasn't your fault, Lorraine. I didn't think I had deserved that of you." "Dear Mrs. Lawrence, don't be angry," implored Lorraine. "Angry? Oh, no, I'm not angry. I'm only heartbroken. if God—" "You might as well leave God out of it," said Gwyn. "Gwyn, keep quiet," said Uncle Clon furiously. Whereupon Gwyn threw back her head and yelled loud and long. Everybody was now in the room or the hall, or crowding up to the windows outside. Marigold felt as if everyone in the world were staring at her. "Could you run us home, Horace?" said Grandmother wearily. "I'm tired, and this has about finished me. Do you want to stay for supper, Lorraine?" "No. Oh, no," said Lorraine, struggling to keep back her tears. In the back seat of the car, Marigold cried for sorrow, and Gwyn howled for vexation of spirit. But Uncle Clon laughed so uproariously that Grandmother said nervously, "Horace, do pay attention to your steering. I don't see how you can laugh. It's been simply a terrible affair. If it had been any one but old Mrs. Lawrence." "Good for her," said Uncle Clon. "I don't believe anyone ever told her the truth about herself before. It was priceless." Gwyn stopped sniffling and pricked up her ears. After all, there was something nice about Uncle Clon. "But it must have been a shock to see Clementine's dress suddenly come before her like that," said Grandmother. What was the matter with Grandmother's voice? Grandmother couldn't be laughing. She couldn't. But was she trying not to laugh? You know, Horace, she really worshipped Clementine. Clementine was a good little scout, said Uncle Clon. I always liked her. It was to her credit that she wasn't spoiled by such a silly old mother. She was a pretty thing, said Grandmother. I remember her in that dress. People raved about her skin and her hands. Clem certainly had pretty hands. It was a pity she had such huge feet, said Uncle Clon. She couldn't help her big feet, rebuked Grandmother. Of course not, but they were certainly generous, laughed Uncle Clon. No wonder the old lady kept all her boots. Too much good leather to waste. Clem had only one quarrel in her life that she never made up. The quarrel with Emmy Carberry. Emmy was going to marry a man neither the Carberrys nor the Lawrences approved of. I wouldn't be in your shoes for the world, Emmy, said Clem solemnly. Don't worry, Clem darling, said Emmy, sticking out a foot in her little number 2s beside poor Clem's brogans. You could never get into them. Of course, Clem never forgave her. Just then, in a twinkle, something happened to poor, crushed, weeping Marigold in the back seat. The spirit of jealousy departed from her forever, at least as far as Clementine was concerned. Clementine had big feet, and Mother had feet that even Uncle Clon thought perfection. Oh, Marigold smiled through her tears in the darkness. Oh, she could afford to pity Clementine. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't take the hide off you, said Uncle Clon as he lifted Gwyn from the car. I made you laugh, said Gwyn saucily. You shameless young hussy, said Uncle Clon. Grandmother said nothing. Of what use was it saying anything to Gwyn? Of what use was it trying to drown fish? And she was going home the next evening. Besides, in her secret soul, Grandmother was not sorry that Caroline Lawrence had got her comeuppance at last. Well, this is the end of Wednesday. Now for Thursday. But they might have given us a bite to eat, grumbled Gwyn as she rolled into bed. I wish I'd swiped that little plate of striped sandwiches. But did you ever see anything so funny as that old dragon yowling? Didn't I shut her up? I hope the devil flies away with her before morning. After all, I'm glad I'm going home tomorrow night, Marigold. I like you better than I ever dreamed I'd do after Aunt Jo's sickening praises. But your grandmother gets my goat. Aren't you going to say your prayers? Reminded Marigold. No use waking God up at this hour of the night, said Gwen drowsily. She was sleeping like a lamb before Marigold had finished her prayers. Marigold was very, very thankful, and told God so. Not exactly that Clementine had big feet, of course, but the horrible feeling of hatred and jealousy had gone completely out of her little heart. It was so comfortable. Mother gave Marigold a little scolding in the morning. Mrs. Lawrence might have died of heart failure. Think how you would have felt. As it is, we heard this morning that she cried all night. Cried violently, Mother added, fearing that Marigold was not just alive to the awfulness of what she had done. Never you worry, said Salome. It served old Madame right, her and her old boots, thinking she's like Queen Victoria. But all the same, I'm thankful that limb of Satan is going home tonight. I should really like to have a few minutes' peace. I feel as if I'd been run through a meat chopper these 3 weeks. Heaven help the clan when she grows up. Amen, said Lucifer with an emphatic whisk of his tail. Gwenny went home that evening. Now, maybe we can call our souls our own again, said Salome. And yet she did not say it very briskly, nor did she snub Lazar when he remarked mournfully, By gosh, you'd think somebody was die in the house. The lost serenity of Cloud of Spruce had returned to it, only slightly rippled next day by the arrival of an inky postcard from Gwen, addressed to Grandmother. I forgot to tell you that I dropped one of your best silver spoons through a crack in the apple barn floor day before yesterday. I think you can get it easily if you crawl under the barn. Marigold missed her badly for 2 days, and in a lesser degree for the 3rd. But after all, it was very nice to be alone with Sylvia again. Laughter and frolics were good things, but one didn't want to laugh and frolic all the time. She was like one tasting the beauty of quiet after days of boisterous, stimulating wind. The velvet faces of pansies were waiting for her in the twilight, and her own intimate, beloved trees welcomed her once more to their fraternity. When she shut the little green gate behind her, she went into a different world, where one could be happy and have beautiful hours without being noisy all the time. She turned and looked down on the old vine-hung house and the harbor beyond. There was no sound in the great quiet world but the song of the wind. And there were soft, dewy shadows in every green meadow nook of Mr. Donkin's farm. If I could have picked my place to be born, I'd have picked Cloud of Spruce, she whispered, holding out her arms as if she wanted to put them around the house. This beautiful old place that so many hands had made and so many hearts had loved. And Clementine's ghost was forever laid. The next time she went to the graveyard, she stole over and put a little flower on Clementine's grave. Poor, pretty Clementine. She no longer felt that she wanted to push her away from Father's side, and she knew now that Father hadn't married Mother just for a housekeeper. For she had told Mother the whole story, and Mother had laughed a little and cried a little. I was never jealous of Clementine. They were children. He did love her very dearly, but to me he gave the love of his manhood. I know. So Marigold had no further grudge against Clementine's picture. She could look at it calmly and agree that it was very beautiful. But once she gave herself the satisfaction of remarking to it, "It's a good thing your feet don't show." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Magic for Marigold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Magic for Marigold by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 14. Bitterness of Soul. 1. "Here's a new morning," said Marigold, blithe as the day. Somehow she was unusually happy that autumn-tinted morning as she went to school. She always felt as if she had wings on a day like this. She loved October, loved it well in its first crimson pomp, when frosted leaves hung like a flame and the asters along the road were like pale purple songs. And even better in its later quiet and brown autumnal fields, and the shadowy interfoldings of the hills over the bay, with its evenings full of the nice smell of burning leaves in Lazar's bonfires, and all its apples to be picked and stored in the apple barn, until such time as it grew too cold and they must be put away in the barrels in the cellar. A group of girls tittered a little as Marigold passed them on the playground. She did not mind very much. Marigold was, in truth, rather a lonely creature in school. She had never made up with any of the girls particularly, and with the new seats that held only one, there was not the olden chance of intimacies. Not one of them went her way home. She did not quarrel with them, and she played games with them at noon hour and recess, but in some mysterious way she was not of them, and they faintly resented it. Stuck-up, they called her, though Marigold was not in the least stuck up. The sense of cleavage deepened as she grew older, instead of disappearing. Sometimes Marigold felt wistfully that it would be nice to have a real chum, of the kind you read about in books, not a fitful visitor like Vavara or Gwenny, bringing a wild whirl of color into your life and then vanishing as completely as if they had never existed. But she could not find her in Harmony School, and being of a nature that could not compromise with second best when best was denied, Marigold made no lesser friendships. There was Sylvia, though Sylvia was not quite as real as she had once seemed. The old magic still worked, but it was not quite so magical now. This morning Marigold felt something new in the school atmosphere. It was not her imagination that the girls whispered and looked at her, with much of curiosity and a little malice. Marigold felt it all through the forenoon and at recess, but no one said anything in particular to her until noon hour. Then, as her class sat in a circle among the fern-smothered spruce stumps on the banks of the brook below the schoolhouse, the barrage opened. "How do you like Mr. Thompson, Marigold?" asked M. Stanton with a giggle. Marigold wondered why upon earth Mr. Thompson's name was dragged into it. He was the new minister who had come to Harmony in the spring. Marigold was not as yet vitally interested in new ministers. It had been a rather exciting time for the older folks. It would be hard to fill old Mr. Henry's place. Mr. Henry, who had filled the pulpit of Harmony Church for 30 years and was a saint if ever there was one. "He used to make me weep 6 times every Sunday," sighed Amelia Martin. "I hoped my time would come before this. I've always felt he would be such a lovely man to bury you." "Oh, Lord," Aunt Kitty Standish had prayed at the first aid meeting after his retirement. "Oh, Lord, send us as good a minister as Mr. Henry, but, oh, Lord, you can't do it." Nobody thought Mr. Thompson as good, but he seemed the best of the candidates. "He's a good preacher," said Salome, "but it's a pity he's a widower. He'll marry in the congregation, and that'll spoil him," adding, however, by way of a comforting afterthought, "but I'm glad they've picked him. I like a comfortable-looking minister." Mr. Thompson had one daughter, about Marigold's age, round and rosy little Jane Thompson, who went, however, to the village school, the church and manse being there, so that Marigold saw little of her, save in Sunday school, where they were in the same class. Jane always knew her golden text and memory verses and catechism questions perfectly well. One would expect a minister's daughter to do that, but it didn't make her any the more interesting, Marigold thought. As for Mr. Thompson, she liked him when she thought about him at all, which was, to tell the truth, only when he called at Cloud of Spruce. She liked the jolly, unministerial twinkle in his eye specially. Now, why would M. Stanton be so suddenly interested in her feelings towards Mr. Thompson? A disagreeable little sensation came over Marigold. as if a faint chill wind had blown over the secret places of her soul. "I like Mr. Thompson very well," she said stiffly. Em gave another irritating snigger and exchanged glances with the other girls. "That's a good thing," she said significantly. They expected Marigold to ask why it was a good thing, but she would not. She bit a dainty little crescent out of a hop-and-go-fetch-it and chewed it remotely. "How will you like him for a stepfather?" said Alma Church slyly. That particular hop-and-go-fetch-it was never eaten. Marigold laid it down in her box and stared at Velmer. "Didn't you know?" "Know what?" said Marigold through pale lips. "That your mother is going to marry him." Marigold wondered what had happened to her, or to the world. Had somebody slapped her in the face? Had the sun been blotted out of the sky? "I don't believe it," she said helplessly. "Everybody says so," said Em triumphantly. "We thought you knew, of course. It's funny your mother hasn't told you. Why, he spends half his time at Cloud of Spruce." This was, of course, an exaggeration, but Marigold suddenly remembered with horror that Mr. Thompson had made a great many calls lately. Of course, Grandmother had had a slight attack of bronchitis, but a dreadful conviction assailed her that Mr. Henry had never called so often, even when Salome had pneumonia. She stared miserably at Em. "They're to be married before spring, I heard," said Fanny Collins. "Your mother was in Summerside the other day, helping him pick paper for the manse. Aunt Lindy saw them." "My, won't your nose be out of joint?" said Sally McLean. "You'll have to be Marigold Thompson after the wedding," said Lulu Nelson. "They'll send you to a boarding school, true as you live," said Dot Church. None of these jabs produced any sign of life in Marigold. She sat as one stunned. Oh, if she could only be alone, far, far away from these hateful girls, to face this. "Ma says your mother isn't a bit suitable for a minister's wife," said Velma. "Too dressy and extravagant," said Em. "Aunt Beth says his first wife was the finest woman that ever lived," said Pat Dixon. "It's a wonder your mother would marry a blue nose," said Janet Irving. "I guess she has a hard enough time with the old lady," said Pet. "Ma says Mrs. Leander has perked up amazingly this fall," said Lulu. The school bell rang, and the ring of malicious faces melted away. Marigold followed them slowly into the school. Her feet were like lead, and her spirit that had flown on feathers in the morning was heavier still. The world had all at once got so very dark. Oh, could it be true? It couldn't. Marigold had another awful recollection. "Mrs. Lesley's engaged," Salome had said gently one day the preceding week as she had shut the door in the face of a too persistent insurance man. Oh, yes, it must be true. "Salome," said Marigold that evening, "do you think God ever does things out of spite?" "Just listen to her," said Salome. "You mustn't ask such wicked questions. That's as bad as anything Gwen Lesley could say." "I'm sorry," said Marigold with more persistence, "but does he?" "Of course not," said Salome. "It's the old gentleman that's spiteful. What's the matter with you? You don't look just right. Have you a cold?" Marigold felt that a cold had got her. She was cold and sick to the core of her soul. Everything had been torn out of her little life at once, and not a word could she say to Mother about it. 2. Marigold had thought she was done forever with jealousy when she discovered the truth about Clementine's feet, and now she was in the grip of jealousy tenfold worse. That had been merely a ghostly vexation of the soul. This was a burning torment of the heart. Perhaps Marigold was never more bitterly unhappy in all her life than she was during the 2 months following that day by the brook. Everything fed her suspicion and jealousy. She was filled with hate. She could not enjoy anything because she was hating Mr. Thompson so much. She even hated poor, innocent little Jane Thompson. Would Jane call her mother? Mother? If she did. November came in with its dark, dull twilights that made Marigold feel grown up and old, with its mournful winds rustling the dead leaves on its cold, desolate, moonless nights, with its wintry song of old gray fields and the sorrowful gray ghosts of the goldenrod in the fence corners, and Mr. Thompson's motor lights burning cheerfully at the gate in so many of its chill evenings. Marigold felt that it was going to be November forever. Tomorrow had once been a word of magic to her. Now, tomorrow would only be more cruel than today. But it was a torturing satisfaction to hate Mr. Thompson. She felt sure she had always hated him. Lucifer certainly had, and cats knew. You couldn't hoodwink Lucifer. Nothing about him pleased Marigold any more. She remembered what Lazare had once said about another Frenchman who had done something that reflected on his race. But you surely don't want to see him hanged, protested Salome. Oh, no, course, we not like to see him hang, acknowledged Lazare, but we like to see him destroyed. That exactly expressed Marigold's feeling towards Mr. Thompson. She would not want to see him hanged, but she would cheerfully have seen him destroyed. It was a certain ephemeral satisfaction to name the big dead Scotch thistle behind the apple barn Reverend Mr. Thompson, and cut it down and burn it. She looked at him drinking his tea and wished there were poison in the cup. Not enough to kill him, oh no, just enough to make him awfully sick and disgusted with the idea of marrying anyone. Once, when he grew angry over what someone in the church had done and pounded the table, Marigold had said under her breath to Mother, "See what a husband you'll have." She wished she could refuse to go to church, but she could not do that. So she sat there scowling blackly at him. When he came to the house, she was the very incarnation of disdain, and he never noticed it. To be disdainful and not have it noticed was unendurable. Half the time he couldn't even remember her name and called her Daffodil. Once he grew fatherly and tried to stroke her hair. "I'm not a cat," said Marigold rudely, jerking away. She had to beg his pardon for that. Cloud of Spruce couldn't imagine why Marigold had taken such a scunner to the minister. "He preaches surely lovely sermons," said Salome reproachfully. "He can draw tears to my eyes." "So can the onions," said Marigold savagely. And yet, when M. Stanton told her that Stanton Père said Mr. Thompson was a shallow-pated creature, Marigold flashed pale lightning at her. This would never do. If Mother were really going to marry him, he must be defended. "Oh, all right," said M, walking off. "I didn't know you liked him. I didn't suppose anyone could like a blue nose." "He isn't a blue nose," said Marigold, who hadn't the slightest idea what a blue nose was. "He is. Your Uncle Claude told me so himself the day he picked me up on the road. We met the minister in his car, and your Uncle Claude said, 'Trust a blue nose to bust the speed limit every time.' And I said, 'Is Mr. Thompson a blue nose?' And he said, 'The very bluest of them.' So there now." "But what is a blue nose?" demanded Marigold wildly. She must know the worst. "Well, I'm not sure, but I think it is a dope fiend," said M cautiously. "I asked Vera Church, and she said she thought that's what it was. It's a terrible thing. They see hideous faces wherever they look. There's nothing too bad for them to do. And they're that sly, nobody would ever suspect them at first until they get so they can't hide it. Then they have to be put away." Put away? What did put away mean? But Marigold would ask no more questions of M. Every question answered seemed to make a bad matter worse. But if Mr. Thompson ever had to be put away, she wished it might happen before he married Mother. Things constantly happened that tortured her. Mr. Thompson came more and more often to Cloud of Spruce. He took Mother to Summerside to pick more wallpaper. He came one evening and said to Mother, "I want to consult you about Jane's adenoids." Mother took him into the orchard room and closed the door. Marigold haunted the hall outside like an uneasy little ghost. What was going on behind the closed door? She had a sore throat, but was Mother troubled over that? Not at all. She was wrapped up in Jane's adenoids, whatever they were. When nothing happened to torture her, she tortured herself. Would she have to leave dear Cloud of Spruce when Mother married Mr. Thompson? Or perhaps Mother would leave her all alone there with Grandmother, as Milly Graham's mother had done, and there would be no one to meet her any more when she came from school, or stand at the door in the twilight calling her in to shelter out of the dark, or sit by her bed and talk to her before she went to sleep. Though now her bedtime talks with Mother were not what they had been, always some veil of strangerhood hung between them. Lorraine feared her child was growing away from her, growing into the hard Blaisdell reserve, perhaps. She could not ask Marigold what had changed her. That would be to admit change. When Aunt Anne wanted Mother to let Marigold go to her for a visit, and Mother consented, Marigold refused almost tearfully, though she had once wanted so much to go. Suppose Mother would get married while she was away? Suppose that was why she wanted her to go to Aunt Anne's? And they wouldn't even have the same name. How terrible it would be to hear people say, "Oh, that is Marigold Lesley, Mrs. Thompson's daughter, you know." They might even call her Marigold Thompson. Marigold felt she could not bear it. Why, she wouldn't be wanted anywhere. Oh, couldn't something or somebody prevent it? I wonder if it would do any good to pray about it, she thought wearily, and concluded it wouldn't. It would be of no use to pray against a minister, of course. Gwen had said she jumped up and down and screamed until she got her own way, but Marigold could not quite see herself doing that. Just suppose she did. Why, the brides in the garret would come rushing down. Clementine would at last look up from her lily. Old Grandmother would jump out of her frame in the orchard room. But still Mother would marry Mr. Thompson. Mother, who was looking so pretty and blooming this fall. Before she knew this ghastly thing, Marigold had been so pleased when people said, "How well Lorraine is looking." Now it was an insult. As Christmas drew near, Cloud of Spruce was fairly haunted by Marigold's sad little face. "How thin you're getting, darling," said Mother anxiously. "Jane Thompson's fat enough," said Marigold pettishly. Mother smiled. She thought Marigold was a little jealous of the rose-faced Jane. Probably some Josephinian person had been praising Jane too much. Mother thought she understood, and Marigold thought she understood. And still the gulf of misunderstanding between them widened and deepened. Would this be the last Christmas she would ever spend with Mother? The day before Christmas they went to the graveyard as usual. Marigold crushed the holly wreath down on Father's grave with savage intensity. She hadn't forgotten him, if Mother had. "And I'll never call him Father," she sobbed. "Not if they kill me." 3. The Christmas reunion was at Aunt Marcia's that year, and Grandmother could not go because her bronchitis was worse, and Mother would not leave her. Marigold was glad. She was in no mood for Christmas reunions. In the afternoon, Salome got Lazare to hitch up the buggy and drove herself over to the village to see some old friends. She took Marigold with her, and Marigold prowled about the streets while Salome gossiped. It was a very mild, still day. The wind had fallen asleep in the spruce woods behind South Harmony, and great beautiful flakes were floating softly down. Some impulse she could not resist drew her to the manse. Would Mother soon be living there? Such an ugly square house with not even a tree about it, and no real garden, only a little kitchen plot off to one side with an old pig rooting in it. Marigold perceived that the pig was in Mr. Thompson's parsnip bed. Well, what of it? She wasn't going to tell Mr. Thompson. He could look after his own parsnips. She turned and walked deliberately to the main street. Then she turned as deliberately back. If Mother were living in that manse in the spring, she must have parsnips. Mother was so fond of parsnips. Marigold went firmly up the walk and up the steps to the door. There she stood for a few minutes, apparently turned to stone. The door was open, and the door of a room off the hall was open. An unfurnished room, still littered with the mess paper-hangers make, but with beautiful walls blossoming in velvety flowers. And Mr. Thompson was standing in this room with third cousin Elise Lesley from Summerside. Marigold knew Aunt Elise very well, a comfortable woman who never counted calories and always wore her hair in smooth, glossy ripples just like the wave marks on the sand. Aunt Elise was not handsome, but as old Mr. McAllister said, she was a useful woman, and a very useful woman. She was also a well-off woman, and she wore just now a very smart hat and a rich plush coat with a big red rose pinned to the collar. And Mr. Thompson was kissing her! Marigold turned and stole noiselessly away, but not before she had heard Mr. Thompson say, "Sweetums," and Aunt Elise say, "Honey boy." The pig was still rooting in the parsnips. Let him root, while the minister kissed women he had no business to kiss. Women with complexions like tallow candles and ankles like sausages and eyes so shallow that they looked as if they were pasted on their faces, and called them sweetums. Marigold was so full of indignation for her mother's sake that she would not wait for Salome. She tore homeward through the white flakes to Cloud of Spruce, and found Mother keeping some tryst with the past before a jolly open fire in the orchard room. "Mother!" cried Marigold in breathless fury. "Mr. Thompson's kissing Aunt Elise in the manse! Kissing her!" "Well, why shouldn't he kiss her?" asked Mother amusedly. "Don't you care?" "Care? Why should I care? He's going to marry Aunt Elise in 2 weeks' time." Marigold stared. All her life seemed to have been drained out of her body and concentrated in her eyes. "I thought that you were going to marry him, Mother." "Me? Why, Marigold, whatever put such a silly idea into your head, darling?" Marigold continued to stare. Great tears slowly formed in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. "Marigold, Marigold," Mother folded her arms about her and drew her to her knee. "Why are you so disappointed because I'm not going to marry Mr. Thompson?" "Disappointed? I'm so happy, Mother," sobbed Marigold. "I was so afraid you were." "And that's why you've been so funny to him, Marigold. Why didn't you ask me?" "I couldn't bear to. I was so afraid you'd say it was true." Lesley cuddled her baby closer. She understood and did not laugh at the torture the little soul had endured. "Darling, no one who had loved your father could ever love anyone else. I've had love, and now I have its memory, and you. That is enough for me." "Mother," whispered Marigold, "were you disappointed because I wasn't a boy?" "Never, not for 1 minute. I wanted you to be a girl, and so did your father. There hadn't been a little girl at Cloud of Spruce for so long, he said." Marigold sat very still with her face against her mother's. She knew this was one of the moments that last forever. 4. Mr. Thompson was such a nice man, such a nice, jolly, friendly man. She hoped that pig hadn't eaten all his parsnips. She was dreadfully sorry for him because he wasn't going to get Mother, but Aunt Elise would do very well. She was so useful. A minister's wife should be useful. And Jane was a darling. How jolly it was not to hate anybody any more. Life and she were good friends again. It had stopped snowing. A big round silvery moon was floating up over the snowy hill. The little hollow in Mr. Donkin's field that would be a pool, blue-flagged in summer, that was a round white dimple, as if some giantess had pressed her finger down. The orchard was full of fine, faint blue shadows on the snow. It was a lovely world, and life was beautiful. The paper that day had said a king's son had been born in Europe, and a millionaire's son in Montreal. A far more interesting event, which the paper had not chronicled, was that the Witch of Endor had 3 lovely kittens in the apple barn, and tomorrow she would go uphill and tryst again with Sylvia. End of chapter 14.